Aluri, driven by a chant-ready chorus. In an Instagram post, Asake revealed the 4-track EP will also feature Turbulence, Isokolodo, and Alaye. While this marks their first full EP together, the duo have worked together before. Wizkid featured Asake on Bad Girl from his 2024 project, Morayo, while Asake previously enlisted Wizkid on MMS from his debut album, Lungu Boy. Wizkid remains one of Afrobeat's global icons, while Asake continues to cement his place among Nigerians' leading artists. And finally, in entertainment, Afrobeat star Davido has denied claims that he is the father of a teenage girl who recently demanded a DNA test. The singer said he has never had a personal relationship with the girl's mother, adding that his only interaction with them was during the DNA test process. And that's it for entertainment. I am Precious Agmanu.
Precious, thank you. And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that a court has barred Rivers CJ from receiving Fubara impeachment notice.
Also, Supreme Court upholds Lamido's son conviction over undeclared $40,000.
Defense Minister urges states to stop negotiating with bandits.
Troops foil terrorist attacks in Adamawa and Borno.
Also, Shetima to represent Nigeria at Guinea inauguration heads to Davos.
Sanwo-Olu orders student relocation after Ikorodu classroom collapse.
On the foreign scene, we told you that Uganda's president nears victory amid fraud claims.
In business, SEC raises minimum capital for market operators and sets compliance deadline.
Well, in sports news, Ichal names Bassi best centre-back at AFCON.
And in the world of entertainment, Ira Star secures 2 nominations. Wizkid, Davido, and others make lists.
Well, do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-404057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. Well, I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndumdioto. Thank you for watching.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us. That shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos, Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The views on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television. I am Chioma Innocent. Top on our radar this morning, Rivers Park tussle caught other clashes with lawmakers. And also ADC versus President Tinubu, the opposition has called for change over governance and transparency issues. These are the issues we'll be looking at, the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories, but before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel on Voice of the People TV and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Also visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People TV, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and reactions via WhatsApp on 0904-473-2605, because here you have more than a voice. Now let's take a look at some of the issues
which we'll just take a short look at these issues before we actually go into the discussion for today. A very unfortunate scenario occurred at the Odokekere High School in Ikorodu, where a classroom block partially collapsed on Thursday afternoon while students were attending lessons, sparking widespread alarm in the community. Dramatic videos shared on social media showed dust clouds and students fleeing in panic, though swift action by staff ensures that no injuries or casualties were reported. Officials confirmed that all students and personnel escaped safely before the building fully gave way. And the Lagos State government described the incident as sad news, but emphasized that the affected students were unharmed. The collapsed bungalow had been previously identified as dilapidated and was already slated for demolition and replacement with a modern facility to accommodate the growing student population. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has directed the immediate relocation of pupils to nearby schools, while the Special Committee on Rehabilitation of Public Schools is set to assess the site and fast-track reconstruction plans. Now, this incident has actually reignited concerns over public school infrastructure in Lagos. It's also highlighting the urgent need actually for sustained investment in safe learning environments for children, knowing fully well that education is one sector of the country that has been suffering due to insecurity, and is one sector of the country that we just cannot overlook. Now, there is a video showing on your screen. I want us to take the audio of that video so you can hear the purview of those in the video. You can actually see the dilapidated classroom, but I also want you to take a listen to what the person in the video is saying.
This is Odokekere High School at Ikorodu. School collapsed. Why they have receiving lecture in the class, but we thank God nothing happened. And the funniest part is that the school authorities, they are shouting for people not to video. And is this still not worth videoing? Because a lot of things will have happened to those children, if not because they are smart enough to quickly escape to rescue themselves. Because eléyìí kódà ó ti pọ̀ jù. This is Odokekere High School at Ikorodu. School collapsed. Why they have receiving lecture in the class, but we thank God nothing happened. And the funniest part is that the school authorities, they are shouting for people not to video. And is this still not worth videoing? Because a lot of things will have happened to those children, if not because they are smart enough to quickly escape to rescue themselves. Because eléyìí kódà ó ti pọ̀ jù.
Well, there you have it. It's a very unfortunate scenario. This is the state of education in many states across Nigeria. It's not something I'm very happy to see. It's not something many Nigerians are very happy to see, but we're grateful that there were no casualties. Because looking at this, you can see the building literally caved in all the way from the roof. That begs the question, what kind of structure have these pupils, these students, been studying under for many months now, probably even years? Now, the story says, or the reports are saying, that the state government had actually made efforts to move the students out of that and to ensure that they build better classrooms. But why not ensure that that was done before the students come back to school, or that you move them to better structures and let them leave those ones that were already collapsing? Imagine what we would have been talking about if there were casualties. Young children who went to school to learn maybe came out lifeless. It would not have been a very palatable scenario at all. But Jerry, I want to get your take on this as well. What do you think about this whole situation? The Lagos State governor has waded into it. He has said that these pupils and students should be moved to other schools so that they can continue learning while their classroom blocks are built up again.
Yeah, good morning. It's great to be on Morning Buzz with you. And Odokekere is an area not too far from my family house.
Wow.
And when I saw that news, I was really devastated, and I had to reach out to people in that environment to find out the situation of things. And the news I got was not really good. And to even say that school is a major polling unit within that area,
Wow.
because a lot of people come to vote in that school during the elections. That means the government cannot say they are not aware of the structure of that school, due to the fact that when elections come in, a lot of people troop into that venue to vote in the candidates that are currently in power. And of course, I want to call out the Federal House of Rep member, which represents that area, the likes of Honorable Jimmy Benson, and of course, the local government chairman too. They should have been aware that the school has old structures that was built as at when it started, and there've been no renovation since then. And we know, for instance, when these guys are building schools, you need to see the quality of materials, the quality of the structure. It shows that attention is not paid. More attention is paid on what they will get in terms of the constructors, the project manager, whoever is involved. And there's no proper assessment because there's an extent a building supposed to be at it when you go back and check to see the quality of the structure, most especially when you use substandard products to build such structure. Taking a look at the roofing sheet, I think that roofing sheet was in the 90s. They no longer use those roofing sheets.
This is exactly the kind of roofing sheet that they call pan.
Yes.
Right.
How do you use
This
in
kind of
this
roofing
modern
sheets
era?
in this modern era? It's
You still
almost
allow
as if
such a structure?
That's a public school, right? It's almost as if whenever
Public
they
schools
want
are
to construct
abandoned.
these public schools, they just use any kind of
Substandard
material.
products.
They really don't care. It's like, oh, as far as the children are going to school. Now, this is not the only issue when it comes to education. What about payment for teachers, right? So it's a lot of issues. If the classrooms are not falling on the children's head, the teachers are not being paid, or they have maybe just one teacher for a range of subjects. It's absurd. Nigeria is supposed to have positioned itself in the Committee of Nations higher than what we are seeing now. It's a very sad situation, especially for Lagos, a state that claims to be one of the best in Nigeria, one of the best, the highest internally generated revenues, is one of the states that, I mean, when we're talking about debt in
They have
December,
one of the highest federal allocation too.
debt in December just ended, right?
So much revenue.
Lagos is one of the states that benefited greatly from that. What are we doing with all that money? Of course, I'm not expecting the people who came for debt in December to have gone to Ikorodu, because what are they going there to see? It's a very unfortunate scenario, and we do hope that everyone involved, from the local government chairman to the House of Reps member who represent the people of that community, to the Lagos State government, and everyone involved, to the Lagos State Ministry of Education, everyone involved comes together to ensure that not only are these classrooms renovated, built back up, but that they use the kind of materials that will not be falling on the heads of people's children. Let me tell you, Jerry, a lot of parents will not send their kids to school the next day after what happened.
Let me even shock you. The thing is that only during election time, that is when that area is remembered. That's to show you how familiar I'm with that environment. And it has to do with a lot of pleading, writing of letters to government agents, most especially even the Federal House of Rep. The local government chairman is mostly far from that environment. And you have to do a lot of pleading to the extent of writing to allow for as little as transformer, to as little as amenities for different environments. And it's really a torture to know that even the schools, even at the major areas, I think the Odogion bus stop, I think recently I saw the structure there. I'm not really pleased for the fact that it has a large population. That's the Odogion Primary and Secondary School at the major road. And this Odokekere is within, inside, not too far inside anyway. But I think those in charge, the principal and all in charge should know. And the fact you're saying no casualties, I just want to keep my fingers crossed.
You don't exactly believe that there were no
Because that
casualties.
means that structure fell when these pupils were in school. So how come nobody was inside that classroom at the point in time? Okay, I know how fishy these people can be in terms of trying to cover up, but it's good that the story so far so good is no casualties, so far.
That's a good one, especially when you can hear the person who made the particular video we played saying that the school authorities did not want them to make
a video. Yeah, definitely. They
that's
want
a
to cover
crazy
it up.
situation, very crazy. But let's look at another tragic situation. President Bola Tinubu has expressed deep sorrow over the death of Imam Abdullahi Abubakar, the chief imam of Ungar village in Plateau State, who passed away at the age of 92. In a statement issued by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Ononga, President Tinubu praised the late cleric as an exceptional religious leader whose life embodied courage, compassion, and respect for human life. He recalled that Imam Abubakar had gained national and international recognition in 2018 when he sheltered over 200 Christians in his mosque and home during violent communal clashes, an act credited with saving many lives. The president described the Imam's actions as a powerful lesson on true essence of faith, highlighting his choice of humanity, love, and embracing other division amid hatred, even at grave personal risk. The president has also urged religious and community leaders to emulate the late cleric by promoting tolerance, mutual respect, and unity, and prayed for his eternal rest. Now, it's a very tragic situation. You know, there is a part of the Holy Book, I can't exactly recall how it said it right now, but it's like when the righteous died, people mourn. Something like that. But when the wicked died, people rejoice. Now, it's a very great one to be remembered in your death for doing something so great. But I cannot help but think about the fact that if there weren't such unrest, if there weren't such animosity between the two different religions, which unfortunately was heavily being instigated, right, by other clerics, that he wouldn't have had to do that. But we are glad that, that happened. A number of people did not die. A number of Christians did not die because one man stood up and said, this is not the essence of Islam. Even though with what we've been seeing recently and with many terrorist enclaves coming up all across the world, whenever people say Islam is a religion of peace, some other people might want to give them a side eye. But this was one man who showed that, yes, we can live together peacefully and in harmony despite our religious differences.
Yeah, and he should be celebrated as a hero. He should be given more or less a national burial because he is a role model and an example to what Islam supposedly stands for. And we hope that he'll be given much attention in terms of his burial is concerned. And I was touched deeply when I first came across the documentary when he was talking about the whole story, the scenario. I can imagine how highly tensed he must have been making such a decision, and the fact that the backlash after from his fellow
clerics, his
fellow who
Muslims
were against all of the Christian being attacked and slaughtered. Okay, and may he so rest in peace. Definitely is a national hero as far as I'm concerned. And he should be emulated by others who should see him as a role model and a big example for others to follow. At 92, he must have lived well, and God bless his soul.
God bless his soul indeed. Well, now let's take a look at the newspaper headlines for a few minutes. I'll be starting off with First Daily newspapers. And we have here childish politics. Aisha Yesufu blasts Rivers impeachment drama. It is actually very dramatic when you look at it, because a number of lawmakers came and said, the lawmakers came together and said, let's impeach the governor. And then two lawmakers pulled down and said, let's not impeach this man. Two other lawmakers joined them and said, let's not impeach the governor. Only for the four lawmakers to make a turnaround within 48 hours and say, impeach him, I beg. And you're wondering what exactly is going on. There seems to be, will I call it a ventriloquist, that is deciding the affairs of Rivers politics through the stakeholders, through the Rivers Assembly members, almost as if there is someone pulling the strings behind. And only one name is on the lips of Nigerians. But let's take a look at other stories we have here on the front page of the First Daily newspaper. Fubara impeachment halted. Rivers court slams brakes on Assembly's move against governor and deputy. Also, we have here Supreme Court throws out Lamido's son appeal over $40,000 for feature. EFCC witness unmasks 1.16 billion naira Kogi tax consultancy deal. And
2027, Abia Algon endorses Oti's re-election, fires back at ex-governors. Also here, Shettima heads to Guinea inauguration, Switzerland WEF summit. SEC raises capital base for market operators in sweeping reform. Lagos public school building crumbles during lessons. That's what we just talked about on the banter session. And this one has to do with entertainment. Davido paternity dispute deepens as alleged daughter mother rejects DNA claims. This is not a funny one at all. A young girl says she's on a search for her identity, and so she wants to know who her father indeed is. Her mother continues to insist that her father is David Adedeji Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, internationally acclaimed Nigerian singer. And you know, there's been a drama going back and forth. I saw screen recording of a chat between Davido and the young girl, or it was supposed to be the young girl, but you never can tell who was on the other end of the phone. With many Nigerians saying it could be her mother who was doing this. Jerry, I want to hear your thoughts on this one.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Yeah, you know, Davido's past life before he decided to.
Did he say past life?
Yeah, go into the holy matrimony of getting married. He lived a more or less reckless life in terms of having a lot of paternity issues at the end of the day. And of course, it's coming back to haunt him. They say what goes around comes around. And the fact that he has made the claim that he has done several DNA tests to prove that he's not the father of the girl, that it beats his imagination. He even threatened that the mother of the girl should go to jail because he's saying he's going to take a legal action at the end of the day. For the young lady, it's pretty sad that she's been put through this situation.
Oh, it's at a very young age. She's just a teenager.
You need to be also careful. Young women these days, most especially single mothers, I don't know. I don't have anything against them, but
Jerry, you are not doing that. You are not doing that. I take offense that as a young lady. No, I take offense that. What are you trying to say? You think she wants to hang the pregnancy on his neck because he's a big man, so she can be getting money from him, knowing fully well that DNA can show whether he's the father or not. He says they've gone through 5 DNA. Now, Mr. Jerry, you can't do that.
If Davido is right, that woman is taking a dangerous trend, putting this young lady who is just 13 in harm's way, because you are putting her into a situation of confusion if eventually it's true that Davido is not the father of the girl, and the mother rightly knows, because everybody's talking about Davido may be lying. What about the woman? What if she could just be lying? What if she just had a chance with Davido, but doesn't mean that Davido is actually the father of the child?
Any of them could be lying. So, and also the talk of DNA is been going back and forth. Davido says they don't find DNAs. The mother says he's lying about the number of DNAs that they've done. But here is the thing. The more she brings it to the public domain, the more it just puts the light, it puts the camera lenses on Davido. It makes people ask, what is wrong with this man? Especially with his past antecedents. Do you remember there was a particular time...
advantage of his past.
She could be taking advantage.
Yes.
But that's the more reason why if someone accuses you and the person is wrong, sue the person.
Yeah, Davido should sue. He should not take this
sue
lightly.
The person, you know.
I'm most concerned. His home as well.
I'm most concerned about the young lady.
She's too young to be going through this. When the woman is scorned.
Honestly, for ladies, Mr. Jerry, you keep going back to this.
When the woman is scorned, she could be very dangerous.
That may be what's happening here. I'm not denying that's maybe what's happening here, but that's a very biased standpoint.
It could be that. It could be that.
Biased standpoint.
It could be that.
You're already taking sides here. I'm trying to stay on the fence, even if I like this dude. But you're already taking sides here. You're saying, young men of these days, they could be doing anything. No, that's wrong.
Everybody's against Davido because of his past. But now they're looking like, okay, let's not forget the woman could also be lying. Yeah, so let's look at all the scenarios. Let's not just
anybody could be lying. But what's important is that this young lady, in her search for identity, honestly, if Davido even turns out to be the father and he still says he doesn't want to have anything to do with the mother or her child, whether or not he's the father, there is a point where someone will just, push you aside and you will choose to just stay on your own so that you do not keep going through mental stress. Mr. Jerry, let's go to other newspapers. If we stick on this topic, we'll just keep arguing till
If
tomorrow.
he happens to be the father, I think Davido has shown responsibility. in taking care of his
He
kids.
looks like he looks
so-
like he will definitely take responsibility
Yeah,
if
definitely.
he turns out to be the father. Because
And
if he turns out to be
imagine
the
your
father,
story
that
is gonna
would be
change.
his first child. Right?
Her
That
story is
would
gonna
be his
change.
first child.
Yeah.
But still, I think for the young lady, for the mother, as much as you want to establish the paternity of your father, take her off the limelight. She's too young for this.
Yeah.
Imagine what they'll be saying to her in school. Things
Yeah.
like that. Anyway, let's take a
The-
look at other
The
newspapers.
mom wants to be the 30 BG gang. Anyway, let's go back to the Punch newspaper this Saturday morning. And of course, the big headline has it that how families risk lives to enter Niger Republic. And this coming from Sokoto residents. And this one says on the rider, my son, all the relatives left. I'm too old to cross the border. Septuagenarian. Okay, that's quite an old woman. And of course, on top of it, there's Davido again, alleged the baby mama clash over paternity claim. And this one says impeachment on Bodi. And of course, Fubra. Rivers lawmakers in showdown. Governors plotting recall. He must go. This one is coming from the State House of Assembly. And this one also says they are acting a drama. This is coming from the governor's aide. And still on the Punch newspaper this Saturday morning, grim stories of healthcare workers targeted, killed by bandits. And of course, Royal Rumble. Alafin weighs litigation over Oyo Council leadership. Okay, and it looks like Trump is still hunting its citizens back away from America. This one says Trump's visa policy trapped us in Nigeria, American family. Okay, and under the Punch, there's Lagos orders postmortem as twins die after vaccination. Okay, and Bello Toji is causing a lot of problems for the people of Sokoto state. We understand that some local government and some villages have been told to vacate, given 48 hours to leave their ancestral homes. Imagine a single individual, a non-state actor, taking over an environment, and still yet 48 hours after, we've not heard word of action from the federal government as regards dealing with this individual who has become, how will I say, has become a force. I don't know how come Bello Toji is that powerful to make threats and carry it out, and still yet nobody has been able to hunt him down. Imagine it was Sunday Igboho or Nnamdi Kanu and Co. They would have gone to pick him in Kenya or so. But it is what it is. All right, we already have a guest with us in the studio right now.
Yes, we have our guests joining us right here in the studio. We have Lawal Ekundayo. He's a farmer, an entrepreneur, a teacher, as well as a public affairs analyst. And we also have right here in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher as well as a best-selling author. He's more than that, actually. But in the meantime, we just want our guests to wade into some of the headlines which we've read out this morning. And of course, we'll be talking about Rivers State already. That's some of our main topics for today. But let's look at other issues that are on the newspaper headline this morning. Gentlemen, Mr. Lawal Ekundayo, you're welcome to the Morning Buzz.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Peter Anosike. How are you doing today?
Thank you for having me.
All right. You've heard the headlines, right? You've seen what's on the headlines, Mr. Lawal Ekundayo. Which of this would you want to wade into?
I will start with the Bello Toji issue. Now, some people, I'll start with that $9 million that the federal government spent to launder the image of the administration. And then we'll see that it's kind of a waste to me, because what you are trying to launder is open to the world to see. Everybody can see. So what's the point? If you are taking that $9 million and get mercenaries and sophisticated modern equipment, drones, all those stuff, will have wiped out all these terrorists within less than a month. But instead of doing the needful, they are busy painting the grave white. That's what the money has done. just to paint the grave white, when we know that the grave is full of bones and unclean things. So if that money had been spent on mercenaries to work with the Nigerian military, we will have seen the end of this guy, because he's a human being. Bello Turji is a human being. In fact, for him to have said this, that means he communicated the information across a channel. So it's easy to trace that channel and get him. But instead of doing the needful, the government is busy spending money to paint their image, as if that is the problem that we are going through. You only paint your image when your country is doing very well.
All right. Some would say that PR is very important, but I want to quickly take us through some headlines on Saturday Vanguard this morning. Stalemate in Rivers. House proceeds with plans to impeach Fubara. Deputy sends letters to Chief Judge. Court stops CJ from acting on a letter. Fubara plotted for our constituencies to recall us rather than seek peace. That's according to the lawmakers. 60 years after January 1966 incursion was not Igbo coup, but Zik Iransi Ojukwu knew about it. General Alabi Isama, retired, says Iransi Ojukwu foiled it. Also, symbolic coup to APC, personal matter to family, defection of Atiku's son. The $9 million lobbying contract, Obi decries wasteful spending, image management, or misplaced priority. Also, we have here, federal government spends 38.2 billion naira on Gowon, Obasanjo, IBB, others in 22 years. And also, North set to name preferred presidential candidate in April, according to Arewa Group. Now, there is an issue on the Saturday Punch this was by you too, Mr. Jerry. It says Nigerians sleep in waste bins amid UK deportation threat. And also, North set to name preferred presidential candidate in April, Arewa Group. Dr. Peter Noske, I'd like you to weigh in on these issues.
I want to weigh in on the issue of Bello Turji.
Okay, go ahead.
It simply means that we have governments in Nigeria. That Nigeria is now like Somalia. For instance, what happened in Katsina State, where bandits has to exchange prisoners with the government. Understand? The bandits released 1,000 hostages because this government versus government. Gaza and Israel, then Ukraine and Russia. So bandits released 1,000 abducted people. Then the government released 70 from their own prison. That's 70 arrested bandits. So they are now negotiating, and they are now exchanging prisoners of war. So this is what states, that's nations do, understand? Not what you do with bandits. Which means the sovereignty of Nigeria is just
on paper.
It's on paper. When you begin to exchange prisoners with bandits, bandits will tell you, release some of my men and I will release some of your men. So it is very, very unfortunate that should be happening in the country.
All right. Yeah, very difficult situation to swallow.
Very unfortunate situation.
Unfortunately, our Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces has been I don't know, has it surfaced somewhere? Because we heard the Vice President is going to represent him.
Going to Guinea, Conakry, while the President is at war, even amid Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Anyway, let's head straight into the issues which we'll be talking about this morning on the Morning Buzz right here on Voice of the People TV. Cut other clashes with lawmakers amid River Spa tussle. Details of these after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. A Rivers State High Court has stepped into the escalated political crisis in the state, issuing an interim injunction that temporarily halts moves to impeach Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Ngozi Odu. The court restrained the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, the clerk, and the chief judge from taking any further steps related to the impeachment process, including constituting an investigative panel pending the hearing of a motion on notice. The order, which will last for 7 days, shifts the impeachment battle from the political arena to the courtroom, even as the Assembly insists it has the constitutional backing to proceed and maintains that the court lacks jurisdiction under Section 188, subsection 10 of the Constitution. Despite the court's intervention, lawmakers have accused the governor of gross misconduct, constitutional violations, intimidation, and loss of trust, vowing to continue the impeachment process. The Assembly has also dismissed the court order, claiming it is either unaware of it or that it has no legal effect on legislative impeachment powers. Meanwhile, the crisis has spilled onto the streets, with supporters staging protests in Ikwerre local government area, chanting "No Wike, no Rivers State," underscoring how the political standoff has deepened divisions and heightened tension across the oil-rich state. Before we head into analyzing this topic, let's take a look and a listen to this video. There you have it. Nigerians cannot help but look at how the people who are meant to be setting the young ones aright are the ones who are actually involved in doing things that they should slap the young ones on the wrist when they do these things. We still have with us in the studios Lawal Ekundaya, educationist, farmer, and public affairs commentator. Also right here in the studio is Dr. Peter Anosike. He's an author as well as an erudite commentator on political and national issues. Joining us virtually, Barrister Eze Eluche. He's an attorney at law as well as a public and policy affairs analyst. Welcome, gentlemen, and welcome, Barrister Eze Eluche. How are you doing today?
I'm very fine. Thank you very much, and a happy new year to your viewers.
Thank you very much for joining us today. I want us to take a look at the legal implications and the legal interpretations of what's going on here with the Rivers State situation. Many Nigerians seem to be tired of what's happening. It's like, is it only Fubara is Fubara the only governor? Of all the 36 state governors, he's the one whose name we hear all the time. 4 lawmakers stepped away and said, let's not impeach this man, only for them to make a turnaround within 36 hours and say, let's impeach him. Now the court has stepped in. So, what is the constitutional interpretation of the powers of the Rivers State Assembly versus the powers of the court to stop the Assembly from carrying out its functions?
Thank you very much. I think basically what is going on in Rivers State is brigandage at the highest level, and stage managed or perpetrated from even the center, from Abuja. It's not something you would begin to discuss the legal implications or the constitutional implications because it's non-applicable in Rivers State. Why do I say so? When the issues of Rivers State first started, if you recollect, it was Bola Tinubu invited both Wike and Fubara to the Aso Rock, and he brokered a settlement, which did not last long because they went back and then there was this state of emergency that was declared. And so ever since then, when you see what has been going on, it's just been terrorism, brigandage, and it will when you see Wike going around to try to get the support of the notorious mercenaries like Asari Dokubo, when you see people on the streets now begin to say, no Wike, no Rivers State, and in the midst of all this, these federal security agencies have not acted. When you see mobs saying no Rivers State, no Wike, no Rivers State, that is even enough to even pick them up. When you imagine what's going on, the level of terror and brigandage, you now begin to wonder, what is the interest of Mr. Bola Tinubu in the crisis in Rivers State? You asked about the issues, whether the state high court has powers to stop the state assembly from proceeding with impeachment. The basic answer legally is no, they don't have any such powers. But if there was actually a judicial system, an NJC, National Judicial Council, you would have expected the Chief Justice of the country to immediately swing in and curb that excess by that state high court that tried to stop the state assembly from doing legislative functions. But there will be no such response because it is all in line with the intendment of Mr. Bola Tinubu to continue to create crisis in Rivers State. At the end of the day, the major victims of what is going on is the people of Rivers State. Because ever since the advent of this democratic dispensation, and I'm talking all the way from the time of the former governor of Rivers State, the first governor, Dr. Odile, the Rivers State finances have been used to further federal interest. Dr. Odile used it for the time of Jonathan. Amechi also used it to help Muhammadu Buhari into office. Wike used it to help Mr. Bola Tinubu into office at the expense of the people of Rivers State. And what are we going to see? We're going to see an explosion of violence in the next few days because from the posture of the two populists in the states, Fubara on one side and Wike on the other side, there will be an explosion of violence. And that is when, again, Mr. Bola Tinubu will step in and say, okay, there is now violence. Let me put somebody who will be milking the state of Rivers further. Just like he used Ibas, the former Navy Commodore, to virtually destroy and milk the state. If we have to understand the desperation of Mr. Bola Tinubu in all this. And that is why Nigeria cannot allow this kind of regime.
But Barrister, you're taking it away from the state. You're saying that the president is responsible for what's happening in Rivers State, if I get you correctly. But he didn't start the situation. This situation escalated. It started between Wike and Fubara and escalated to what we have today. Why would you blame the president for what's going on?
Good. Thank you very much. You see, from the very onset, what was the issue between Fubara and Wike? That humongous sums were being given to Mr. Wike and his cohorts by the Fubara government, despite him being the governor in office. At that stage, even the EFCC was aware of the amount of monies moving around, because these monies don't move around like spirits. That is the role of the EFCC. So why did the EFCC not even step in at that time? Because it was part of a game plan. I don't want Nigerians to excuse to forget the real cause, because until you know the real cause of the Rivers State crisis, you can't begin to address it. You cannot, the issue is not that Wike or Fubara are antagonistic to themselves. The reality is that somebody is being instigated. And if you look at the utterances, the posture, the mannerism with which Wike brandishes himself across the state, with federal, with soldiers, Air Force personnel, Navy personnel, when he visits the state, you know that definitely he's been prompted by the center. And not just a mere crisis between Rivers State indigents. But again, I keep on telling you of Rivers State, you have borne this grunt for a long time. You have borne the pains of this maladministration for a long time. Do not let it continue, because apart from my home state, Imo State, the only other state which I know which has suffered most in terms of governance is the people of Rivers State. And that is basically due to federal interference. So we must identify the cause, then begin to address it. The cause of the Rivers State crisis is none other than Mr. Bola Tinubu, who has allowed it to fester, and it's for his own political aggrandizement and good.
Right.
He now wants to appear as a peacemaker, when in reality it's not.
All right, then.
No, that's quite a big one, because would it have not been easier for the president to allow Wike have his way? Because since Wike is his federal capital territory minister, he would have just allowed Wike to have his way, impeach the man, and be in control of the state, and make sure that the 251,000 votes he got at the election in 2023 gets improved to as much as 500,000 when the 2027 election comes in play. Instead, it looks like somebody is still holding brief for Fubara, because how do you blame the president if, for instance, Wike is still struggling to have a hold on Rivers State, because the governor looks like he doesn't have anybody, but somehow it looks like he has somebody who still wants him to be the governor of the state.
Yes, you see, the issue is this. I mean, Mr. Bola Tinubu, you can't take it away from him. He's a very smart politician.
Okay.
And then what he's just done is he has blown up, he has dropped up Mr. Wike, and he understands that allowing Wike to continue in that strength will be a detriment to him in 2027. So having made Mr. Wike look big, he owes himself a duty to also destroy Wike. So that is what has transpired now. Wike is virtually a minus. He's just like a rabble rouser in Rivers State. And then he also has to prop up the governor, Fubara. So it's like he's balancing two evils, just to ensure that he has his way come 2027. When you look at Mr. Bola Tinubu's antecedents in Lagos State, when he had 3 deputy governors, you begin to understand the manipulative tendencies of Mr. Bola Tinubu. And so those who understand him know him very well. And I do. I mean, I do understand him very well. So the problems in Rivers State is traceable to none other than Mr. Bola Tinubu.
Let's go to our guest at the studio with us. Let me start off with Mr. Ekundayo. Taking a look at it, he was able to handle the situation in Lagos State when the speaker was impeached, and somehow he returned. We all thought that after the talking about the 6 months state of emergency, that Rivers State will now have peace, but it looks like that is not the case. And look at the way Fubara joined the APC like a thief in the night, and and I think Wike is not happy with that. Do you think that finally somehow it looks like the president versus Wike has started already ahead of 2027?
I don't think it's, that defection is what he's crying about. That's Wike. It's not about the defection. It's about the elevation of the status of Fubara. That is the problem. It's not the defection. But he didn't know that when you become a governor, the governor automatically assumes the power of the political power of the party of the state. So that is the one that Wike did not see coming. He thought the moment he come to APC, it will come down. That means he's already in the camp of the president. He will be caged. So he will not be the outright lord, the autonomous lord of the rivers.
Wike is not APC yet.
He's saying he doesn't need to be officially APC for him to be APC. It's like you have a gun in your pocket. That gun is a protection for you. Now it's part of you because it gives you confidence.
Okay.
It gives you confidence. It's part of you. The same thing. So Wike has seen himself as a gun, the gun that the president is using in Rivers State. So you have used a gun to apprehend Fubara. Then you know that you want Fubara to decamp so that it will be easy to galvanize the support, the vote of that state. You are sure, fine. But when Fubara decamped, automatically he has the power of the state APC and is APC. Now, Fubara, Wike didn't see that coming. So the moment he assumed that all the machinery of the state that was vested into him, since he's working with the president in order to get the vote of the state, the machinery automatically goes to Fubara as the governor of APC in Rivers. Automatically, that is the rule of APC. It goes to the governor. So he was not happy with that.
He was not consulted. Was he not consulted?
No. It's not that he wasn't consulted. He didn't see it coming.
Why would he even need to be consulted? As the governor of the state.
No, it's not about consultation. It's about the system. It's about the system. You didn't understand that this is the way the system works.
You say that the president is trying to force him to openly declare for the APC?
No. See, he wants to. That's why I said that he didn't see that coming. That the moment Fubara decamp, automatically all the machinery of that state in the care of APC goes automatically to Fubara. That is what he didn't see. Okay. Now they now have to turn to. You can't have two masters now. Before they were telling them to listen to Wike.
But it looks like
now they are now telling automatically the machinery will change to Fubara. So the moment the machinery changed to Fubara, he wasn't happy because the moment he changed to Fubara, most of his power in that place will be checked because they will answer to Fubara and not to Wike because Wike is not governor and it's not yet in APC.
Okay.
So he wasn't happy about that. In order to rein that thing back, because now the president will be working more with the governor than with Wike. Now, Wike didn't like that.
Okay.
He can't go to the president. What he needs to do is to control what the president is controlling now, which is the governor. Are you getting me?
Okay.
Now, that is why he's doing what he's doing. I'm going to impeach you. And he's now using the instrument of this thing against the federal, against Fubara, in order to rein him back. It's difficult to impeach Fubara. You don't know that. It's actually, the position Fubara is now is almost actually impossible to impeach him.
Because it's not an APC.
It's an APC. And it will affect the popularity of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in APC. Because, I mean, in River, because they will say, even across the country, because the other governors will be looking at it as, see, this man decamped and he got impeached. So of what essence are we going to decamp? Or what's the benefit of our decamping? That means we are not even protected when we decamp. So the president now is in a dilemma. How can he rein Wike in? And how can he still maintain the popularity? Because Fubara has decamped now. Continue to maintain that popularity that, see, if you decamp, you are protected.
All right, let me go to Dr. Nosike. I recently came across a picture, was it a video, where the PDP chairman in River State and the APC chairman in River State, they were in that same, would I say a party or an event? Then the Wike's son was actually sitting down, while the PDP and the APC chairman were standing behind him like they came there to ask for favors. And it looks like Wike is totally in control, but not in control of the situation that happened with Fubara, the campaign. Isn't that the president has a play in this? And if he has a play, now that he's not in the country, he's at war, Wike is taking advantage of the situation to cause a lot of chaos right now?
What is really happening in River State is historical. But let me first talk about the defection.
Yes.
The defection, Wike wasn't consulted. It was a coup. And the coup was masterminded by Hope Uzodinma, who is the chairman of APC Governors Forum. Wike wanted to position Samuel Anyanwu as the next governor of Imo State. That's Hope Uzodinma's own state. Without consulting Hope Uzodinma. Then Hope Uzodinma said, why should Wike be interfering in the state, understand me? Yeah. Because he also has his own person.
Yes.
Because of that, he has to work for Fubara to defect. Understand?
Wow.
Starting from the presidency, it was him that presented Fubara to Mr. President. Understand? That this man wants to defect and be one of us. So before Wike realized what was happening, it was over. He couldn't do anything about it. So he is now a member of APC Governors Forum, and that protects him. Understand? So the defection of Amawende and his own and his people to APC was a mistake, because now it's now being seen as APC fighting APC. So Fubara will not be impeached. And reverse people, because why they are putting the deputy in the impeachment in this, because once the governor goes, deputy goes, speaker becomes the governor. And the speaker is from Obiakpo, Wike's own local government. Understand? So there's no way within 2 years power is going back to the same local government. It's not going to happen. So Wike will be drowned in this fight. Understand me? Fubara will not be impeached. Understand? At the end of the day, the person that will be sacrificed is Nelson Wike.
Do you think the president will be willing to sacrifice Wike? Because he's still the FCT minister, and he hopes that he'll get him to vote in 2027.
Election of FCT Municipal Council is 16th of next month.
Okay.
Understand me? So after it, Wike's job is done.
Okay. Are you giving us exclusive information that Wike is leaving as the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory?
Everybody has a mandate. Understand? Okay. Once you are given money, you are given a mandate. Understand me? Just like a Junior Sabure mandate is done because P2B is no more in LP.
Okay.
Understand me? So the issue is Wike will be sacrificed at the end of the day because Tinubu needs the governors forum more than he needs Wike. And Hope Uzodinma, who masterminded the Fobra's defection, understand? That will not allow their own person to be impeached because he needs the governors to win those states, unquote.
Let's not forget, you just rightly mentioned that Wike could actually still make big decisions in Imo State, which he is not from. And you think such a powerful man who can make a lot of control, because a lot of governors have even attributed him to being the reason why they won their various elections. This man is a master politician. Do you think
by stepping into Imo State, he has his fingers burnt. And that's why what is happening now is happening. Then on the historical perspective, which many people are not talking about, what was the philosophy of creating river states? To destroy, to sabotage. And that thing has been happening. Gowon created the river state in 1967 to weaken Biafra, to sabotage, to sabotage Biafra. And that sabotage, understand, that betrayal is what is following them up to today. Understand me? That's why there had never been peace in River State. So what is happening now to me is not a surprise. Because what is the foundation of River State? Understand?
Foundation. Wow. That's philosophy.
And another thing is that, do you know that as of now, it is easier for the president to check the excesses of Wike. All this thing is doing is just like a wounded lion trying to, roar in order to show that he's still the lion. As of now, it's easier to weaken him. It may even take him out of FCT ministry.
It will be done after
and shift him to another ministry. We'll give him one ministry that is, that is far away. You just put him somewhere that maybe
he will do that.
And that's that.
He will do that after the Abuja election next
we'll just take him out of FCC and put him in one ministry and then he will now be there almost totally forgotten.
One would ask, would that really solve the situation? I want to go back to Barrister Eze Eluchie. The lawmakers are claiming that Governor Fubara plotted for their constituencies to recall them rather than seek peace. And that's the reason why they want to impeach him. And in the impeachment notice, they were claiming gross misconduct. But now when they come and say, oh, the governor plotted for our constituencies to recall us, that is to say that they are on a revenge mission. So can we still attribute what's happening to Wike or the president, since the lawmakers are making it seem like they just want to revenge against the governor?
Well, thank you very much. You see, you still go back to the onset of this crisis. These same lawmakers had defected from the party under which they won the elections to another party. And at that moment, they actually lost their seats. Constitutionally, they lost their seats. So you cannot begin to gauge what's going on in River State from the prism of the law. Because when you look at the law, both sides have no stake. Both sides have no reason to continue to be in office. But then, like I keep on saying, they are being propped up by the machinations of just one person. Whether Fubara has stepped on the toes of the legislators is another issue. And definitely, when you look at the statement they have reeled out, the reasons for the impeachment, they are all germane reasons. They are all very critical and crucial reasons that can lead to an impeachment. I mean, interference in legislative activities, burning down the State House Assembly, and several of these, they are things that can lead to an impeachment. But will it lead to an impeachment in this instance? The answer is no. And I think it is a misnomer to begin to say that the issue behind Fubara's acceptance in the APC is any other state governor. I mean, it is very wrong. Because if Mr. Tinubu did not want Fubara to come into scuttle Wike's ambitions, Fubara will not come in. He will get the feelers and he will not come in. So let us not try to make any other governor appear to be of import in this instance. Everything stops at the desk of Mr. Bola Tinubu. And I think the fact is that the nuisance value of Mr. Wike has lapsed. And at that instance now, most likely he will not be staying too long in this cabinet. Most very likely he will be kicked out very soon. And the moment Wike is removed as a minister, he becomes an ordinary Rivers State citizen. He will lose his access to those military men and security personnel who protect and guide him, and he will even find it difficult to go to his local government area. He will realize that the power has left him, and then there will also be investigations onto the various activities he has conducted, either as FCT minister or the various purchases of properties he has done in the UK and US, using the name of his wife and children. So Wike is now very, very vulnerable, and he will pay dearly for allowing himself to be used by the federal system to impose Bola Tinubu, just like Rotimi Amechi paid dearly and Dr. Dele paid dearly in their own time for allowing themselves to be used by the federal institution. I think it's insulting to the people of Rivers State to say that they were set up to sabotage, like Dr. Notika said in the studio. I don't think the state was really set up for that purpose. But the state continues to be used because of the enormous resources it has. It has one of the highest IGR and internal sources of revenue. It has the greatest oil potentials or crude oil outputs in the country. So Rivers State is a cash pot. That is the sole reason why it is being used to, the governorship of Rivers State is used by the federal authorities to make sure that they control the governor of Rivers State. But I do pray and hope that the people of Rivers State can get their acts together and resist such temptations in future, because the cost on Rivers State is phenomenal. Despite its immense wealth, when you go to Rivers State, apart from Port Harcourt and its environs, you don't see any serious development across the state. You see a lot of forest areas, a lot of bushes, and a lot of ecological problems, which the state's funds should have been used to address. But because every time the Rivers State fund is used for federal aggrandizement, the people of the state lose out, and this must not continue. Thank you.
But Barrister, that's to nip all the projects that we've been seeing on TV where Wike was busy inaugurating when he was governor, and he was called Mr. Project at a point in time. But this man was spending a lot of money on projects. Are we saying that those projects were not enough to at least bring some bit of sugar to Rivers State and make it a state that it is? Because you're right, if you talk about the money involved, a lot of money we're talking about, and no president who is saying we want to do away with Rivers State. But anyway, let's go to the next conversation.
All right.
Let me respond briefly to that.
Okay. Respond briefly.
Yes. The projects you talked about, over 95% of them are located in Port Harcourt. And some of the flyovers are useless flyovers. I mean, they are flyovers that you can't see up to 20 cars going on top of them in a day. But when you go across Rivers State to Kana, to Eleme, to other suburbs, other local governments, you will be amazed at the level of penury and poverty that a state as rich as Rivers State still has in its territory. So yes, Wike was Mr. Project for those who didn't know. He was just using those projects as a conduit to loot. Thank you.
All right, then there is a lot to be said about this particular situation, but Rivers State has shown, if anything, in the past 1 year that we will continue to get what we will call in pidgin parlance, bangers and gbasgbos from that state. But in the meantime, let's head into another conversation. Well, we'll take a very short break now. When we return, ADC opposition calls for change over governance and transparency issues. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. It's still the Morning Buzz and Voice of the People television. The African Democratic Congress has accused the President Bola Tinubu's administration of mismanaging the country and prioritizing appearances over the welfare of Nigerians. Speaking on Friday, ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi described the government's actions, including the alleged forging of a law and the reported $9 million payment to foreign lobbyists in the United States, as unprecedented and lacking transparency. He criticized the administration for focusing on improving Nigeria's image abroad rather than addressing the country's daily security challenges, and raised concerns over a recent medical memorandum of understanding with the U.S., which he said threatens Nigerian sovereignty and accountability. Abdullahi further stated that the opposition party's main objective to remove President Tinubu from power, calling it a necessary step to rescue Nigeria from what he described as a governance crisis. He expressed alarm at the thought of the APC-led government continuing, calling it too scary to contemplate. Highlighting the ADC's rapid growth since mid-2025, he emphasized the party's rising political strength and resilience, asserting that it is on track to become a major force in Nigeria's political landscape. And still with us in the studio to analyze this, we have Lawal Ekundayo, an educationist, farmer, and public affairs commentator, alongside Barrister Eze Luche, Anthony at law, and public political affairs analyst, and of course, Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a great philosopher, a great author, and of course, well-researched when it comes to political affairs. Anyway, very interesting, taking a look at the ADC versus Tinubu. What do you have to say, Mr. Kunari? Taking a look at, in fact, ADC is a major opposition. Do you think, with the way they've been building up, this is 2026, can we still see them as that force that will pull weight in the 2027 elections?
Well, from what we can see, the party is pulling weight. It's getting more support because as of this present moment, the ruling party has no tangible thing to leverage on, to sell themselves out. So as of this point, any slightest thing you say about the ruling party kind of goes, because they really don't have any serious thing to defend themselves. Look at the $9 million that was paid for $1 million so for image cleansing. The world has gone beyond that now, because everybody can see what is going on in anybody's country.
Yeah.
We can see what's going on in America. We can see what's going on in America. Can see what. So, what type of image painting you want? When they do, they can see what is going on in your country. First-hand information they get from your country. So, how do you now spend such a money? How do you now? And look at what is happening in Rivers State. Do you think the whole country, the whole world is not watching? Look at Dele Otoji with impunity. And the government is, doing when you do prisoner swap, that means you have already shown the warring party, the other side, that they are equal to the task of suppressing you. That's why you are doing that. So you can see a lot of flaws. Is it the tax reform that is coming in, that are already kicking in, that everybody say, we don't know how it's going to go. Everybody is waiting for how it will start, the practical aspect will take place. Nobody can really say how it's going to happen now. Even the government itself cannot really tell us exactly how it's going to happen. How will they take the money? Is it the fuel subsidy that we are still, crying over as of now, because it has never brought any development to this country, to any Nigerian? It has made life worsen. So where can we actually, so it's easy for a political party like that to gain momentum, and they are really gaining momentum. But what they really need is just to get a very good speaker for them, not just anybody.
You're saying Abdullahi is not capable.
No. I don't like, because
he's too
somebody you look at it like this statement you mentioned. You said
you
now.
He's weak.
See, when you talk, you have to be a professional. You don't just pick anybody because that person,
I think we should look for someone like Keyamo, the likes of I'm trying to remember the former Kogi senator right now. This Dino Milaye, those kind of
to speak for the ADC.
To speak for the party.
Mr. Lawale, you just seem to have a personal problem with him. It's not like he's not representing the ADC well or he's not speaking well for them.
I have a
said
point.
They don't like.
No, it's not that. No. That is not the reason.
Yeah, I think it could have a point. Because,
Look at what he said about American having a pact with Nigeria concerning health.
The health sector.
And why would you condemn that? That is a very cheeky analysis. Why? Somebody wants to assist you health-wise. It's happening all over the world now.
Yes.
And then you condemn that. Is it you are condemning it for the fact that our health system is very fantastic? Is that why you are condemning it, or that we are very rich, we don't need assistance? So what is the basis of doing that? You can say that's a cheeky and a way of trying to, that can easily be used against a party.
Okay.
You should gather, as you are galvanizing support locally, internally, you're supposed to be galvanizing support internationally. Even American president, as powerful as he is, he will come to the galvanized support when they want a president, a candidate will galvanize support from Africa, galvanize support from Europe, across board. And you look at what he said. This is a very, very cheeky analysis. That's why I said when it comes to speaking like this, a real politician or a serious political party will get a professional. They'll be putting through. They will put through those who wants to speak. You will have been grilled on what to say before you come out and say it.
Okay, Dr. Peter Nosige, I was expecting the ADC to hammer on this tax law, but I have not seen them making emphasis on the tax law because a lot of discrepancies and a lot of situations where the government has not been transparent with the people. But I see them still talking about, insecurity is a major issue, but a lot of weakness in this government that the ADC could actually take advantage of. And him talking about Abdullahi, just that states that the ADC has not really done enough to make Nigerians see why APC should not be in power in 2027.
Well, that's Thursday and Friday I was in Abuja.
Okay.
So I spent my time going through the councils and listening to people. You can see that APC is nowhere, understand? Because right now, they are mobilizing campaigning for the council election that is coming on next month. You don't hear APC, understand? But for them to, if at the end of the day, APC emerges that's as the winner, it is not people's choice. It's not the people's decision. Because voting in Nigeria, protecting your votes has become more important than even voting.
Protecting your life.
Understand me? Understand. So that's the issue. But in winning an election, messaging is very, very important. It is message that is used to galvanize, mobilize, and send people to the polling booths. And everywhere in the world, anger is a very strategic tool. The more angry people are, the more willing they are for a change. So if an election comes and the incumbent retains position, it means that it's either that the election was rigged or the people are not angry enough to push for the change. Understand me? So messaging is very, very important. And when a PR of a company, of a political party, or an organization don't have the right message, it cannot mobilize the people.
Is it time for ADC to look for someone else or maybe improve on what they already have?
I didn't say anything about Abdullahi, understand me?
You just indirectly said that he's not been doing the job.
I didn't say anything about about Abdullahi. That I'm talking General Randy.
Okay.
It's important that you get people whose message will be resonating in the mind of the people. Understand me? Pinning all the things that is going bad in the country on the government. That's making the masses angry.
All right, and let me go to Barrister. As we speak, doctors are on strike. And of course, I recently went to a major federal hospital this week, and it was amazing, or would I say it was appalling to know that the doctors actually saying that the increment that was announced by the federal government, was it 2 years ago? And still now, that increment has not been effected for the doctors. And the fact that their taxes for the old salary they earn is still has been implemented. So you're taxing the old salary with new taxes, and you've not increased the salaries, and you're still owing them backlog of wages and promises since 2013. And you still want these doctors to go to work, and you're even threatened that you're going to sack the ones who are not working and bring in new ones. Let's not forget, he also promised to give doctors to some countries when he traveled the last year. He was going to send them doctors and so on and so forth. More doctors are leaving the country, experts are leaving the country and so on and so forth. But let's talk about the ADC. All of this would have been a good instrument to nip the APC's government that they're not doing enough. But we're only seeing the ADC looking like they are so comfortable. They are not really doing the work of the opposition. Is it that? I don't know. Is it that there's something the APC is actually doing that making the opposition already looking like they are giving up, they are not putting up a strong fight for the 2027 elections?
Well, the box is up with Nigerians. It's for us to decide, do we want a continuation of the death and destruction we've been having in the past 10 years under these APC structures? Or do we want to begin to blame the opposition, political parties? Like I'm hearing now, they're not saying what they should say. They're not. Do they need to say anything? Don't we live it? Don't we live these realities? Like you just mentioned that the issue of the doctors. But Nigerians do not realize that most public hospitals are grounded. They're only doing skeletal services for the past 3 months.
Yeah.
Because JOHESU, which is a union of most medical workers, like the clinicians and all that stuff, they are on strike for the past 2 months. This government has not paid them. And the government is signing a $9 million public relations gambit with an American outfit. That $9 million is over 13.5 billion naira. 13.5 billion naira. That would have settled the issues with JOHESU, and they'll come back to work. So we don't begin to look for faults in what the opposition political parties are doing. But we must decide that these characters in the APC will not last a day longer. And then we begin to look for a platform that will ensure that that deal is done. And when you begin to say what Bolaji, what has he done say that is wrong? I had one of the guests in the studio talk about why was he talking about the health pact with the US? It is justified. Because when you look at that health pact, it does not in any way advance Nigeria's interest. Rather, it collects data from Nigeria and sent to the US. It's like saying Mr. Tinubu signed a tax pact with France. So because once it's signed with a foreign government, then it's good for Nigeria. No, it's not good for Nigeria. And if we had a government in place, that government will not dare to sign some of these things that the Bola Tinubu regime is signing. But they have to sign it because they know that they need to get close to the West in any way they can. That's why whatsoever that is brought to this regime of Bola Tinubu to sign, it will sign, even at the detriment of Nigeria's interest. So the reality is this: Nigerians, not even the opposition political parties, Nigerians must have a benchmark that enough is enough, that these characters must be shown the exit at the earliest opportune time, which maybe before if possible, before the next elections, but most likely by the next elections, they should be kicked out of office. Otherwise, we are faced with a very dark prospect. I mean, when I say dark prospect, look at all indices of development. Nigeria is retarding. Nigeria is getting backwards. Is it in terms of foreign direct investment? Most corporate bodies are leaving the country in droves. Most foreign corporate bodies are leaving Nigeria. Is it in terms of even traveling outside for Nigeria? Nigeria is now being hampered by virtually all countries in the world. Our visa, our passports has become like trash. So what will we wait for to decide that we must kick out these APC characters? I mean, let us not delve into what the ADC is doing, the African Democratic Congress, because they are doing their best in the position of where the government is ready to do all kinds of things, jailing, even incarcerating opposition party members, using the judiciary. I mean, the APC is doing everything it can to scuttle the opposition. But Nigerians must align with whoever can remove these characters from office, otherwise we're done. We're in a big mess. Thank you.
We're done, okay?
Yes, I want to also look at another situation, Barrister Eze Eluchie. The ADC is saying right now it would be a colossal mistake for Nigerians to re-elect the APC in 2027. They are basically saying that it's almost like we're back to 2015 where it was anything but Jonathan. Now it's anything but Tinubu. Are we not going to make the same mistake that we made in 2015 with this kind of mindset?
I think what Bolaji Abdullahi of the FDC said was very, very correct. If you look at all the various arms of government, look at what the National Assembly has become. It has become a rudderless national disgrace. They pass whatever is brought to them by Mr. President. Look at the judiciary. Under the current tenure, it has become like a rubber stamp for whatsoever that the APC wants. So virtually every part of Nigeria, every facet of Nigeria is being destroyed. Not too long ago, they would have even destroyed the military hierarchy and military structure. When Mr. Tinubu tried to double promote his ADC to the rank of a general, while retaining that, I mean, that would have been a very dangerous digression for our military. Look at it, the police, the military, the judiciary, the National Assembly, everything that the APC under Bola Tinubu is touching is being destroyed. So it is Nigeria's best interest to ensure that this does not continue a day longer. And I think I will align with the APC, ADC, African Democratic Congress spokesperson, that Nigerians do not have to wait until the structure is set for them. We should get involved, we should engage with the process and ensure that never again, enough is enough. If you look further down the road and imagine the horror of this regime continuing a day longer than necessary, my dear, already our Naira is becoming worthless, our taxes is becoming incredible, our lives is becoming reduced, our hospital is now becoming like a morgue, like a mortuary. I mean, our schools are no longer even worth sending your children to. What remains? Our sports is collapsing, our infrastructure is decaying, and the same government is trying to stay back in office. Now, I urge Nigerians, don't wait for even the opposition to coalesce. Get involved and ensure that, because what is at stake now is the life of Nigerians. And let us not say, let the courts take care of it, let the judiciary, let the INEC decide. No. When you cast your vote, be there and make sure it counts. Because at the end of the day, it is all the Nigerians that will lose out. So we must make sure that the votes count and that whosoever we elect gets to rule. That is how it works everywhere. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Dr. Ernest.
But Mr. Ezenuche, you are speaking more forceful than Abdullahi. I understand what Mr. Ekundayo is saying. Understand? Message is very, very important. Abdullahi is talking like a gentleman. And that's not what we need at this point in time in the country. You are passing the message more than the ADC, National Publicity Secretary. And that's what Mr. Ekundayo is saying.
Okay.
No, just one thing is this.
Okay.
What I'm just trying to say is that as a spokesperson, you are the face of that party. But that doesn't mean you are the one to always, look for what to say. They can train you. You have a team. That team, you sit down with the team, every now and then you discuss, you'll have fine-tuned what you want to say before you come out. They will have looked at the political aspect of it, the educative aspect of it, before you now come out. Then by the time you are saying it, the message will be 100% accepted. Not you are saying things and then people begin to look at what you are saying and begin to say yes or no. Opposition will be looking at it, that the ruling party will be at an opportunity to attack your party.
Let's take a look at the Tinubu's APC. What is encouraging the impunity that we see on the part of governance, whereby this is a year where people will start preparing for the elections, and you start a year with bringing a tax law to be implemented, because by Monday there's going to be a 7.5% on behalf of the banks taxing every transaction, and still yet they've not been able to explain. I think I've been hearing different explanations, which is still not clear. Is it not on the duty of the government to tell Nigerians, this is actually what the tax law says, this is what we're going to be deducting, not doing it on just one social media page of just one spokesman on behalf of the tax regime? The government is not paying seriousness to the plight of Nigerians. We're still facing economic instability. The dollar is still on the rise. Insecurity is facing Nigerians. What would make this government sit up and say, let's address the situation of this country? Let's at least pretend. But they are not pretending anymore. They are just business as usual. What is encouraging impunity, Dr. Anderson?
One, with what Barrister Ezenuche is saying, Tinubu feels that he has the country that's in his palm. He has the judiciary headed by Kekere Edu, a Yoruba man. He has the EFCC headed by Onukoyade. That's this Kekere Eku, a Yoruba woman. EFCC Onukoyade, a Yoruba man. That's the DSS chief of defense staff. So all this security and monetary apparatus are under his own people.
Okay.
So he feels that
that's enough.
That nothing will shake him.
Yeah.
But as the case said, when you get overconfidence, that you'll be hit with a sucker punch. Understand? Mm-hmm. Power belongs to the people. And it behoves on Nigerians to say enough is enough. For me, it is Nigerians being docile that is making Tinubu to feel that way. Ordinarily, if an election is coming near, you need to be pacifying the people. Okay. Because they are the one that are going to vote for you. But an election is coming near, you are still increasing their hardship because you feel that they don't matter. Understand? You feel that they are not important, that you will be where you are, whether they want it or not. What needed to Arab Spring is what? Is a tax. Even United States today revolted from England because of tax.
That's the problem.
Understand me? So tax has caused troubles, change of government in many countries. But this is happening in Nigeria. Nobody's even
saying anything.
Raising a finger.
Okay, is it that Nigerians definitely they've been a lot of allegations or thoughts that Nigerians are people who bear a lot, who will tolerate a lot of things? But when is it going to reach the breaking point? Is it that until when they start seeing actually the deduction in their accounts, that is when they will understand what it looks like?
Nigerians have now really suffered enough.
Okay,
when they suffer enough, they will get sense.
That is not the problem. It's not that Nigerians have not suffered enough.
Okay.
The problem with Nigerians is the system. This is not the Nigeria of old. Go and look at it now. The Nigeria that fought the military out of power. The Nigeria that fought the colonial masters to live. This is the same Nigeria that when we have a government that is even easier to deal with the withdrawal. It's the way you use the system. It has to do with the mind. When the mind is ready to move, the body moves. But when the mind is not ready, the body will not move. That is the situation of Nigeria. Now, what is the system? Religion, misinformation. That's one of the things. No, you cannot talk against the government, so you must always pray for them. And it's one of the problems. It's one of the problems. How can somebody slap me? I cannot even say, sir, why did you slap me? I must say thank you. Somebody will tell you if you are sick and you go to somebody else, how are you feeling? You say, I am strong. You get it? This is the system in which you recondition the mind of the people in such a way that they become slaves and afraid.
So you see we're dealing with psychological warfare.
Yes, that's the major problem. Not only Christianity, it's in every other religion, even in Islam. Go and see depression. They tend to, make the people see the government as sacred and superior to you. You have to, either be afraid of them, you have to, pacify them. Even when they do road, they will say on radio, please help me thank our governor, he did a road. You can see the psychology now. And the governor will come and campaign and say, I'm going to.
And he use their money to build that road.
And you come and say, I will beg our governor, if you can do the road, repair the road in a social place. Look at that. See the psychology. And then the tribalism comes in. If some people are sticking, they turn it to tribalism. It's because it's not from their tribe. That is why they are talking. You should wait for your own turn. And this and that. You can see the way they conditioned the mind of Nigerians. So that will not become like slaves. And they look like a master to us. So that is the major problem that we have. So a Nigerian that is pushed against the wall will use his hand to claw the wall open, his hand will bleeding, escape through the wall and keep running. A Nigerian that will face a blue sea, a raging blue sea, will either enter the blue sea and perish than for him to face the person that is chasing him.
Let me go to Barrister. Is it that the APC has a trump card that they are going to use ahead of the 2027 election that will make Nigerians eventually turn to their side? Because it looks like all the focus majorly last year was making sure that the governors kept on decamping from their party. Destroying PDP was a major focus, making sure the governors were decamping from the PDP to the APC, and the Labour Party was weakened, which they succeeded in doing. And this year, they started with new tax system with a lot of discrepancies. Is it that there's something the APC has in motion that's making them so confident? And the impunity on the part of government, not explaining to Nigerians what is actually happening, but just maintaining status quo.
Yes, the reality is that I don't blame the APC strategists, because to them, they know that they got into office, Bola Tinubu got into office without winning any election. Tinubu clearly did not win the election. So now that they have all the powers, and like Dr. Nosuke tried to mention there, Mr. Tinubu feels that with the judiciary under Kekere, the EFCC under the DSS under Ajayi, police under Betoku, Chief of Defense Staff under Olu Yede, Finance under Edu, and CBN under Cardoso. Everything is well covered. And then with the kind of money he's now throwing around for lobbying to the United States and all those areas, then he's covered. So that he doesn't give a damn about what Nigerians think, because they think it's all a done deal. But then that is where Nigerians have to teach him a lesson. That is where Nigerians have to realize that, look, if we don't stop this nonsense, what we are going through now will be like an El Dorado, will be like a jamboree compared to what will happen. Because now they are even ruling without the slightest out of respect for the people. The worst that has ever happened in Nigerians, in the island of Nigerian history, is that a tax law that has serious impact on Nigerians was forged. And what Mr. President now says, he will implement that forged document despite not being what the National Assembly passed. And he thinks Nigerians will keep quiet. And when you look at that law, it gives the presidency or his appointees powers to destroy, to arrest anybody who does not pay what they say you should pay. And this is not a law that the National Assembly passed. So if we do not stop these guys, these characters at this end, then we should all go and buy chains. Nigerians should go and buy chains and tie around their necks and hand over to the nearest APC member around them. But if we are serious about getting out of this mess, we should all coalesce. We should ensure that at all costs, this perfidy, this nonsense will not last a day longer. And we should not begin to look for holes in the opposition parties, because as an individual, you can't contest an election. You must still come under the guise, under the platform of the party. So for Nigerians, look around. If it's the African Democratic Congress, let us coalesce around that and ensure that these characters don't continue to joke with our lives. Because all I see in this APC is more hell down the road. Thank you very much.
All right, then we can continue to look at these issues, but it is imperative that we speak to those around us, even as we go into another election season, that they make the right decision for the betterment of the country. Now, I want us to quickly take a look at some trends. We should have gone on a break, but because of our time, we will not do that. A very unfortunate scenario has unfolded when a Lagos father identified as Samuel Alozie is currently seeking justice after his 9-month-old identical twin sons, Testimony and Timothy, allegedly died within 24 hours of receiving routine immunization at a primary health care center. Speaking on TikTok, Alozie shared a heartbreaking video showing the twins' remains in body bags and said they were healthy prior to the injection. He claimed the infants became weak and lethargic after the immunization, and despite following the nurse's instructions, they died on Christmas Day in 2025. The father rejected the healthcare's claims that the deaths were caused by food-related bacteria and expressed fears that the investigation might be manipulated as the facility is government-run. He's appealing for legal and public support and said he cannot pursue justice alone. Let's take a listen to this video where he's narrating what happened.
Good morning, everybody. Please, for people that are asking me, where is the health center? The health center is at Ajambadi, and it is Ajambadi Primary Health Center, Ojo Local Government, Lagos State. And it happened that the immunization was conducted on 24th of December in the morning. And in the morning, 25th of December, they died. And on that 24th, after the injection, they were very weak. And I gave them paracetamol because they not say if the temperature continue, that I should give them paracetamol. I and my wife, after we left the health center, we went to. And we gave the two of them paracetamol, which the paracetamol didn't solve anything. We even bathed them. My wife bathed them cold water. So after that, they died. On 25th morning, the two of them died the same time. And the worst part of it is they drug weak two of them to the extent they can't talk, they can't eat, they can't play as usual. Like they can't disturb as they used to do, So anybody coming here to say immunization is not this, it's a lie. Before you give your child, or before you go for immunization, try to know what they are giving to your child, because I guess maybe this is overdose or it is fake drugs. Because you can't tell me my child that is not sick, that is strong and sound.
I cannot help but feel the pain of this young man. He goes on to say in the video that he's a very healthy young man. He says he's just 30, but when you see him, you wouldn't even know because he's so strong. He has such a very strong and agile body. He talks about how these kids have been okay. They've been really playful. Nothing was wrong with them. This is coming on the heels of the unfortunate death of internationally acclaimed Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's 21-month-old son in a Nigerian health facility. That was a private hospital. What's going on, Mr. Jerry?
Yeah.
What's going on?
The thing is that there's negligence on the part of those who carry out healthcare in Nigeria. And when you go to the hospitals these days, you need to fact check. You don't just leave your life in the hands of these so-called healthcare workers, because I've experienced one, which I took my son to the hospital, and you could see that they gave the auxiliary nurses a lot of chances to try to find the vein of my son.
Don't even get me started on auxiliary nurses. What is that?
The nurses kept on injecting my son looking for a vein. And this boy was going through pain. I think after situation, I was
You
angry.
sat there and watched them do that.
No, first of all, I just believe that, normally you should give them a chance, first of all. But
I'm sorry, but I'm not giving any auxiliary laws a chance to do anything.
The thing is that
we're talking about people who go to backwater clinics to learn.
This hospital,
this
hospital is a very expensive hospital.
What's that?
I'm calling them auxiliary now because
Honestly,
when they look like nurses who have got trained, because definitely the packaging will make you feel these are nurses who are qualified. But when they started injecting him, trying to find his vein, now I knew that there's something wrong with this process. I had to stop it. I had to go to the head doctor and say, give me a nurse who's capable, or do it yourself.
You don't play with health like that.
So we've seen situations where experiments are being made with patients' lives.
And this leads to unfortunate scenarios.
Actually,
I want us to even quickly talk to
It's not experimentation. The secretary is saying, okay.
It's not experimentation.
Okay.
It's lack of training. It's shortfall in training.
Shortfall in training.
Because in those days, I remember, we have a school of nursing that they produce, technical nurses.
Okay.
Technical nurses that have been trained. Their major everything about them is a technical treatment. And then you began to see the government phasing out this nursing. Then everybody must go to university. See, the problem with university, because I'm an educationist, the problem with university is that university do a lot of philosophy and theoretical, But technical colleges, what they deal with is the training itself, the application of that thing. So both of them work together. That's why in those days, you rarely see cases like this. In 3 years, you have already been trained very well as a nurse, practicals and everything. You are very good technically. You know how to do this thing. That is why they support the doctors. But now, we are having shortages of these nurses. And then these hospitals have to cope with auxiliary, which they train themselves to assist.
Let's also take a look at those who
we're having issues.
Those who administer immunization these days.
Then I want to talk about that.
A lot of quack people.
Yes, I know. In fact, some of them didn't even go to school.
Yes.
They don't even go to secondary. They didn't finish their
be?
secondary school. Now, let me tell you about this vaccine.
Okay.
Let me tell you about vaccine. Vaccine is made up of, it's not drug, it's made up of that germ that is causing disease. It's what is inside the vaccine.
So there's an
it's not. It's like this thing is causing disease. This bacteria is causing the disease.
Okay.
So this bacteria is weakened in such a way that if it is injected into your body, it will only stimulate your body to produce antibodies to fight that disease. But it will not produce the disease. Or it may produce a mild state. So your body reacts quickly, clear it off, fight it off, then produce antibodies against that bacteria infection. So that's why you say you have been immunized. But the problem is this: these vaccines, they have conditions that makes them to be like. The moment that condition is not met, they kick back to that disease. So if you inject somebody at that moment, that person will develop that disease, and that disease can kill that person. Maybe it's an expired vaccine. Maybe it's a vaccine that's not been properly preserved. You get it? So all these things, that's why if they are transporting vaccine the way they do it. But here you see quack. That's why I said that you see quack doing it. They don't know all this rigor. They have not been exposed to all this training. So they just can't give their carry. Go.
What we see here, Mr.
Person, no person.
What we see here is an attempt to shift the blame to the parents. But Barrister Eze-Eluche, what legal path can this father actually explore to get justice for himself? Because we're talking about twin boys here who are just 8 months old, dying
on
after being immunized, when they're supposed to be celebrating. Twins. 2 healthy boys dying just like that. And the hospital is trying to shift the blame to the father. We do not know who is to blame in this scenario right now, but the father insists that these kids were healthy before he took them to the hospital. As a lawyer, how can he pursue and win this case to get justice?
Thank you very much. You see, what we have to realize is that Nigeria is the land of the living dead. All of us.
Wow.
You, me, every other person. Each day we hear a story of medical malpractice, and it's embedded in our system. I once had surgery, and I was the anesthetist gave me some drugs, and I slept for about 12 hours. I mean, I was on the verge. So this is the land of the living, and it is traceable to corruption in our system. When we talk of corruption, people think it's just something that is stealing money. If corruption, people bribe their way to medical school. People bribe their way to become head of NAFDAC, and they do nothing, absolutely nothing. From the story of the man who, from what he narrated, he went for immunization, got some drugs. You also hear him say he gave the children paracetamol. I mean, that paracetamol has to be investigated to know exactly what kind of drug it was. Whether it was paracetamol or whether it was one of those concoctions made from somewhere else and given to these children. So it's not as straightforward as it is. But the bottom line is this. We are living we're all in like a living corpses in this country. And until we redress and address the issue of corruption in all facets of our being, it will not stop. Yesterday it was Chimamanda, today is this young man, tomorrow who will it be? Will it be you or me? That is why when we have a country where, if you recollect, the hospital where Mr. Buhari died, he was paying £2,000 plus a night at public expense, £2,000 plus pounds a night.
Outside the country.
And Mr. Bola Tinubu always travels abroad for medical treatment. Virtually most top civil servants travel abroad. And they forget that they leave this healthcare system in shambles. And they will still come back here. And I mean, those who rule us are so wicked and vicious. When you have an emergency, you have a 6-hour flight to the UK, you will die before that flight gets to the UK. So why don't you ensure that we have equipped hospitals in Nigeria? We have the personnel, but we'll keep on hearing these stories of deaths every day. Unfortunately, I really commiserate with the young man who lost his twins, but that is Nigeria for you. And we have to not address each individual case. It's a systemic issue. Let us address the system. Let us ensure that we have good governance. Let us ensure that we eschew corruption. That is how to get out of this mess, not just ad hoc addressing the solutions. For the young man, who is he going to sue? The public health sector? In which court? In the same court that have a bias towards not giving appropriate damages claims against the government. So the system is rotten. I mean, it's painful because this is a country we all live in. I don't know for you guys whether you have another passport, but some of us have only one passport. That's the Nigerian passport. That's why we must be very, very emphatic on getting this country right. Who is he going to sue? I mean, it's so sad. I pity for him, but let us try and get our things right. Let us try and get a good government in place that will begin the march towards development and progress. Thank you very much for the opportunity of being here.
All right, Dr. Onosike, you would like to say something?
Well, for me, until law is made that public office holders must patronize public institutions, we will not get our health sectors right in this country. So if we want to get our health sectors right, there should be a law that every public office holder should be patronizing public health institutions. Understand? So when a senator knows that if he gets sick, he can only cure himself in Nigeria, he will make laws that will improve all the health sectors. But once they know that when they have headache, they will go to UK or to France, they will not do that. So the way out is a law that will make sure that every public office holder patronizes public health institutions in the country. That's the way forward.
Yeah, it's just like all man for himself until pretty difficult situation.
It's a very terrible situation. I cannot help but think the kind of emotional turmoil that the parents will be going through, especially the mother who carried and birthed. It's not easy to be pregnant for twins.
Wow.
Do you know? A few days ago, my mom said, "Oh, Chima, come and massage my back." I said, "What's wrong with you?" She said, "Okay, you know, having carried so many pregnancies, I still feel the pain on my back, and our last child is like 13."
Wow,
That's
a lot.
No, it's very sad. But it's time for us to go. We must thank Barrister Eze Eluchie, Dr. Peter Onosike, and Lawale Kundaya for joining us on the program Morning Buzz this morning. And of course, thank you to my co-host, Jerry.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure being
Always
here.
a pleasure being here. Now, that's it on today's episode of the Morning Buzz. Stay tuned to Voice of the People Television as we bring you more interesting programming. My name is Chioma Innocent.
And I'm Jerry Alpelion. Have a great weekend.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room. the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Today, we start on a very sad note. I mean, this story just wipes the smile totally off your face. So you know that there is a demolition ongoing in Makoko in Lagos. There's been some very, very sad development. Death, hunger has become the song of the day. I'll take you straight to X now. We're going to be seeing posts and videos, one after the other. The first post. So, Makoko protest day 2. This is coming from JEI. Makoko community protests against illegal demolition that has already destroyed 35 plus hectares of homes, schools, clinics, business, with 30,000 plus homeless. Yesterday, Lagos House of Assembly members promised it would be stopped. It continues. Protest continues. Take a listen. Now, those are residents of Makoko at the Lagos State House of Assembly protesting. Kudos to my colleague Adura, who just told me what they're saying. They're saying, if I don't build a house on the sea, where will I build a house? Let's take a look at the next post now. I'm telling you, more videos are coming. It's a whole lot. Vanguard is the one reporting this one. It says, hunger, deaths in wake of demolitions at Makoko, Shogunro. As the demolition of buildings within 100 meters of the power line continues in the Makoko waterfront community, residents have taken to the streets pleading for food, clothing, and assistance for survival. Viewers' discretion is advised. Take a look at this video.
See another person. They have shot another person. They have shot another person. See, they have shot another person. They've shot another person. They've shot another person. Jesus. Jesus. They've shot another person. Jesus. They are rushing out to the hospital.
This is appalling. Now, the elderly woman you are seeing there fainted, and she's been rushed to the hospital. And if you go to the comment section, netizens are asking which hospital are there hospitals in Makoko? I don't know. Have you ever been to this community? I've been, and it's just, I can't even describe it. It's appalling. Now, there is supposedly an agreement that they think that the Lagos state government is not keeping to. Now, Betty Abba is a very popular activist, as she runs an organization called CHOPE. So Betty Abba, who is also on this case now, she's on ground at Makoko as we're speaking, and she says, Makoko demolition update. 3 persons, including 2 children and an aged woman, dead so far from tear gas attacks on the community by the demolition squad sent by Lagos state government at Follow LASG. Several still gravely ill with respiratory symptoms as a result of the attack. Why should an urbanization agenda consistently be at the expense of the urban poor, including innocent children? The ongoing gentrification across Lagos is the crudest we've ever seen. An ideal city should be an inclusive city. Hashtag slum upgrade, not mass displacement. Becky also put up this video. Again, viewers' discretion is advised. Now, that video is blurred because it's a gory sight. That person is dead, and that's a relative in despair slapping the leg of the dead person, who is a male, by the way. It's heavy, I can tell you. But there are more posts and more videos. Let's continue to take a look at them now. It is hashtag Makoko. Betty Abba again says, we received news this morning, that will be January 13, that the death tolls at Makoko from the tear gas effects, especially those of children, are on the increase. The next post. Spaces for Change, which is another non-governmental organization, says, to the state government, these are shanties, but to the residents, this is the place they call home. See, Spaces for Change put up this video. Take a look. So you can clearly see the bulldozer there, and that is the demolition process ongoing at the Makoko waterfront. In a short while, we are going to be seeing Lagos state government side of the story and this so-called agreement the residents have been talking about. Let's take a look at the next post now. It is hashtag Makoko right here on hashtags. The next post now, thank you. So HRH Nero says, the demolition of Makoko is long overdue. Have you ever stopped to think about where all their waste actually goes? And HRH now says, leftover food, chicken bones, meat scraps, human urine, feces, everything. Over 1,100 people living directly on and above the water with no proper sanitation. Every single drop of wastewater, every urination, every defecation ends up straight in the Lagos Lagoon. The Lagos Lagoon has become an open sewer, and this situation is unsustainable and dangerous for the residents and for the entire city that shares the same lagoon system. The next post. So Gbolahan, who is also a part of the Lagos State government, says an aerial look at Makoko, Lagos' biggest Lagos's. Can we say that? Let me just stick to Lagos. Lagos' biggest floating slum as demolition continues and the community faces redevelopment. For decades, thousands built their lives on this waterfront. Today, the landscape is changing rapidly. As Lagos grows, the big question remains: can redevelopment happen without erasing people and their history? That is the million-dollar question. Gbolahan put up this video. It's a silent film. I'd like for it to roll while I just, talk about this city. Can you call, no, Makoko, I don't think you can call it a city, this community for a little while. Can we have that aerial view roll? So, no, that's not the one. So, Makoko is a place where people who don't like living on land, reside there. They're from all parts of the nation. Some of them are actually from outside Nigeria. And I remember going there some years back, and these people who said that even if you want to move them out of that place, they're not going to go. But the question now is, I wish we had that aerial view that Gbolahan put up. The question now is, even if the Lagos State government is carrying on an urbanization agenda, are you going to relocate these people to a safe place? Are you going to have them resettled into, the society? Is there going to be integration? Is the million-dollar question. Like I asked you earlier on, there is also, like I said, the Cable is reporting and the Punch is reporting. Cable has the side of the people, and then the Punch has the side of the government. So let me take you back to taking a look at this post now, as we continue to take a look at how this urbanization project is panning out. So that is the Cable. Credit goes to the Cable. Residents of Makoko, a community nestled on the Lagos Lagoon, have protested the demolition of their homes by officials of the Lagos State government. Speaking with the Cable on Thursday, they shared that the clearance began on December 22, 2025. The other page. They said they initially thought the bulldozing was meant to destroy only homes within the 30-meter safety setback from the high-tension power line. That is the agreement, right? So continue to listen closely, guys. Let's take a look at the next page. The power line crisscrosses, I beg your pardon. The power line crisscrosses the community and the landmark Third Mainland Bridge. And this here is the crux of the matter. Let's take a look at the next page. They have passed more than 100-meter setback. They being officials of the Lagos State government. And they are going to 200-meter. They lied to us, the interviewee said to the Cable. Now, credit goes to the next one you're going to be seeing. This is the Punch. Credit goes to the Punch for this reportage. This is the government saying. Speaking on the development, the Permanent Secretary, Office of Urban Development, Mr. Gbolahan, that's the one that, posted with the aerial view, said those opposing the exercise were residents who refused to vacate areas marked for demolition. The next page. On whether the government was adhering to the agreed 100-meter setback from power lines, Oki said the actual safety requirement was wider. It is even 250 meters. So giving them 100 meters is free for all, he said. The state government explained that the demolition formed part of its urban regeneration program aimed at achieving mega city status. It noted that similar exercises had been carried out in areas such as Oworoshoki, Mile 12, and Etiosa as part of efforts to enforce building regulations and ensure compliance with urban planning laws across Lagos. So that's the side of the government. But what activists are saying at the moment is that please do this thing with humanity and ensure that no more lives are lost. Also ensure that these people are resettled properly. I rest my case. We move on to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag Ikorodu. Something drastic happened today in Ikorodu, but we are grateful to God that there was no fatality. So children were in a classroom when the building came crashing down. But thankfully, according to reporting from Vanguard and Trending Explained, the pupils escaped and no one was harmed. So I'm going to take you to X now so you see how this particular hashtag is panning out. Hashtag Ikorodu. Let's do it. Yeah. Vanguard says Lagos public school building collapses in Ikorodu during class hours. Pupils inside. Let's take a look at the next post by Trending Explained before I put up the video for you. So Trending Explained says Ikorodu is trending because on Thursday, a government high school collapsed on kids during lectures at Odo Kekere. Fortunately, the kids smartly fled before the full drop, injuring a teacher. According to locals, the school charged pupils 1,000 naira development levy to fix the structure. So when it collapsed, the management was strictly against people recording the incident. No casualties was recorded. However, Lagos State government has said the section that collapsed had been marked for demolition and reconstruction before the unfortunate incident. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu directed affected students to be moved to nearby to continue their studies. The Special Committee on Rehabilitation of Public Schools is expected to visit the school in earnest to expedite the construction of a new modern classroom for kids. Note that this is a government high school. Take a look.
Kekere High School at Ikorodu, school collapse. Why they are receiving lecture in the class, but we thank God nothing happened. And the funniest part is that the school authorities, they are shouting for people not to video. And is this still not worth videoing? Because a lot of things will have happened to those children, if not because they are smart enough to quickly escape to rescue themselves. Because eléyìí kódà ó ti pọ̀jù.
Now, that is the state of the situation right now. I didn't want to say state of the nation because this is just a small part of Lagos. Some people argue Ikorodu is not a small part, largely populated. But that is it. That's how it's panning out right now. And Lagos State government is saying they're going to transform that whole thing, this whole debacle, into, some very, very beautiful structure. It's amazing how light comes out of darkness, isn't it? Well, netizens are reacting to this particular one. Let's see what they're saying. It is hashtag Ikorodu. I am so glad there is no fatality. Laycon Tate says the road to that school is like a death trap. And they have so many industrial companies in that axis. They have tried to fix the road for so long, but someone, I'm trying to figure out that last line now. Someone in Lagos and Ogun State still they drag who get the area. Oh, I get it now. So that particular part of Ikorodu, according to Laycon Tate, is in contention now. Lagos and Ogun are dragging. Oh my gosh, that's not pretty at all. Let's go to the next one. This is Damilare. He says, who receives the 1,000 naira development levy? And what is the money used for? That's a $1 billion question. There's another one. So, Agbalaka says, where are the emergency responses? Tunde says, what is the meaning of Lagos Public School? If the state government continue to starve the local government their funds and not make them independent, development will not get to the grassroots. All public primary and secondary schools should be managed by local governments. And Peter says, a state with the $1 billion economy. More reactions. Ugochukwu says, what is happening in Lagos? Fire and building collapse every day. Meki says, the richest state in Nigeria, built by the master strategist himself, Bola Tinubu. Adekoya Samuel says, God will save their soul. Son Noah says, country of particular concern. Juliet again re-echoes what Son Noah says. That is a country of particular concern. Guys, who does that remind you of? Donald Trump. The U.S., of course, this year, last year, redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Talking about local government autonomy, we've been receiving feedbacks from some states and some local government areas that monies are being transferred directly now to the account of the local government areas. I'm hoping that is true. So we'll keep our fingers on this story. We'll keep you updated to see how it unfolds. Let's do some politics now, right? So the son of Nigeria's former vice president, at least one of them, former vice president Atiku Abubakar, one of his sons just, how will I say it, ported. You know how you port from MTN to Glo or something? One of his sons just ported to the APC, and that has got tongues wagging online. The name of his son is Abba Atiku Abubakar. I'll take you to NTA now, online, as they give us that story. Let's do it. Hashtag Atiku's son. So NTA Network says the son of Nigeria's former vice president, Abba Atiku Abubakar, has joined the All Progressives Congress to mobilize support for the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was received by the Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, and the National Vice Chairman of the APC, Northeast, Mustafa Salihu, Thursday evening in Abuja. Abba Abubakar Atiku also renamed the political group he founded to Haske Bola Tinubu Organization. It was set up in 2022 as Atiku Haske Organization. I can't even wrap my head around this. But hey, Atiku himself, the former vice president, understands this. We're going to be hearing from him in a short while. But let's take a look at the reactions now. So, CBN Gov says, father, ADC, eldest son, PDP, who is a commissioner in Adama, younger son, APC. Wow, this is a highly political family, if you ask me. Let's take a look at the next reaction, shall we? Pastor KZJ Atani says, make una give him long polo. There's another one. Let's take a look at it. So, Oluwa Mommy, I hope I got that right, says, are you sure he's not a spy? $1 million question. The next post, and this is Atiku Abubakar himself responding to this development. He says, the decision of my son, Abba Abubakar, to join the APC is entirely personal. In a democracy, such choices are neither unusual nor alarming, even when family and politics intersect. As a Democrat, I do not coerce my own children in matters of conscience, and I certainly will not coerce Nigerians. What truly concerns me is the poor governance of the APC and the severe economic and social hardships it has imposed on our people. I remain resolute in working with like-minded patriots to restore good governance and offer Nigerians a credible alternative that brings relief, hope, and progress. AA. That's a very popular signature, Atiku Abubakar. There you go. That's how it's panning out in former Vice President Atiku Abubakar's household right now. I can tell you that's a highly democratic household. But netizens are saying, you guys, watch this thing carefully. Make sure he's not a spy. Well, can we do more politics? Yeah, let's do it. This time, let's take a quick trip to Rivers State. So when Rivers State, the State Assembly said they were going to impeach Governor Fubara, Siminalayi Fubara, and they began proceedings. Shortly afterwards, 2 of the lawmakers withdrew from the impeachment proceedings. And then again, 2 more of them withdrew from the impeachment proceedings. But today, this is what we are hearing. These 4 lawmakers that withdrew from the impeachment proceedings are now saying, no, we are not making a U-turn. We are back to status quo. I cannot even wrap my head around it. Neither can some netizens. In a short while, you're going to be seeing the reactions. But for you to have a meat of this story, let me take you to X now. So you see the first publication and the first video. So let's do it. The cable has it? Yeah. 4 Rivers Assembly lawmakers make U-turn, recommit, I beg your pardon, to Fubara's impeachment. Speaking at a press conference on Friday in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, the lawmaker said Fubara has shown no remorse over the allegations leveled against him by the Assembly. They put up this video. Take a listen.
Good morning, members of the press. You will recall that on the 12th day of January 2026, myself and my colleague, Honorable Peter Abe, addressed the press, wherein we made a plea to our colleagues to seek for a political solution to this impasse that is going on between the Assembly and the Governor of Rivers State. During the pendency of this appeal, we found out that the Governor and the Deputy Governor, they have all employed their media boys and aides to continuously attack the Rivers State House of Assembly instead of seeking for the political solution which we offer. It is on this basis that I, Honorable Silvanus Wangwo, and my fellow colleague here, Honorable Peter Abe, is saying that the impeachment proceedings should continue. We have extended our plea. Thank you so much.
Gentlemen of the press, you will recall, as the minority leader said, some few days ago, we pleaded with our colleagues to rescind the impeachment process. But as we all know, as my colleague, the minority leader said, we have been a series of attacks because we see that the governor's ploy is to continue to infringe on the Constitution. And remember, I told you that infringement on the Constitution is a no-go, it's a no-no. So the infringement, there is no stopping the governor and the deputy. So me, as an Ijaw man, I'm an Ijaw man to the governor, and this is not ethnic, we should not ethnicize this. This is simply a constitutional matter. And so we are saying that the process should hereby continue. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I, Honorable Barile Nwako, the Deputy Minority Leader and member representing the Ghana Constituency. Recall that on Wednesday, the 14th of January 2025, Honorable Emilia Loki Amadi and I addressed the media and stated that we are willing to adopt a political solution to the matter affecting the governor and his deputy governor, removal from office. Regrettably, the governor and deputy governor have sent signals to us that they are not prepared to retrace their steps and govern in line with the Constitution. They are adamant. We are now convinced that their strategy is to intimidate us into withdrawing the impeachment process for the third time while they continue their infractions on the Constitution and the law. They are insisting that others will come and we will not perform the oversight functions like other states' legislation in the Federation. This is very bad for our democracy. On this note, we are proceeding with the impeachment process, and while we thank Mr. President for his fatherly effort so far that the governor and the deputy governor have both disregarded, let me call on my colleague to say something.
Right. So those are the four lawmakers that have said, let's take a political solution to this thing, but they're saying the governor and his deputy have not shown any form of remorse, and so they're going to continue with the impeachment proceedings. What are they impeaching the governor for? They said gross misconduct. Now, there are a couple of responses to this particular video. We'll take a look at them before we take a listen to the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Let's do it. It is #Rivers State. So Shackmore Profile says, one of the major problems we have in Nigerian politics is the irresponsibility of state assemblies. Jaga says, in all of this, I only pity the Rivers State people. Let's take a look at the next post. So Nigerian Affairs says, Rivers State House of Assembly has resolved by motion to investigate the allegations of gross misconduct leveled against Governor Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu, and requests the Chief Judge of Rivers State to set up a panel to investigate the allegations. Take a listen, guys, to the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly.
pursuant to this section of the Constitution, I seek your leave to immediately put this to vote on that note. Members who are in support that the notice of allegations of gross misconduct against His Excellency Sir Samuel Fubara, GSSRS, Governor of State, be investigated should indicate by raising their hands. Please do the count. Against, abstention, distinguished colleagues, the clerk.
So it's like there are all for the impeachment, none against, and no abstention, based on what we just saw. But I'd like for you to take a look at the next post, because, you know, this plot is expanding. It's just expanding. Let's take a look at the next post now, shall we? By the way, that was the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Honorable Lawmaker Mauli. Let's take a look at the next post. It's still hashtag Rivers State Assembly. Sahara Reporter says, Rivers State High Court. No, before that, there is a post. Let's take, yeah. Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martins Amaole, writes the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Chibuzo Simeon Amadi, to set up a panel of 7 persons to investigate the allegations of gross misconduct leveled against Governor Fubara and his deputy, Ngozi Odu. Now, this is the update to the story. The post you're about to see is the latest. That's the latest development. Let's take a look at the next one now. This is the update, and Sahara Reporters jumping on it says, Rivers State High Court stops Chief Judge from acting on impeachment moves against Governor Fubara and his deputy. So how is this going to end is the million-dollar question. Netizens also are reacting to this one. Let's take a look at these responses. Ahmad Sadauna Inada Lili says, Rivers State politics needs to be studied in our universities. Tyzin says, controlled people. And Blackface Entertainment says, he's concerned that the whole government functionaries in Rivers State is acting like a sect, right? He thinks, I think what Blackface is saying is similar to what Tyzin is saying. That's how we wrap it up on hashtag Rivers State. And as we do it here, it's actually tradition and hashtags. As events unfold, we will keep you posted. Yeah, we'll follow it bumper to bumper. The next hashtag now, away from politics and away from humanitarian situations, is about Nigerian billionaire businessman, if you want to call him a socialite, Obi Kubana. Obi Kubana has given his life to Christ, and he was led to Christ by the very popular Pastor Jerry Eze. Now, Very Dark Man is jumping on this story, and he put up this post. Take a look. So Very Dark Man says, good news! Billionaire Obi Kubana gave Jerry Eze 1 billion naira as offerings in his church. He has officially given his life to Christ. He is now a new creature. He was led to God by Pastor Jerry Eze. He is now baptized and has chosen to serve God for the rest of his life. It's beautiful seeing rich, influential people publicly declare their love for Christ. And then Very Dark Man says, God remains the greatest. Seek him and grow in him. I concur. Now, let's take a listen to Obi Kubana giving his testimony.
2026 is a new creature, okay? I give my life to Christ, and I make sure I go to church every Sunday. Papa, no, you're too shy. Confirm today that Obi has given his life to Christ. And you make sure that I go to church every Sunday.
Obi has given his life to Christ.
And then
I led him to Christ.
And you ensure he stays there.
Yes, he needs discipleship.
Yes,
So,
under you.
Yes, he needs
Who knows?
discipleship. So
Who knows?
I've already assigned disciples to him.
Okay.
And,
Now, one direct one.
he will grow. He will grow. He will grow in the knowledge of God.
Amen.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
And he said he was going to do this video by himself.
Yes, I wasn't prompted.
He was going to let everybody know he has given his life to Christ.
Yes.
So he will do well.
He will do well.
He will do well in Jesus' name.
Amen, amen. So all you naysayers and negative people, don't go and bring bad vibe to me. Just believe. Obi is a new creature, okay? And I'll lead a lot of people to Christ. You know, can have a very big influence on the youth. So in the youth, they get a month here, they quit that. Your name here. Not for Jesus Christ, but your wife. Amen. Thank you.
All right, so Obi Kubana is a new creature now. And I heard Pastor Jerry Eze saying he was going to disciple him. No, teach him. Is that grammar correct? Well, he was going to make him a disciple. Now, do you know what that means? Have you ever seen Pastor Jerry Eze kabashing and praying? Does that mean very soon we are going to be seeing Obi Kubana like that, a prayer warrior? But I'm so happy for this development. Was it up to, it's like about a month ago that we saw Tonto Dike, right, a very popular Nollywood actress, give her own testimony, say, yes, I'm born again. And then not too long ago after that, we saw her cleaning the stadium for the January 1st service, or the crossover service and all. So it looks like all roads is leading or are leading to Christ right now. But talking about Pastor Jerry Eze, he put up a huge amount of money to help people. We are on to the next hashtag now, hashtag Paris, Pastor Jerry Eze. It's sort of related, right? He put up some huge amount, he set it aside to help those in need. And someone online who is very active on social media, especially on X, is saying, look, if pastors do this, then Christianity is the way to go. And they're commending Pastor Jerry Eze for that. Let's take a look at that post by our Fave Online, our Fave Online doctor. Our Fave Online doc. He says Pastor Jerry of NSPPD has revealed that his NGO will give out a $300,000 grant to 100 beneficiaries in 2026. This is commendable, says our Fave Online doc. The same way we criticize pastors who live in lavish luxury, we should praise pastors who do well. God bless P. Jerry Eze. Now, let's take a look at Pastor Jerry Eze making this announcement.
Jerry Eze, I come bearing good news. Hello, family. I am Pastor Jerry Eze. I come bearing good news. The Jerry Eze Foundation this year will be rolling out an empowerment grant of about $300,000 US, and these will seek to touch the lives of about 100 young persons who are interested in doing something phenomenal in agriculture, in technology, and of course in manufacturing. And so the grant will see that each and every one of them will get at least $3,000 to support businesses or help them pioneer businesses in technology, in manufacturing, or in agriculture. And this is going to be handled by a reputable international consulting firm. They will be the ones in charge of the process to ensure transparency and openness. And so all I'm asking is to bring you the news before the big news. This is a teaser. I believe that God has so much to do for his people this year. This is just a part. This is us playing just a part and being a part of the big thing that God wants to do for people this year. Jerry Eze Foundation caters for the total man. And keep watching the space as we bring you details of how this will happen. God bless you. For what our God cannot do does not exist.
I agree. What our God cannot do does not exist. So it's going to cater to 100 persons, right, who have got phenomenal ideas in manufacturing and all those sectors he mentioned. And I'm hoping the number will increase, from 100 to 1,000 to 100,000 and to 1 million. Because I'm saying, right, the church needs to be the solution ground, not just a place where people come, have some feel-good music and go back home and continue to face their problems. First century Christianity, the church was where you went to when you were hungry. People sold their properties, their stuff, and brought it to the church to feed the vulnerable. I'm hoping that, you know, this modern day Christianity would take their cue. But I'll say a big thanks to Pastor Jerry for what he's doing, really. And not just to blow, you know, his trumpet too much. I will stop here. Now, I need to say a big thank you to my colleagues, Michael and Emmanuel, the whole editing crew. Yesterday, it was OBO that came up with an excellent package of Nigerians reacting to the Super Eagles crashing out of AFCON at the semi-final levels. And then today, Michael and Emmanuel jumped in when I needed help the most. That's how we do it here in VOP TV. It's a unified team. So credit goes to you guys and to every single person who has contributed to making the show a success today. I say thank you. Salute. The bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching, apparently. Without you, there is no hashtags. So if you liked it, why don't you join me again, same time, same station, for another edition of the show. Until then, take care of you. I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
It's the third week of the new year, and economic activities are gradually picking up across major markets in Lagos State. Following the holidays, many markets experienced a slowdown as traders and buyers took time to return. However, indications here at the Daleko market suggest that activities are slowly returning, although not without challenges.
I am at the Daleko market in Mushin, one of the busiest hubs for food production in Lagos State, to assess the level of business resumption after the New Year's celebrations.
To get a clearer picture of the situation on ground, I spoke with traders to understand when they resume business, how trading has been so far, and how this period compares with the same time last year.
You see, in this market, there is no price control because we are all wholesalers. We buy from different vendors and we bring it here to sell it at our own opinion price. So there is no price control here. There is no price control, and the price that we sell it in December is the same way we sell it in this January here. Now the price has not even go down or go up. It's still the same thing.
Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ níbi ọ̀rọ̀ rice la wà ń tà. A fẹ́ kí gbogbo nǹkan kó lẹ̀ rice di 20,000. Àtọwọ́ kẹ́fì tí nǹkan Nàìjíríà ní jíjẹ kó lẹ̀ sí oúnjẹ ní kókó tó jẹ́ wá ti tọ́nú ìṣẹ́bùṣe. Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ nìyẹn. Last year ata rice 52,000. 53 year ní oṣù yìí sìn a ti ń ta 50,000 51,000 so kò sí difference kó di 20,000 òun la fẹ́.
Òní last year a ṣì ta 52 55 ó depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè. We have long grain and we have short grain. Now à ń ta 50,000 a dẹ̀ ń ta 49,500 so ó depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè. Òsibí tẹ́ máa dé kí ìjọba jẹ́ kó ń jẹ́ pọ̀ náà ni tó ń jẹ́ bá ti kó òun ìṣẹ́kù díẹ̀ o. Irú rice tata ní ọdún ní last year ní ká sọ pé last year ni irú price yẹn àtàrí kí ni nǹkan tá a fi tàrí pé ó wálẹ̀ kò wọ́n jara lọ oníkálukú rà wọ́n gbádùn ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kó túbọ̀ wálẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ.
The Daleko market also extends to the automobile industry as traders within this industry share their expectations as the new year begins.
On our own, my own line precisely, which is motor spare parts. You know, it is normally we buy with exchange rate. Before the spare parts or anything, buying with exchange will come down. It must be as a result of exchange rates. When the exchange rate comes down, automatically the spare parts and other things that we import will normally come down. As also in foodstuff, because I almost closer to the Daleko market here, where they sell foodstuff, rice and gari and other beans. Mostly the pricing system, understand? Before things will get down a bit, like food stuff, will be as from next month or next 2 months, March precisely.
And like before, like as from last 2-3 years ago, the part I used to sell about like 80 tana, 70 tana, but now this year I sell 120, 130, the original one. So now, like other customers say that it's too cost then to buy. So I said, it's not my fault. It's the importer that used to import it from abroad, increase it for us. That is the reason why we are selling it in that price. So for me, for my own prayer, I pray government to lower our economy so that the price will now come down, so that it will be easy then to buy.
From Daleko Market, traders say activities are gradually picking up in the third week of the year, although rising cost and low purchasing power continue to affect business. While urging the government to address inflation, many traders are hopeful that the weeks ahead will bring better patronage and improved market conditions. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impacts one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP. The voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria has never lost an AFCON semi-final when we have two African Footballer of the Year in it. And so, the last time the Pharaohs of Egypt lost a semi-final clash was in 1984. And who made that happen? The Senegalese talisman, Sadio Mane, who has become a nightmare to the Egyptians. It was a semi-final that was forged in history as 5 African Footballer of the Year competed in that particular episode of the 2025 African Cup of Nations ongoing in Morocco. And now we've had 2 finalists, and definitely we'll be watching the losers final first today, and then tomorrow we'll get to see the winners final where the Senegalese will be slugging it out against the host nation, who will be looking for their second title, as well as Senegalese national side, who also will be looking for their second title after or since 2019. On that note, I welcome you to Weekend Kickoff on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. It's actually not a full house, but indeed a full show because we've got lots to talk about. As Afis joins me here this morning. Good morning and welcome to the Weekend Kickoff.
Ikechukwu, good morning, and good morning to the viewers as well. I mean, the weekend, the sports rush that comes to the weekend, there's a lot to talk about. Of course, chief of them is the ongoing AFCON in Morocco, where we are seeing Super Eagles of Nigeria. Later today, we'll be taking on the Pharaohs of Egypt. Kind of an unfamiliar setting, and these are games that in the past used to be in the final of the AFCON. And of course, when Egypt gets to the final, it's like Real Madrid gets to the final of the UEFA Champions League. They have the bet rights. They've won it the most 7 times, and even their manager is one of the winners. I was talking about Osama San. Right here, we found ourselves here. The Super Eagles, you saw the semi-final went, but then, when it comes to getting the bronze medal at any competition at all, the Nigerian team is like that, the bronze specialist, and they'll be looking to claim another bronze medal. And as for the final as well, I expect it to be a keenly contested one. 2 teams, the best 2 teams in Africa, as it stands right now, according to the FIFA rankings. Number 1, Morocco, and number 2, Senegal. They are going head-to-head. And of course, they are the biggest team so far coming into the AFCON, and they're also going head-to-head for the final. Yes, it's expected to be fireworks, even from the from the bronze match later today as well.
I mean, absolutely, it's going to be fireworks. It's going to be huge because a lot is at stake for the both nations, looking at actually to, make it second title for, either of them. As Senegal's golden generation of 2002 continue to inspire, this set of crop of Senegalese players to actually go all the way. Recall that the last time they won the championship, it was one of the golden generation who led them as coach in the person of Aliou Cisse, and now we're actually seeing Pape Thiaw, one of those players who was actually, in 2002, who did that magic against France, also part of that team in that particular World Cup. Now it's also the manager leading the Senegalese side against the Moroccan side, who seems to have everything, including the referee, in their pocket to win this particular championship. I don't know how the Senegalese will definitely be doing it. But hey, there's a lot of conversation about this particular AFCON before this finals that we're about to see. Not just the Super Eagles complaining, the Tanzanians is complaining. Fecafoot, of course, recalled that yesterday Samuel Eto'o Fields was actually banned. Conversations about, in fact, $20,000 and format ban for, CAF competition is definitely not going to be appearing on it because of his, complaints about how the tournament is actually ongoing as regards officiating. So it's a lot. But then I'm not taking anything away from the quality of the Moroccans. A lot, is at stake for them. They've done so well, bailing out CAF. And in terms of quality of play, they've also done so well for themselves. Recall they also won the Under-20 World Championship. So it says a lot about how much structure they have in as a country in the place. But then let's talk about the game. What really went wrong with the Super Eagles, against Morocco?
Well, for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I would say firstly, kudos to the team, kudos to the coach, to Eric Sekushel, who, I want to say maybe against all odds or, unexpected, because going into the tournaments, we saw the Super Eagles at the World Cup qualifiers, after it ended, you were like, what kind of Super Eagles team, will turn up for this one? But they took the game by game, started with the 4-4-2 diamond formation, against Tanzania. It didn't really work out as well. We've spoken on other platforms so how the tactics and the formation didn't really favor the players. Second half it seemed like it changed something and it worked in his favor. But against the Tunisians, we saw how that tactical tweak stifled the Tunisians. The Tunisian game was supposed to be a very tough one. They made it easy until they made it look hard for themselves later on in the game. But in the round of 16 against Algeria, in the quarterfinal against Algeria, we also saw how that one also panned out. But then in the semi-final game, it seemed like it went back to that 4-4-2 diamond. And one thing about football is this, Ikechukwu, your opponents are watching no matter what. So, and the Moroccans eventually proved at the end of the day. I'm taking this away from all the referee controversy now. Yeah. Looking at the game on the level playing field, right? The Moroccans also studied the Super Eagles of Nigeria. They know, it's like they've known where the threats will be coming from, right? Ademola Lookman and Alex Iwobi were stifled in that game. They hardly saw the ball. Even when they did that press that it was now reminding us of that game against Algeria. The press we were giving the Algerian playmakers, they were not giving to us.
So let me quickly say this, right? Because before that particular game, two reports came out. The very first one from the camp of the Moroccans. The second one came from the camp of the Super Eagles. So I'll start from the camp of the Moroccans. It was said that coach Walid Regragui was actually, alongside his coaching crew, sorted out for all of the tapes and features of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He wanted to see all of those games so that they can actually look at our strengths, our weakness, and definitely how to deal with us. And we can tell that they did a good job.
Yes.
Now, from the camp of the Super Eagles, the coach Eric Chell also came out and said the Super Eagles will be playing a transition football, which means we have to soak up pressure and hit on the fast break because of the strength of our attackers. They are pacey, they are technical, and a lot of us came out like, oh, okay, you are not going to change your formation, but you are going to change how you play. Do you think that was an error for him?
It was, obviously, and it showed, in that game, because you said you want to play transition football, but you were playing a 4-4-2 diamond. You can't transition with a 4-4-2 diamond, right? And even the players that you started with in that 4-4-2 diamond, likes of Samuel Chukwueze, they didn't get to start the game. They didn't get to start the game. Chukwueze, you saw in that game against Tanzania, let me take you back. Chukwueze was more like playing like a number 10. He was now giving Bright Osai Samuel, that freedom to, exploit that right-hand side. But at the same time, on the flip side, he was the only one there. And now, the threat of the Moroccans is much more than the threat of the Tanzanians. Osai Samuel had to deal with a certain Abi Ezzalzouli and Nus Mazraoui. Mazraoui had that freedom when he saw that there was nobody there to take him on so that he won't come outside as a fullback that he is. He was having that freedom. He was even inverting at some point. Ezzalzouli, he took Osai Samuel to the cleaners in that game. And they brought on more wingers to come and threaten the fullbacks. I want to give a proper shout out to also Bruno Yemichi on the other side too, because he came up against Brahim Diaz and Ashraf Hakimi. You know how Ashraf Hakimi can be when he's bombing forward. And yes, I think the Super Eagles, I will give them, big kudos, big credit is that they managed to go 120 minutes without conceding a goal. The Moroccans were on them. Yes, the referee, fouls and all of that. Let's discuss the chess tactics. Yes, I want to just take it away from. I want to take it away from the referee. I know the way because of course that game it can't be discussed without saying the referee.
We discuss the referee's part.
Yes.
But let's talk about Eric Church tactics, because one thing I noticed is that a lot of persons, talk about that game without discussing Eric Church's tactics. They just focus on the referee. Yes, we'll discuss the referee at some point, but Eric Church's tactics. For you, if you were Eric Church, seeing how the Moroccans have actually played, before the Super Eagles game. We saw how the Moroccans actually came up against, the Tanzanians. Yeah. And we saw how they struggled against the Tanzanians to actually get the result. We also saw how, difficult it was for the Moroccans to actually, play the Cameroonians. It was 1-0. It was a struggle because the Cameroonians did come all out in that particular game. In fact, there was a penalty shout for the Cameroonians. Brian Mbeumo. I mean, I don't know why that penalty wasn't given, but hey, like I said, a lot of conversation, a lot of talking points about what's going on in this particular.
If I want to take you back to the round of 16, right, against Tanzania too, the Tanzanians, they came at the Moroccans and they created chances, almost scored.
So what I'm saying is, if you were a Chelsea, how would you have lined up? I mean, we still discuss the part of Wilfred Ndidi, but how do you have lined up, for the Moroccans?
Yeah, right. So in the game against Tanzania again, when we spoke on other platforms, we said study your opponents. Yes, you are saying what he said in the press conference that it's going to be transition football. It looked like he didn't study the Moroccans at all, because for me, simple and short, start the way he started against the Algerians. You know that the Moroccans, the North African teams especially, they are more technical than physical. They play more technical football. Look at the Moroccans. They have the likes of Ismail Sabari, Abdel Ezazuli. These guys will not just launch the ball anyhow. They want to play on the ground. Ashraf Hakimi also, they want to play on the ground. Stifle them out. They did that job on Brahim Diaz, but what about the others? At some point, Brahim Diaz now became part of the team that was now pressing. Do you understand? So for me, I think he should have started the way he started against the Algerians, right? Put Iwobi, let him roam freely. It seemed like Iwobi dropped back to playing deep again, even with Onyeka and Onyedika in that team. Onyedika was supposed to come in for a certain Wilfred Ndidi, right? Cover him up with Frank Onyeka so that they will shield the defense. I mean, I don't think Calvin Bassey has done a lot of defensive job, prior to this semi-final in the entire tournament. I mean, he was just on job. They kept on coming at him, and he was supposed to have two players playing as a pivot in front.
So it's good you mentioned, Calvin Bassey, how much of a, tussle and toggle he had with, El Kabi, the one I like to call a bicycle kick, But was that toggle or tussle with that particular player because of the absence of Wilfred Ndidi? How much of a miss is Wilfred Ndidi in that game?
It was, it was not supposed to be a miss, because we saw that game, Onyedika, when he came in for the Super Eagles of Nigeria against Uganda, we know him as a box-to-box midfielder. It was not supposed to be much of a miss, right? But eventually, that game showed that it was a big miss. I mean, Wilfred Ndidi being in front of, the defense, just clearing up, attacks that the defenders will not even have to work too much. That's talking about the centre backs now. They won't have to work too much. The fullback are expected to nullify the threats coming from the wings, while the centre backs will face the one in the middle. For me, I think Semi Ajayi and Calvin Bassey, they are enough to handle Ayoub El Kabi. But at some point, it was not only Ayoub El Kabi that was coming. Ezazuli was, making a toaster out of Osai Samuel, so it was an extra threat. Brahim Diaz as well. So for me, I think Wilfred Ndidi, if he was there, the basic Wilfred Ndidi, clear the ball, allow your other midfielders to come into play. Raphael Onyedika, for me, was more of a box-to-box. I think this is where I would fault Eric Shell, Ikechukwu. Eric Shell should have known that. He should have known Raphael Onyedika's profile. He won't just stay. It progresses with the ball. You understand? Wilfred Ndidi just mops up and allows the others to progress. But Raphael Onyedika will leave that position. So you putting him in front of the centre backs, in front of the defense, is not good enough. It should have been Onyeka.
So who? Okay, you would have preferred Onyeka.
Yeah, Onyeka was there, but it was like
he played advanced.
And the Moroccans kept coming.
Because before the game, the conversation was Eric Chell was having a headache of either starting Moses Simon you know, in Ademola Lookman's position, so that Ademola Lookman will move into the midfield, and then Onyeka will drop, you know, for Wilfred Ndidi, or play, you know, Rafael Ndidi in the heart of the midfield, and then, you know, play Onyeka in you know, in his usual position that he's played all through the championship, and then return Ademola Lookman. But in the end, he settled for Onyeka. So that was an error for you.
For me, I think it was an error. It was an error from Eric Chell's, you know, from his perspective, from his side. I think that it should have been Onyeka, then maybe Onyedika as well. Yes, because he's the one closest to that. Or maybe a certain Usman Mohammed who hasn't even gotten a sniff. I understand, right? There were even talks about Chidozie Awaziem also coming into that role. Let it be more defensive and allow Alex Iwobi to roam, in my opinion.
It was difficult it was a very difficult night for Alex Iwobi.
Very difficult.
But let's talk about the Moroccans now, right? Before that particular game, in fact, after the game, the president of the Nigerian Supporters Club, Vincent Okumagba, actually came out and talked about, you know, how, you know, there was a lot of, you know, fans intimidation, how they actually, you know, ensure that the Super Eagles supporters, I'm talking about supporters, fans, didn't actually assemble in a you know, concentrated area where their voice can be heard. They ensure they were, you know, sparsely distributed across the pitch. So when they actually cheer, you not get to hear them. It felt like they were actually not there.
That was expected.
We saw this sort of intimidation before the finals against Cote d'Ivoire. This is African football. This is 2026. I want to believe we should be progressing. We should be, you know, going past this sort of, you know, antics to actually win a game.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we can now say the antics of the North Africans, you know, are coming in.
But it happened in Cote d'Ivoire in 2023.
When you look at the Moroccans, right, you see that recently anything CAF, you know, related competitions, they are the ones at the helm. So basically, I was even surprised that they could get 95% of the tickets. They got 95% of the seats in a 68,000 seater stadium. It's just imagine 5%, and trust me, the remaining 5% is not just Nigerian fans. There are other fans that also came there, maybe the Algerian fans and maybe fans from other, you know, countries that will actually want to come and just watch that semi-final. So maybe a 3%, or let me say a 2.5 or a 4% belong to the Nigerians. You can't conquer that.
So let's talk about the referee. How much of a factor was the referee in that particular game?
Well, Daniel Yilaria, for me, he didn't cover himself in glory. I mean, when you look at those calls, chief of them is the Calvin Bassey one. It looked targeted at some point, because normally I am not one for this conspiracy theory and all of that, but that looked targeted because the same foul was now given on Calvin Bassey, and the player Ayub El-Kabi went away with nothing. He did get a yellow card. I think they committed about 22 fouls.
22 fouls,
no yellow. Come on. And how many fouls did Super Eagles commit? I don't think it was up to 22. And because any small touch from Super Eagles of Nigeria players, the Moroccans are down. And you play a foul.
And it felt like at some point, you know, the players, Super Eagles players, you know, started thinking before they go for a tackle. And that actually made them, you know, appear like they were afraid in that particular game, if you really watch it. And one thing about, you know, football, tactical fouls or tactical cards, or when people started pointing at, you know, conspiracy theories in referee handling a game, you will notice that there's a natural trend. They will definitely give, you know, the centre back a card. A very the most promising or the strongest centre back is going to get a card, and then the defensive midfielder is going to get a card. And once that happened, the teams, you know, marking ability want to slow down. And we saw it happen against Morocco. Rafael Ndidi was booked. I don't know why he was booked actually, but then Calvin Bassey's own, we're still trying to really wrap up. Okay, Rafael Ndika's own, yes, maybe we can actually understand, because that was a clear foul for him on Hakimi. Hakimi was actually going straight down to the heart of the Super Eagles defense. That was, you know, a tactical foul. But then we saw a lot of similar foul, even more, you know, worse than what Rafael Ndika did. And then, you know,
I mean, that one of Calvin Bassey, I want opinion on that one. The player was trying to shield himself, and his hand must have hit, because definitely Brahim Diaz was behind him, right? He didn't swing the hand.
He was pulling Calvin Bassey's shirt.
You understand? So the ref made it look like, okay,
Calvin Bassey's hands was low.
Yeah.
Brahim Diaz's face was down. So it wasn't like he moved his hands up.
Yeah.
His hands was just here, and then the player's face was down.
I think the ref gave that card to make it look like, okay, you've been dragging me too much, leave me. That was how he made it to look like, because I don't see where a yellow card is coming from that tackle.
Okay, so let's talk about you know, the game itself, the Super Eagles players.
They were outplayed.
Your man of the match.
From the Super Eagles?
Yes.
From the Super Eagles, the man of the match should be Calvin Bassey. because Calvin Bassey definitely stopped a lot of Morocco attacks. There was interception. For me, it's not even just Calvin Bassey. It's between Calvin Bassey and Bruno Yemichi. And even Stanley Wabali.
Yeah, some persons are talking about Stanley Wabali.
Anything outside, even Semi Ajayi at some point, people were like, oh, Calvin Bassey was making the job easy for Semi Ajayi. He was also doing well on his own end. And also, Bright Osai Samuel, I think for me, is the defense line. Anything away from the defense line.
So pick one person. Who?
One person is hard. The defense line will share an 8 for me, an 8.0 rating for me. The defense line.
I still think it's Calvin Bassey for me, really.
No.
I still think it's Calvin Bassey.
For Bruno Yemichi to be able to stop Ashraf Hakimi and Brahim Diaz, up to the point that Brahim Diaz was replaced for 120 minutes, come on. You need to give it to the man. Yes, he might not be the best defending, he's better attacking, but when he realized that he couldn't go forward, he was doing the job at the back and did it well. Let's give all of them an 8, to be honest. They all did well. And for him to even, after 120 minutes, for him to step up to take the penalties, come on.
So from here, what next for the Super Eagles?
The bronze match.
I know. I mean, the tournament's over, definitely. After the bronze match, what next? What are you looking forward to see? What do you expect, the Super Eagles to turn into? I'm talking about Nigerian football in general now. What should the authorities do?
Improvements.
What kind of
I know that. Okay, because after this game now, you know what comes with Super Eagles. Not even the Super Eagles, Nigerian football generally. There's this blame game. This one is responsible for this. But I think everyone has seen it from this AFCON that, look, you can't blame anybody. These boys actually played well. And these boys, we saw the controversies, during the tournament, bonuses and all of that. But these boys still kept it and they went on to play.
They should keep the boys, right?
Of course. You want to lose the boys? They should keep the boys and add more. It's not just the boys now. Keep the person that's taking them to this place.
The coach.
Of course. They should try all of
because
now it's now up to him.
There are a lot of talks. There are a lot of talks. Countries in Africa looking at him.
Yeah.
Tunisia. Uganda, Guinea. So many countries looking at him.
Angola as well.
With a better pay. And if there's a guarantee that it's not going to be old, I don't know if we'll be able to actually keep Eric Chell.
Well, if I'm Eric Chell, I would just say, out of all those 4, if there is a team that is going to the World Cup with a better pay, yes. But they are not going to the World Cup, better pay. This is where the NFF, they've not covered themselves in glory. And we've been saying this for a long time, I will keep saying it. If this man was well paid, there is nothing that will be stopping him from continuing. One thing he has developed with these boys, this player-coach relationship, he has developed it really well. You could see it from their press conferences, from their, from videos released, you'll be seeing the way, is, trying to relate with these players. How many Nigerian coaches have you seen in recent times, do this? The players are so free with him and they are playing for him. And I'm sure they still want to play for him. But one thing about the NFF is that we don't know if this man is actually going to stay without being hold.
All right, let's hope he stays. So let's look at, the game tomorrow. I'm talking about the final. Senegal. I mean, Sadio Mane has become a problem to Mo Salah's Egypt because until Mo Salah leaves, and the report that Sadio Mane said that at the end of this particular championship, he's going to stop playing for Senegal national team. Yes, of course, that will be after the World Cup anyway. Yeah. But now we're looking at this finals against Morocco, host nation Morocco. The both of them looking at getting their second African championship. This is actually the second time a defender is leading his nation to the African Championship as the best player in Africa. Wow. The first was in 1973, DR Congo defender Bouanga Tsemani. Yeah. They ended up winning the championship in 1974. Yeah. And now we are seeing Ashraf Hakimi leading the Moroccans right there at home. I don't know if anyone can actually stop them. Looking at the Senegalese side, they have a lot of stars. They have the structure. Depth, You look at them, these guys are serious business. And they have two a huge miss in the final. Habib Diarra, who has been absolute immense in the heart of the midfield. Wow. And another, veteran in the heart of the defense, Kalidou Koulibaly. These guys will be highly missed in that final against Morocco. But from what you've seen all through the tournament, who do you think is going to pick the glory, the holy grail at the end of the day, Morocco or Senegal?
Well, Ikechukwu, 2 places, right? I will see it from the level playing field. Now, look at the Senegalese team. Right, what West Africans are known for: the grit, the physicality. They have it. Now they've combined that also with technicality. They have it, and yes, you just mentioned that Habib Diarra will be missed in midfield, but this is where that squad depth comes in. A Pape Matar Sarr can step in. A Lamine Camara can step in. They have players that can play. I know that yes, when you are looking at player for player, squad depth, and all of that, you look at the quality of the player that is missing. But do you have the quality of player that can replace that missing player? They do. a Papi Matar who plays for Tottenham, you know what he can do, when it comes to the midfield. And they still have Papi Gueye and, Idrissa Gueye as well, who for me has also been very, very, very immense, going forward for them. And also in the attack, likes of Nicholas Jackson, likes of Habib Diallo, Boulaye Dia, Iliman Ndiaye, Ibrahima Mbaye, Ismail Assar. Come on, I know the Moroccans also have squad depth, but looking at Senegal, from the blast of the whistle, they've shown that they are favourites. Yes, they touted them favourites coming into this tournament, and they have lived up to the hype. They are favourites going for me. From a level playing field, yes, maybe not a high-scoring game, because those two teams will want to, tactically want to sort themselves out. They will respect each other. They will, they will know that they are top two teams in Africa. They will go against each other on a level playing field. Yes, that's by the way. And on the other side, Morocco's games, 5 out of the 6 games, at the AFCON so far has been marred with controversy, including their first game against Comoros. The penalty that Sofiane Raimi missed, it was claimed to be dubious. Against Tanzania in the round of 16, Tanzania got a late penalty, which for me is a penalty, and it wasn't given. You saw the Cameroon one, the Mbeumo one, you saw the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I mean, if 5 teams could come and complain against you out of 6 games, then there's a problem. And now the Senegalese too will be facing the same thing. We don't know who the referee is for now. The Moroccan government, the fans, everything is just against the Senegalese team. But for me, I think they will have that mental fortitude to go through this one, either 90 or 120 or even penalties.
So who do you think is going to win?
You want to put me on the spot now?
Yes, I want to put you on the spot.
For me, I think Senegal will claim the day.
All right, Senegal claims the day. Let's move away from the Senegal and Morocco game. Let's talk about something very, very terrible that happened after the Super Eagles game. Samuel Chukwueze is taking all of the heat. We'll record the last AFCON. Alex will be out to, deactivate his Instagram account because of this cyberbullying. People calling him out because of his performance, and that was largely due to Elsie Pasero. Now we are seeing Samuel Chukwueze. Yes, his penalty kick was lackadaisical. To say the least. But then, this is too much for a player who has given his all for the Super Eagles. I must say, I recall that particular game against South Africa, in I think it was 2017 championship or thereabouts, where Samuel Chukwueze stepped up and then, put South Africa to bed without goal. No, it was the championship that Algeria won. I think it was in 2021.
That was 2021.
2021, yes, 2021. Yeah. And Chukwueze actually took South Africa out before we actually lost to Algeria. I don't know why,
Algeria won the AFCON in 2019.
2019. Okay, that incident was definitely in 2019 because we defeated South Africa and then played Algeria. Yeah. See, that sort of, this incident is, I don't think it has any place in our football. It's really sad to actually see, Nigerian players going through this.
It's really sad. We've seen it also in Europe and all of that. You remember in the Euro 2021? Euro 2021, where the likes of Bukayo Saka, Marcus Rashford, and Jadon Sancho, when they missed their penalties and all of that, racist attacks and that one. And this one, cyberbullying for me is not the way, because even though we don't have to cover, Samuel Chukwueze in glory, that was a very, very poor penalty. Poor penalty. And for you to even know that you were brought on solely for that reason, not like you came in to come and add anything to the game. The game was already done and dusted. It was about 119 or 120 minutes. And for you to step... Yes, I will praise him first thing for him to step up to go and take the penalties. But there's a reason why you train for penalties, right? I know a lot of people will say...
We're clearly not prepared for penalties. Of course. The Super Eagles that day showed that, they went...
Most of the people that are even doing this cyberbullying, I read through some, comments on social media where they are saying, penalties is a game of luck, it's a game of lottery. No, you train. There's a reason you train for it.
But even if you train, it's still a game of luck.
Yes, but there's a reason you train for it. Okay, so do you want to tell me that game of 90 to 120 is a game of luck? You don't have to train if it's a game of luck, right? If it's a game of luck, you just say, okay, let's go and play. Then let the luckiest person win. You train for it. You could see a certain Pickford. When Pickford is getting ready for penalties, he goes to pick, something like the names, or you study the players. That's why you have a set piece coach. Bono, you could see his movements. This is somebody that has faced the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, the Portuguese players. You remember at the World Cup, face the Spanish players, face the French players. He's an experienced goalkeeper. For you to step up and play a penalty like that, especially after your goalkeeper has saved one, to put you into the game. If he has scored that, the Moroccans will be chasing. But then he missed, fine, of course. But all those cyberbullying attacks that are coming after him, no, that's not the way. That's not the way.
Well, away from men football, we're still talking about AFCON. As Asishat Oshoala, Super Falcons legend, fumes over CAF's decision. I mean, looking at what's going on in this particular AFCON championship and how a lot of countries have actually been complaining. And side by side, we also look at the fact that Morocco is actually going to be hosting this WAFCON championship for the third time in a row. Interestingly, the group of that particular, the draws rather of that particular championship has been made, and the Super Falcons, I beg your pardon, will be playing against Zambia, Egypt, Malawi in Group C. Now, let's talk about Asisa Shola, and then talk about the WAFCON, and then talk about the fact that Morocco is hosting that particular championship for the third time in a row. Asisa Shola's, a comment. She actually said that, it feels like CAF is actually trying to compensate Morocco for, trying to build them out all of the time. And she actually did call out CAF. I mean, if there are people who can actually really come out to make this bold statement, this is actually one of the reasons why Samuel Eto'o feels, the FECAFOOT president was actually also sanctioned £20,000, $20,000, I beg your pardon, and 4-match ban away from the AFCON. This is a sort of comments that he made, and this is exactly what Asisa Shola is actually talking about. There seems to be this, Morocco gets it all right at all points. We saw this same thing happen, at the just concluded WAFCON championship, where the ladies actually went to Morocco. Started from the hotel, they actually gave them a very small room that looks like a cubicle, and these girls actually did protested, and after that they actually got a seemingly better place to stay, and they got to the finals. Lots of intimidation. And recall the last time we actually missed out in Morocco, Morocco actually gave 2 of our ladies red card in the semi-finals for them to actually go through. We are looking at 2026 African Cup of Nations starting in March. I don't know how the ladies will definitely do it, but I want to believe in the quality. But at this point, it feels like quality is not enough. What do you think? What do you make of all of this? Morocco hosting the third time. Asisa Shola complaining about, what she's seen so far in this particular championship, and the Super Falcons in Group C. What are the chances? So what are the odds of Super Falcons coming out of this group?
All right, so looking at this group, right, let me start from there. I mean, Nigeria, Zambia, Egypt, and Malawi. I would say maybe Nigeria's biggest threat in this group should be Zambia. The likes of Barbara Banda, who is a fantastic player.
Absolutely.
They have other players as well. I mean, they stopped Nigeria once. So trust me, it looks like, they will be looking to do it again. But of course, for a team that has won it 10 times, and are still looking to win the 11th one, I think the Super Falcons will, not have it easy, because, I mean, you can't just push.
No, African football is developing, definitely.
Yeah, of course it is. For you to be seeing the Egyptian ladies and the Malawi ladies, I think it's going to be, they want to pose a tough one, but I think the Super Falcons will come out tops in this one. They'll take the group. They might even top the group. But like I said, I think the Zambians will be their toughest opponents. And looking at what Asisa Shola said, I mean, you could pick out some things that you want to agree with in that one. I mean, yes, it's in 2 ways. Number one, you can't,
So here's the group, right? The group A is Morocco, Algeria, Senegal, and Kenya. Group B, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Tanzania. Group C is Nigeria, Zambia, Egypt, Malawi. We said that, talked about that already. Ghana, Cameroon, Mali, and Cape Verde. So run me through the groups. Who do you think will come out of all of this group?
Okay, quickly in Group A, I expect the host Morocco to come out in that one, and maybe the Senegalese team too, because their women football is actually not doing bad. And of course, looking at the Group B, South Africa, of course, the likes of Gatlana, she's there, and they have other players are also coming through. South Africa should take that one, and maybe a Cote d'Ivoire or a Burkina Faso should come in with them. And of course, in Group C, Nigeria, like I said, Nigeria and Zambia, I think the way it is, that is how it's going to finish. And in Group D, this one, I think Cameroon and Cabo Verde. I want to see what Cabo Verde will do. The Cabo Verde ladies, I watched just one game, and these girls are just playing like the men. Trust me, for them to have qualified for that one, they want to make a statement. So I think Cameroon and Cabo Verde in that one.
So there's no chance for Ghana?
Oh, Ghana should be able to do something, but I think the Cabo Verde ladies will overcome.
Or you just overwhelmed?
Don't do that.
You just overwhelmed by the beauty of the Cabo Verde ladies?
It's beauty and skills. You want to see that at the WAFCON.
Well, talking about beauty and skills, let's move away from AFCON and all of their social story and what's happening in WAFCON 2026. Let's talk about what's happening in the heart of Spain. Real Madrid is actually cutting, former Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp after they sacked, Xabi Alonso and made Arbeloa an interim after the 3-2 loss in that, Supercopa final, to Barcelona. Yeah. It was sad, but now they have another manager whose first job when he came on was against a second division side, Albacete, and he lost that particular one.
17th in the second division.
He lost 17th. That particular game.
That's sackable. That's a sackable offense.
Well, he lost that game, and now Madrid is actually looking at former Liverpool manager. I mean, for me, I think he's one of the finest manager in this generation. Of
course.
You probably recall.
So who argued that?
He took a hiatus from club management in 2023, and now he's just 3 years away, and Real Madrid is looking at him. If you are a Jurgen Klopp, looking at what has happened right there in the heart of Spain, will you go to Madrid to actually take over the helm? I mean, if your answer is yes, what are the details that you need to get sorted before you decide to actually take up that job?
For me, I think any Madrid manager that is going into a Madrid job now, any manager that wants to go to the Madrid job now should first talk to the likes of Don Carlo Ancelotti. Because this, right now, all you need is not even a system. I don't think Madrid needs a system manager. They need a player manager. I mean, I will still point out I'll still give this example I've been giving for a while now. Kylian Mbappe, when he told a certain Xabi Alonso, the former coach, that they don't want to have a guard of honor against Barcelona. And the coach respected that decision. That shows that there's player power in Real Madrid.
No. That conversation, they didn't have that conversation before.
But it happened on the pitch.
Exactly. No, and the coach already called the players.
Yes.
The coach already called the players, and when the players were, almost some of them already approached the coach, and Barcelona players were standing. The coach called them to file in to actually give guard of honor. Kylian Mbappe
was due to the winners of the competition.
Kylian Mbappe was seen, throwing his hand in this gesture, saying, "Hey, leave there," and this player started coming out.
That is what I'm saying. That
that wasn't a respect. That wasn't a conversation from Mbappe. That was a total case of disrespect for me. Your manager's giving an order, and then right there on the pitch, you're telling your player.
That is what I'm saying. That if you can do that, and the manager still respected that decision,
the manager didn't respect it. He doesn't have a choice.
It doesn't have a choice.
Yes,
you can make your stand. You can show your standing.
No, you can't
show your standing.
You record that.
This is why Sarri left Chelsea.
No, Alonso said something after the game. He said before the game, rather. At some point, he complained that the player power in Real Madrid is too much. You can't give players too much power.
Exactly. That is why he left. He wasn't sacked. That's why he left, saying, "I can't do this." No, he left. He left because he can't do this.
But he is going to be paid entitlement, so which means he left.
Okay, let me ask you. When was the last time when Ancelotti was Real Madrid manager? Have you ever seen where Vinicius will be substituted and he'll be exchanging words with Carlo Ancelotti? You don't do that.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't do that. They are not holding the coach in high regard. A certain Jurgen Klopp or Jose Mourinho, who is also being touted, I think will be fine for Real Madrid. Or Zinedine Zidane. I could remember when Zidane came into the team, there was Ronaldo there. There was Cristiano Ronaldo, there was Gareth Bale, and they still managed to put these players together, and they won 3 Champions League titles in a row.
So let me put this in before you continue. There are reports that Zidane said if he's going to take the job at the Bernabeu, one of the first things he wants is that the sale of Vinicius Jr. must be sanctioned.
Of course, because he's looking like he wants to leave the club and is trying to let me say, hold the club to ransom. If you look at his performance-wise, he should be sold by now because in about 20 games, I think he has only scored about 2 goals. He's not really contributing. Fine. There's this talk of him having friction with Kylian Mbappe because Kylian Mbappe has become like the star man of the team now. He's the biggest name on the team.
There's also talk about replacing Jude Bellingham because he's also one of these quote-unquote mafias in the team with Newcastle's Bruno Guimaraes, who the Bernabeu has actually seen, and Jurgen Klopp also think he's the right replacement for Luka Modric. Do you think also that is also a wise decision?
Well, I think for me, if we are looking at the Toni Kroos and Luka Modric profile, I think the person that can live up to that right now as a midfielder should be Bruno Guimaraes, because Bruno Guimaraes, trust me, is somebody that can cover the defense and also control the midfield as well. So Bruno Guimaraes, yes, if they want to go for him, they've tried to put Adagula. Xabi Alonso tried to put Adagula in that position, but it didn't work out. Adagula is more of like an attacking midfielder and even a right winger. For me, I think aside from the player power, Xabi Alonso also tactically did not cover himself some glory because look at the likes of the Rodrigo issue was, I think that was where he even started from. Benching Rodrigo, it didn't go down well with the likes of Mbappe and Vinicius because you could see that the 3 of them, they worked to devastating effect when we were playing together under Carlo Ancelotti. They won the Champions League title, twice. So I mean, not with Mbappe now, but then Vinicius and Rodrigo, they complement each other very well. So I think benching him and trying to put a player who has not even really established himself in European football. It wasn't working out.
But you said something about, Xabi Alonso's tactical ability.
Yeah.
But then you also agree with me that no matter how tactical a manager is, if players decide not to interpret your tactics on the pitch, you will fail.
Of course.
Because Xabi Alonso also said that there are multiple occasions that the players will be asked to actually, take a session in training, gym, come to tactical work. Many times these guys will just turn it down. So how is that Alonso's problem?
Well, I think for me, you just have to, number one, just fix that, player relationship. Because I can remember Luis Enrique, at Paris Saint-Germain, when he was trying to, talk to Kylian Mbappe, and Kylian Mbappe looked like he wasn't even listening. He didn't take to that. He sold him off. Okay, maybe not, they didn't get, the fee, but then he was allowed to go. And what happened? They won the treble after that. So I think for me, Xabi Alonso, since he has seen that he couldn't put it down on the players,
it's the case of the board backing Luis Enrique and the board not backing Alonso.
That is one thing about Real Madrid. Whether you're a player or a manager, you have power, you don't have power over the club. The club is over here. But now, let's look at it. They have a game coming this weekend. Arbeloa, for me, is not the coach on the long term. They should try and solve
absolutely. No, Madrid also made that clear.
Did you see his record before coming into the first team? He has lost about 4 games or 5 games in a row in the second or third division, and you still employed him and he lost again. Why are you surprised? How can you lose a team? I
don't think they're surprised. But let's look at what will be happening, this weekend. A lot of fixtures in the EPL, and the chief among them is the Manchester derby, where Carrick will be getting his baptism of fire after 3-0 loss to Manchester City in the first leg. Now he's going to be taking the second leg. Yes, Ruben Amorim actually lost the first leg, and now the second leg is upon us at this point. Of course, a lot also look at in the Serie A and La Liga, French Ligue 1 and Bundesliga as well. But let's look at the fixtures, and then let's look also at that Manchester derby, because that's exactly where our concentration will be. Looking at what Carrick would definitely want to conjure against the man who is deemed the greatest manager in the last 20 years.
Do you believe Pep is the greatest
in the last 20 years?
Yes,
absolutely.
20 years. We are looking at 2006.
2004. Okay, 2006. Yeah,
2006.
Yeah. In terms of whatever it is you want to say, he's done the
Manchester
best.
United won the Champions League in 2008.
Yes.
Right? They've also won Premier Leagues, with that one.
No. How many did they win within that time? So what
2006, 7, they won 7, 8, 8, 9. They did 3 in a row.
Yeah.
6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9. And they won 2011. Okay, 5.
Yeah.
5, because it's like I said, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 13. Yeah. They won 5, right? And also the Champions League and all of that. And with other FAs and the
like I said, I mean, Pep Guardiola, you will not just look at the title he's won. We also look at how he's been able to revolutionize the game, right? Most teams want to put the ball on the ground, and you can't take it away from Pep.
But is it not making the game a bit boring? Because it seems like everybody wants to put their system based on Guardiola. So we got out this goalkeeper playing from the back.
We are not looking at whether the influence is good or bad. We're looking at the influence. So it's the influence we're talking about.
Actually, I still think Pep is actually the best, because he broke out within the 20 years. 2009 with Barcelona, and I mean the rest is history.
So let's look at that particular fixture this weekend. Manchester United, a lot of fixtures, across Europe, but Manchester United against Carrick is where, our attention would definitely be at this point. Michael Carrick, I mean, the last time he actually played for Manchester United was in 2023, before he, officially actually hung his boots, and now he jumped straight into managerial career. He's one of those players who you look at like Xavi, they have the intelligence to actually manage a team, and now he's right there. And this is the Premier League fixture for the weekend. A lot of, Afis, look at this Premier League fixtures. Where is the upset going to come from before we talk about Manchester City and Manchester United?
I know a lot of people will be saying maybe the upset will come in from City ground, where Nottingham Forest will be playing against the table toppers, Arsenal. And Wolves against Newcastle is also a big one. Aston Villa, Everton. I think there are big fixtures here. Maybe the upset might be Chelsea up against Brentford, because Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, they are coming up against a Brentford team with a certain man in form, a man on fire, Igor Thiago, because Igor Thiago with 16 goals, I mean, they are looking at as him to be the striker to rival a certain Erling Haaland. But playing today, or tomorrow, that's tomorrow. They're playing tomorrow, and looking at the big fixture, the Manchester derby, I think it's going to be.
They'll be playing today actually.
Yeah,
they'll be playing today, and then
they'll be playing today.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll be playing today. Manchester United against Manchester City 8:30. And of course, Sunderland against Crystal Palace.
And they'll be playing today, and Arsenal will be playing tomorrow. So, but Manchester United, Manchester City, where is that particular going?
Manchester United against Manchester City. That one, I mean, normally I'm supposed to say form goes out of the window, but you know, Manchester City, they are a team that they are not afraid when they come to meet Manchester United. But then Manchester United, you'll be looking to see. They've done something like this in the past, where I remember when City were about to win the title, you know, at Old Trafford. I think that was in 2018, and the certain Paul Pogba remember that he's still a world-class player, and he stepped up and they won that game 3-2, even from 2 goals behind. So right now, maybe Manchester United will feel like, okay, we don't have anything left, you know, to salvage for our season. We are just competing not to relegate in the Premier League. So let's throw a spanner in the wheel, you know, for Manchester City trying to chase Arsenal. Now, I think Manchester United will be willing to stop them, but it's going to be a tough one. Michael Carrick will want to impose his tactics, but I think Pep Guardiola will overshadow him and win that game.
Sadly, that's exactly what we'll be drawing the curtain to close this weekend on this episode of the Weekend Kickoff. But it's been an interesting week, I must say, even though the Super Eagles actually lost to Morocco, and we're actually hoping
they can redeem themselves.
The Super Eagles, will be able to actually redeem themselves. I mean, for all it's worth, really, I just thank God I've not actually been able to actually catch Xavier Udo across any point, because one question we'll be asking me is, what are we going to do? You sport guys, what are we going to? Are we going to win?
He's a pessimist.
No, not like he's a pessimist. It feels like, you know, he's holding me to ransom. If the Super Eagles doesn't win,
he believes that it's one particular jersey you wear to win a game. I don't understand.
Yeah,
he said if he loses, he's wear the white one. They'll wear the white one today and they'll win.
But I thank God I didn't say him all through.
Yeah.
But hey, that's exactly what we'll be running, closing today's episode of the Weekend Kickoff. Hafiz, on Monday, definitely we'll be taking it up. The conversation will be on the locker room, where we'll be breaking down whatever happened, you know, today between Super Eagles of Nigeria and, you know,
hopefully it will be to discuss Nigeria being good at what they are good at. That's winning the bronze. So maybe we'll celebrate the bronze here, you know, on the locker room. We'll break it all down.
All right, so my director is already telling me to be Kono. This is exactly what we'll be leaving it on today's episode of the Weekend Kickoff. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. And Hafiz, see you next week.
Yeah, see you next week.
Bye.
Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Inikpi of Igala land. She's such an intriguing historical figure. Inikpi was a princess and a priestess from the Igala kingdom, which is currently located in the present-day Nigeria. Her story is one of sacrifice and loyalty. Legend has it that during the 16th century, the Igala kingdom was under threat from the neighboring kingdom of Jukun. Inikpi, in an act of immense bravery, volunteered to be sacrificed to the gods in order to save her people from impending invasion. Inikpi's sacrifice was seen as a selfless act of devotion and love for her kingdom. Her story has been passed down through generations, and she's celebrated as a symbol of courage and sacrifice in Igala culture. To this day, Inikpi's story continues to inspire many, highlighting the strength and resilience of African women in history. Her legacy serves as a reminder of the power of selflessness and the lengths people are willing to go to protect their communities.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now, to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now.
2564 Atlantic. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
I'm Sarah Nyström from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasun Khan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Good day and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. I am Precious Agamanu. We bring you major stories from across the country through the eyes of our correspondents in the field. We begin with a developing story on growing concerns over Nigeria's healthcare system. There are growing concerns over the quality of healthcare delivery in Nigeria as cases of alleged medical negligence continue to dominate public discourse. The outcry follows several high-profile incidents, including the reported death of author Chimamanda Adichie's toddler in Lagos and cases in Kano where surgical items were allegedly left inside patients. Medical practitioners Dr. Charles Adeogun says weak accountability, poor working conditions, and overstretched health workers are putting lives at risk. Correspondent Onyeka Obolo has this report.
Reported cases of medical negligence across the country, with experts pointing out to pressure on health workers and weak accountability in the health system.
Medical negligence refers to when there is a drop in the quality of care that patients receive from a health professional. So when they get below that standard and the consequences of harm that comes to the patient, medical negligence.
Dr. Adeogun says many health workers are outstretched, making it difficult to give patients the attention and follow-up care they need.
So basically, there are lots of factors that may be responsible for this. Like you rightly said, we have shortage of health professionals. You have them being overwhelmed and overburdened with long hours of work. You have poor infrastructures, poorly equipped facilities. And then also, I think to a very large extent, when you have a shortage of doctors and they are attending to a large population, you know, the quality of care drops.
He's calling for urgent reforms, including better working conditions and stronger oversight of medical practice.
Some of these things can be curbed by making sure that there's better work conditions for health practitioners. And then we also think that, like we said, the government should make sure facilities are well equipped. And we think that new agencies should crop up. New agencies, that would work in such a way that they would implement a medical legal course, meaning that when cases of mismanagement, malpractice, or preventable deaths occur, these agencies will be, they will have the regulation or the ability or the capacity to be able to, investigate these cases and making sure that these cases are thoroughly investigated, and anybody that is indicted, any professional indicted of negligence or malpractice, there will be real consequences, and these consequences will be laid out. People will lose their licenses, hospitals will be closed down, people may go to jail, heavy compensations will be paid, because you may really need to take this strict path for us to enforce what we really want to enforce. And these agencies may just consist mainly of medical professionals and legal professionals working hand in hand, investigating cases that have happened, like the recent occurrences, making sure that once you go deep into those investigations and you truly find out that at some point there was a gap in the care, or there was delay in action, or there was negligence or malpractice of any form, then the agency should swing into action.
The medical practitioner also urged patients to be more informed and actively involved in their healthcare decisions.
A lot of people should be able to ask questions. It is your right to know about your health. It is your right to know what surgery you are going into or you are scheduled for. It is your right to know what the process is all about. It is your right to ask, okay, this surgery, what is the recovery rate? What is the recovery time? And then, have a clear picture of what is going on, because that helps you to be able to know what you are going in for. And then, of course, there's a consent that is signed before every procedure.
I am Monica Goyo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you, Oika, for that report. A wave of insecurity in Ekpoma has continued to stir concerns across Edo State following weekend protests by youths and residents over rising cases of kidnapping in the university town. Many in Benin City are expressing fear that the situation could spread to other communities if urgent action is not taken. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny reports.
Youth and residents in Ekpoma over rising cases of kidnapping has continued to generate reactions across Edo State, with residents of the state capital expressing concern over the worsening security situation in the university town. In street interviews, respondents described the Ekpoma situation as alarming, warning that the web of insecurity is creating fear and could spread to other communities if urgent action is not taken.
The ex-military men, ex-policemen, those people that have retired, they should ask them questions. Because most of the kidnapping going on, you will just hear after the police checking point, you will see they will kidnap. After the police checking army point, you will see they will kidnap. So they have to do a thorough investigation of those ex-servicemen.
What they are experiencing in Ekpoma is too bad. The kidnapping is too much. These terrorists, they don't know anywhere. We are bad to ourselves. If I'm in my village now, anybody that comes, I know my village people. They collaborated with all these people. They take ransom from them. They show them road. After ransom, or they go and pay homage to these people. That is all we are lacking now. We are killing ourselves.
The government is trying, but they cannot be using insecurity to fight insecurity. The government itself, Senator Modokebo, have tried to fight insecurity. As far as Edo Central and Edo North per se, it's not much in Edo South. But what they have done is not expected of such a students who are mature. You are correct, because if you don't say here, nobody will say there you are. Because the people there, it seems, I don't know, I can't fish out them, I cannot suspect them, but everybody there is a suspect. Actually, it cannot be happening Ekpoma every now and then. So I don't know. They should at least appreciate the governor for now. That's what I mean.
The governor has assured that measures are being taken to tackle the menace and strengthen security in Ekpoma and surrounding communities.
We have been doing a lot
And before this ugly situation happened, we had planned something. Security is secret, and I'm not supposed to say it to anybody, and we are still going to carry it out. These people will leave our forests if they are there. Ekpoma, Ishan will not be a safe place for them. We will leave no stone unturned. We have technology. The first one we carried out was very successful. The next day, they came up with sentiment, protest, looting. This is not acceptable. We must make sure that we bring these people to book.
Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And thank you, Rhoda, for that report. And moving forward, the remand of 52 students arrested during last weekend's protest in Ekpoma, Edo State, has drawn sharp criticism from legal practitioners. They insist that due process must be followed, warning that continued detention of suspects at the Ubiaja Correctional Center without clearly separating those culpable from innocent protesters amounts to a violation of constitutional rights. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
The remand of 52 students arrested in Ambrose Ali University last weekend's protest in Ekpoma and transferred to the Ubiaja Correctional Center has sparked reaction from legal practitioners and residents across Edo State. The students were apprehended after residents of Ekpoma, the headquarters of Esan West Local Government Area, staged a protest over rising cases of kidnapping and insecurity in the area. Legal practitioners emphasized that peaceful protest is a constitutional right in Nigeria, but raised concerns over the legality of reminding such a large number of students at once.
People have a right to protest, but they should know where to draw the line. If protesters go on a rampage and start destroying properties, looting and vandalizing, that's criminal action. But I understand also that these actions by the protesters were a reaction to government neglect of complaints about kidnapping and crimes. Subsequently, judges should take time to sift or go through the charges before them before taking an informed decision. Sending 52 persons to remand, students for that matter, is not a palatable thing.
The right to protest is protected by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999. It's a fundamental human right. However, while you are protesting, you are expected to be peaceful. That is why you have a right to peaceful association and peaceful assembly. To arraign 52 people who have not been properly sifted or sieved to know whether they are innocent or not. If you were to take them to court, the matter, according to the law, should have been determined on a case-by-case basis.
Since a court of competent jurisdiction, I will assume that the judge there, the court itself, I don't know, gone through whatever charges that were preferred against them and took the best of decision. But to protest, they are on their right. You can protest.
But arresting 52 persons, we are of the view, or I'm of the view, that arresting these persons, people that gathered, how can you choose, or how can you pick those persons? Whether these persons were actually actors in this regard. They may just have strolled in. Some may just be watching, just be people watching to see what is going on and all that one. They just go there and pick these persons.
They stress that security agencies must clearly separate those who are culpable from innocent citizens caught up in the arrest. Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And Edo State Governor Monday Okwebolo says the recent Ekpoma arrest was not a students' protest, but a criminal act carried out by non-students near Ambrose Ali University. The governor has ordered the release of genuine students and condemned the destruction of property. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny reports.
Monday Paulo says the Ekpoma arrest was not a student protest, but a criminal act carried out by non-students around Ambrose Ali University. He said intelligence reports linked the violence to a group known as the Ambrose Ali Comrade Community and ordered the immediate release of any genuine students arrested during the operation. The governor dismissed kidnapping claims as fake, condemned the destruction of markets and property, and warned that anyone sponsoring hoodlums would be prosecuted, noting that no arrests were made on the Ambrose Ali University campus.
A group called Ambrose Ali University Comrade Community. These are people that are no longer students. They're just hanging around the school. We don't know what they are doing there, just to foment trouble. So we'll see how we put an end to that. Then for the students that probably were arrested, we'll look into it, get them released to the student union president. That is a promise that I made to him, and I will do that as quickly as possible. Because actually, this protest is not their own. Look at the market they burnt 2 nights ago. So these people, they are just here. People are using them. I don't care whether you are a politician, you are not a politician, you are using people and you are involved in planning such evil, destroying our land, destroying our economy. So we'll not accept. We'll go after these people and we must make sure that we bring them to book.
Speaking on behalf of the students, SUG President Comrade Michael said students did not organize any protest and thanked the governor for the assurance of students' release.
Contrary to popular claims, the protest was not organized under the aegis of the student union government or the National Association of Nigerian Students. It is quite pitiable that most persons who want to link what has actually transpired to the student community. So we are here to officially debunk that students did not organize any protest. So the Edo State government want to appreciate you for your intentionality as well in making sure those students are being released as soon as possible.
His Excellency is a man that we all love. He has done a lot for the student. He's still doing a lot for the student. He has said that anybody identified, as a bona fide student of the Ambrose Ali University, we should liaise with the security agencies, and by the grace of God, they will walk home freely.
Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And still in Edo State, the Edo State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency says it has intensified its offensive against drug trafficking networks, recording hundreds of arrests and major seizures in 2025. The agency says the operations followed intelligence-led raids across flashpoints in Benin City and other parts of the state as part of efforts to curb drug abuse and dismantle criminal networks. Rhoda Jenny has more details.
State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency says it arrested 462 suspected drug traffickers in 2025, comprising 309 males and 153 females, as part of its sustained offensive against drug cartels in the state. State Commander Michelle Ofoyodu disclosed the figures while briefing journalists in Benin City, noting that the arrest followed a series of targeted operations across Edo State. He said the operations also led to the seizure of large quantities of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, underscoring the command's intensified efforts to disrupt the drug trade.
We have sustained an impressive clampdown on drug trafficking cartels, with the apprehension of 462 suspected drug traffickers and the seizure of 207,595.54 kilograms of various illicit drugs across Edo State in 2025. I also wish to thank the Edo State government for the successful launch of the Edo State and local government drug control committees. This, no doubt, is a giant leap in our sensitization efforts The objective of this, as we move forward, the Edo State Command remains steadfast in its mission to dismantle drug trafficking cartels operating within the state. Our 4 strategic missions in 2026 include the identification of drug warehouses and impoundment of those drugs, the seizures. Number 2, interception of illicit drug shipments that are passing through the state. Number 3 is the dislodgement of drug bunks where drugs are being abused within the state. While the 4th one is the apprehension of drug barons and the tracing of their illicit wealth.
Upoyoji reaffirmed that the fight against drug abuse and trafficking remains a top priority, adding that strategic actions for the year include identifying drug warehouses, intercepting illicit consignment, dismantling drug dens, and apprehending key figures behind illegal networks. Rola Johnny, VOP TV News.
And food prices remain a major concern for many Nigerians, especially market traders who say the cost of basic staples is still too high. Despite slight reductions in the prices of rice and other items, both sellers and consumers say more needs to be done to make food affordable and ease for the burden on households. Matthew Ogunswada visited Daleko Market and files this report.
It's the 3rd week of the new year, and economic activities are gradually picking up across major markets in Lagos State. Following the holidays, many markets experienced a slowdown as traders and buyers took time to return. However, indications here at the Daleko Market suggest that activities are slowly returning, although not without challenges.
I am at the Daleko Market in Mushin, one of the busiest hubs for food production in Lagos State, to assess the level of business resumption after the New Year's celebrations.
To get a clearer picture of the situation on ground, I spoke with traders to understand when they resume business, how trading has been so far, and how this period compares with the same time last year.
You see, in this market, there is no price control because we are all wholesalers. We buy from different vendors and we bring it here to sell it at our own opinion price. So there is no price control here. There is no price control, and the price that we sell it in December is the same way we sell it in this January. Now the price has not even go down or go up. It's still the same thing.
Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ níbi ọ̀rọ̀ rice la wà ń tà. A fẹ́ kí gbogbo nǹkan kó lẹ̀ rice di 20,000. Àtọwọ́ kẹ́fìtì kan Nàìjíríà ní jíjẹ kó lẹ̀ sí oúnjẹ ní kókó tó jẹ́ wá ti tọ́nu ìṣẹ́bùṣe. Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ nìyẹn. Last year ata rice 52,000. 53 year ní oṣù yìí sìn a ti ń ta 50,000 51,000 so kò sí difference kó di 20,000 òun la fẹ́. Òní last year a ṣì ta 52 55 ó depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè. We have long grain and we have short grain. Now à ń ta 50,000 a dẹ̀ ń ta 49,500 so ó depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè.
Òsibí tẹ́ máa dé kí ìjọba jẹ́ kó ń jẹ́ pọ̀ náà ni tó ń jẹ́ bá ti kó òun ìṣẹ́kù díẹ̀ o. Irú rice tata ní ọdún ní last year ní ká sọ pé last year ni irú price yẹn àtàrí kí ni nǹkan tá a fi tàrí pé ó wálẹ̀ kò wọ́n jara lọ oníkálukú rà wọ́n gbádùn ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kó túbọ̀ wálẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ.
The Daleko Market also extends to the automobile industry as traders within this industry share their expectations as the new year begins.
On our own, my own line precisely, which is motor spare parts. You know, it is normally exchange, we buy with exchange rate. Before the spare parts or anything, buying with exchange will come down. It must be as a result of exchange rates. When the exchange rate comes down, automatically the spare parts and other things that we import will normally come down. Also in food stuff, because I almost closer to the Daleko Market here, where they sell food stuff, rice and gari and other beans. Mostly the pricing system, understand? Before things will get down a bit, like food stuff, will be as from next month or next 2 months, March precisely.
And like before, as from last 2-3 years ago,
In fact, I used to sell about like 80 tana, 70 tana. But now, this year, I sell 120, 130. The original one. So now, like other customers say that it's too cost them to buy. So I said it's not my fault. It's the importer that used to import it from abroad increase it for us. That is the reason why we are selling it in that price. So, but for me, for my own prayer, I pray government to lower our economy so that the price will now come down, so that it will be easy then to buy.
From Daleko Market, traders say activities are gradually picking up in the third week of the year, although rising cost and low purchasing power continue to affect business. While urging the government to address inflation, many traders are hopeful that the weeks ahead will bring better patronage and improved market conditions. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you, Matthew, for that report. The Nigerian Communications Commission says its new reformed framework developed with the Central Bank of Nigeria will strengthen consumer protection and reduce complaints over failed airtime and data transaction. However, Nigerians are sharing mixed reactions, expressing both hope and concerns about effective implementations. Matthew Ogunswada reports.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail these developments, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people.
It has been a serious case initially in which when customers do transaction with the phone and the communication did not work, they are debited, and there's no other way you can complain. You just leave the money there because you wonder, because it's small, like maybe it's 200 naira, 300 naira, but that 300 naira, 500 naira, or 200 naira, 50 naira, over like 1 million subscribers that didn't work. That's a huge money and a huge loss for the people. So now that the government is mandating it, that it should be reversed immediately, is a good development, and it should be instant reversal. Not that one will be, running around trying to get to one office or do one official documentation. No, it's supposed to be instant. The moment it doesn't communicate, the machine is supposed to automatically do the reversal.
If it is a cash transaction, at times they do reverse, but you have to put pressure. Pressure, I mean by that you start calling, sending different type of messages before they will reverse the money back to the sender. So unlike you try to purchase Airtel or something like that, the recharge card, data to someone. It happened to me the first day. Data of 1,000 naira, I sent it to my sister at Ekiti. My account was debited, and she said she's not seen, and it's not the kind of person that you can tell her. Up till now, it's not reversible. So it used to happen like that.
As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
And in Edo State joined the rest of the nation to mark the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Day as government officials, security chiefs, members of the Nigerian Legion, and families of fallen heroes gathered in Benin City. The event honored officers who laid down their lives in defense of the country. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more details.
On Thursday marks the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day, with Edo State holding its ceremony at the Museum Ground, Benin City, to honor military personnel who paid the supreme sacrifice.
Inspection is done to showcase the loyalty of the troops and their readiness to undertake the cause of which they have been commissioned. And
have your permission to carry on with the rest of the parade, Your Excellency.
The event featured the laying of wreaths at the cenotaph, the ceremonial release of pigeons, a military parade, and interdenominational prayers, attended by government officials, security chiefs, traditional rulers, members of the Nigerian Legion, and families of fallen heroes. Speaking at the ceremony, the Edo State Governor, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Commissioner of Information and Strategy, the State Chairman of the Nigerian Legion, and widows of deceased officers paid glowing tributes to the fallen heroes and called for improved welfare and sustained support for serving and retired personnel.
We are here to honor them today, and I believe that their soul is resting in peace. I also believe that the people that are there that are serving Nigeria, you can see how Nigerians are honoring their fellow departed heroes.
We must celebrate our fallen heroes because they've laid their life for peace to reign in this country. All I will say today is to commiserate with the family and say, may their soul rest in perfect peace.
People recognize that the importance of this day and they turn out to pay their last respects to our fallen heroes.
So it means a lot. It makes me to think back of my fellow soldiers that lose during the war, and to remember our stand today. But all what we are praying, we are begging the government, but they are not treating us good.
I'm not happy. So they still make me to remember my husband, because my husband fought for. He died in Meduguri, and his body was missing. So the government, they are not assisting us with the widows for anything. Now we came like that, we are going back like that. For how many years now we've been coming here?
Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And in Lagos, the University of Lagos has announced plans for its 56th convocation ceremony, scheduled to hold from January 14th to January 2026. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Folasade Ogunsola, says over 16,500 students will be awarded degrees and diplomas, including first degree and postgraduate graduates. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
Atmosphere of anticipation and pride filled the air as the University of Lagos officially announced its readiness for its 56th convocation ceremony, scheduled to hold from Wednesday, January 14, 2026 to Sunday, January 25, 2026. At this press conference held ahead of the ceremony, the Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor Folasade Ogunsola, disclosed that students will be conferred with various degrees and diplomas, marking yet another significant milestone in the institution's long-standing tradition of academic excellence.
This year, we will be graduating 16,506 students. Of these, 10,584 students will receive first degrees and diplomas, while 5,782 will be awarded postgraduate degrees, while 140 will graduate from Unilag Business School. Our overall best graduating student, who is also the best graduating student in the humanities, is Chukwu Zubelu Benedict Umeozo from the Faculty of Management Sciences in the Department of Business Administration, in the perfect score of 5.0.
She further revealed that the university has put strategic plans in place, including collaboration with industries and business organizations, to ensure that graduating students are well prepared for the labor market and equipped with relevant practical skills.
The university has continued to strengthen collaborations, expand student exposure to competitions, internships, and global learning opportunities, and created environments that inspire innovation, critical thinking, and inquiry. We have retained our first position in Nigeria, co-shared with the University of Ibadan in the 2026 Times Higher Education ranking.
Other distinguished members of the university's management and faculty charged the graduates to uphold the values of excellence, integrity, and leadership, urging them to serve as worthy ambassadors of the University of Lagos wherever they go.
The University of Lagos, we already have an entrepreneurship center, and our students, as we had during DBT, that they're being supported even to develop, their own projects and also to develop their businesses. And some of their businesses are also being registered for them by the University of Lagos. So we want our students to not go out of the university and start seeking employment. We want them to go out of the University of Lagos and be employers of labor.
Anybody that is graduating from here has been skilled. What I will counsel them is don't be in a comfort zone. Knowledge moves, knowledge is evolving. So continue to reskill and upskill. Make sure that you work with professional bodies and regulatory bodies. That's how you know current trends, direction of things, and also continue to upskill and reskill in those areas.
As the institution intensifies preparation for the convocation ceremony, expectations remain high that the event will once again showcase the University of Lagos' commitment to producing globally competitive graduates. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you, Matthew, for that report. And that wraps up this edition for Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Stay connected with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel and following us across our social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you or would like to hear from you, kindly send videos or photos to our newsroom via WhatsApp on 0814-6064-057 or email us at news@vop.nj. I am Precious Agamano. Thank you for watching. Join us again next time for another edition of Reporters File. Bye for now.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GT Fashion Weekend, and we are live here at the Landmark Center. We'll be bringing you everything sweet and trending and people looking gorgeous. And today is day one and people are ready, coming out in their beautiful attire and looking so elegant. So stay tuned. Good evening, beautiful lady.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
As you can see, the energy I expected. You are in GC Fashion Weekend. It's the avenue for you to express yourself.
I'm good, as you can see now. I'm so fine.
Obviously, you have. For me to call you,
Yeah.
I can tell you 100%. You're looking so pretty, natural,
Thank you.
and all ensemble together. Classic. So let's meet you.
Same here.
Can we meet you?
My name is Bidemi. I'm a fashion designer. I made this dress.
Come on, can you do a 360 for us? Whoa. Okay, so that's amazing. It actually looks off the rack. We never could have thought that it's made. And that's what GT is about. It's trying to make us understand that Nigerians are doing well.
Yeah,
not just Nigeria,
we're good.
Africa, and the world at large.
Yes.
So, how's it been so far?
Well, amazing. It's my choice, so I love what I do. I love it a lot, so it's been good.
Okay, so your day one at GT Fashion Weekend, how's the experience been like for you?
Actually, I don't know. I just got here, but it's been. I like what I'm saying.
Did you register for any of the masterclass?
No.
Okay, so are you looking forward to have a one-on-one in any of the masterclass today?
Yeah. I look forward to that.
Okay, so enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Ifnaya. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm also one of the radio hosts right here at the GTCO Fashion Weekend.
So how has it been so far? It's the one and everyone is coming out in their colors and attire.
Yeah, I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive on day one, I can't wait to see what day two has.
Okay, so looking at the fact that the way GT started, and this program has always been like, okay, come out, express yourself. People have been doing that before now. And what's that one thing, highlight you're looking for this year?
I'm looking forward to the master classes because one thing I love about the GTCO brand is they ensure that they're giving you premium quality. They are looking through the beauty fashion industry within Nigeria and then Africa and then globally. You know, the current masterclass, Melissa, I believe, all the way from Detroit. So I love that they're bringing quality to ensure that they're impacting knowledge as well.
Okay, thank you very much. To enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you look breathtaking. This is actually
Thank you.
well put together. So can we meet you?
Thank you.
Can we meet you?
Mature.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fashion stylist and a designer.
You represent what?
Thank you.
So, how's the experience of GT Fashion Weekend for you?
I mean, this is GT Fashion Week. We always expect the best and they always come with the best, you know. You can look around and I feel good about it though. I always feel good about fashion. So this one is not different.
Okay, so as a fashion stylist, what has it been so far looking at the aesthetics that people are putting together, excluding yourself? Because it seems you came to win the whole Grammy Award here.
No, to me, I feel like there are no rules to fashion and certain people have different things they represent. Okay, so I feel like fashion is a platform where you come and explore yourself. To me, it's more like art. You get it? So I see certain people, they dress simple, but I would say this is not cool because that person now has something that he's trying to show, he or she's trying to show. So looking at the whole environment, I think people just do their thing and it really makes sense because we're not here to look alike.
Oh, definitely.
Yes, we're here to come with our own personalities, you feel me?
And you could tell that people's personalities are shining through what they're wearing.
Sure.
And yours is giving hold money vibe.
Something like that, yeah.
So like,
I like the boomers generation. So I love to transition to the old school and vintage kind of lifestyle, you know.
And it's actually very amazing.
I'm Faith, our fashion designer from Liberia.
Oh my God. So you came all the way from Liberia for this program?
No, actually not, but I have been witnessing GTCO Fashion Week for years back in Liberia, and this is my first GTCO Fashion Week. It feels like a dream because I've always wished to be on GTCO Fashion Week.
And you did well, amazingly.
Thank
Your
you.
aesthetics are superb.
Thank you.
So I assumed this is designed by you?
Yeah, this is designed by me.
Did you style yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so this is a representation of who you are?
Yeah, this is a representation of who I am, my brand, and where I come from. If you look at the back of my outfit, there's a Max description on the back of my outfit. Where I come from, we have different types of traps in Liberia. So most of my outfits, I want for people to know who I am, where I come from, and my identity. So almost all of my outfits, I usually have a Max description there, so that when people ask me, I'll be like, yeah, I'm from Liberia, and this is my culture.
Oh, that's really amazing.
Yeah.
And that's sweet to know that you put that together. So as a designer, what has your experience been so far looking at the aesthetics that people are pulling together here today?
Can you come again? I didn't.
Like the aesthetics people are pulling together today, like what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Everyone is identifying who they are.
Yeah.
Some are simply dressed, some are glamorously dressed, some are dressing retro, some are doing old vibe money and the likes. So what's your own take on what they're wearing?
So whether simple, classic, bougie, or whatever people dress in, I feel like everybody have their own aesthetic. So it can be simple, it can be too high or not too high, but everybody looks good in their own way, and they are so beautiful. Yeah.
Okay. So looking at the fact that you have the semblance of gems, stones on you, are you saying that Liberia is full of riches and gems?
Yes.
She just confirmed to us that Liberia is full of riches and gems, and I'm going to go dig my hand fortune from there.
You should come to Liberia.
Is that an invite?
Yes, you are invited.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and the day 2 of GT Fashion Weekend. Okay. So have an amazing and a blast time.
My name is Taiwo Olatunji or Layomi. I'm a model and a 3D artist. And yeah, I just came here to have fun, look around, see fashionable people, like-minded people, and yeah, that's basically what I'm here.
That's good to know. What inspired your outfit?
My teachers. It's honestly like an office siren look, and I just like pinstripes. I really love the patterns. There isn't really much that inspired the jewelry. I just like this because it's really cool.
It's giving Halloween vibe.
Yeah, it's like a Halloween vibe. Yeah, so that's basically what inspired it. It's just nice and clean.
Very clean. I must agree with you. You know, looking at a lot of people wearing a lot of things today, I could see some having confused fusion in their outfits. But for you, I give you that clean check because this is well assembled and it's giving classic. So thank you very much for representing well. So where are you from?
Like
are you Nigerian?
Yes, I am. Okay. I'm a Nigerian.
So is this your first experience with GT Fashion Week?
Yes, this is my first time here.
So how does it feel?
It feels great. I think what I like the most is that I'm seeing a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them. Okay, you people actually dress well in real life, like him. They're everywhere. So yeah, that's just nice.
Okay, so thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy probably your day too if you're still gonna be here at GT. And we might still catch up with you.
Yeah.
My name is John Ikechukwu Agoha.
I love that. The way you sound. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a gospel artist. That's what I do.
That's interesting.
Then I'm a fashion consultant.
Okay, that speaks on your outfit.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what's your experience been so like in GT Fashion Weekend?
It has been good, fun, seeing people, different class of people, categories, crazy people, normal people.
And all the people assembled together in one spot.
Yeah, in one spot. And GTB has been able to manage everyone, every Dick and Harry. It's all good.
I agree with that. Okay, so is this your first time?
This is my first time. I've never been here.
Okay, and you agree that this experience is amazing or not?
I think it's for the young ones. For the young ones.
Well,
yeah.
not bad because
for the young ones.
By tomorrow I could tell you it's for the whole money because tomorrow we will never see on this.
Yeah.
Because this is my 5th year and I could tell for free. Day 1 is always the youngsters always come out and they always come and flex. Day 2, the whole money is then come. And at that time, even though the young ones, they know they get space like this. So today is a day to shine.
Yeah.
So let them shine. Okay, so for someone like you that is a fashion consultant and you've seen a lot of people's aesthetics so far, what's your take on it?
I think fashion is taking over. Fashion is taking over. It's taking over fast. But I think the only problem I have is the casts. They are not being paid what they ought to be paid. Because models, how many models make a living from modeling? I was a model when I was in school. I was a pin-up modeling, model I mean. So I could tell you when I was in school, we made more money from modeling. Right now, it's just a lot of things is happening in the modeling industry. A lot of sexuality issues and all that is happening in the modeling industry. In our time, was not like that. I don't know if they have it, but in our time, was not like that. But right, I just feel that models should make money from out of what they're doing.
Okay, hopefully the models got to make more money out of what they make. I could tell you for free that this is a crazy industry, and now people don't only pay for you because you have the physique, you have to have something good to offer.
Yes.
So thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
I hope so.
My name is Anmol. I'm a content creator and I'm also a chef and a student.
So in case you want to eat, you got the right plug, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your take on the GT Fashion Weekend?
Honestly, I'm just coming now, but I'm expecting colorful outfits and creativity and beauty and accents too. So I mean, there's a lot to actually witness.
Okay, so are you, is this your first year or?
Oh, this is my second time here.
Okay, so if you're going to make a compare and contrast with this, the previous year and this year, what's your take?
Okay, I came on the Sunday, like the last day. So this is my first time of like coming for the first day actually. So I'm I'm not expecting like I'm not. I know the last is always very crowded, so it's still it's beautiful. I love the aesthetics and all.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope that you get to enjoy the rest
Oh
of it.
yeah, sure.
So what inspires your outfit?
Basically, my shoe was the main thing, and I used the shoe to be inspired.
Oh, that's actually very amazing. So did you have anyone who designed your aesthetics, or you did it yourself?
I did it myself. It's all me.
Whoa, this is massive, guys. It's not easy. Okay, so today is day one of GT Fashion Weekend, and you're here. How's the experience been so far?
I just came. I can't say much, but I have been. This is like my 4th year here, and it's always been so good. So I'm expecting better this year.
Okay, sorry that I'm going back to this, because looking at your aesthetics, it shows one thing. Which profession are you?
I'm a model. And I'm a general creative, to be honest.
You can see what I'm saying, right? You agree
I'm
with
a
me?
general creative.
Okay, so as a model, what's your take on GT Fashion Weekend?
I feel like it's the best thing since sliced bread for us models and creatives. I can't even lie, because you don't get to showcase your style that much in this country, and a place where you are allowed to do that. Anybody can be anything today, and the days where we have the GT Fashion Model Week, it's like one of the best things ever.
Okay, so let's kindly introduce yourself.
I am bee, like the insect, and I do bite.
That's really amazing. Thank you for the wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
My name is Liz Fashion.
Oh, so what inspired your outfit?
I did. I inspired it, and this is actually my brand that I'm wearing. Liz Fashion World.
And it's the fact that you're representing the color of GT.
Right. Like I literally just planned this outfit, but when I was about to leave the house, I said, "Oh, it's GT's color."
This deserves an award.
Right.
Honestly,
GT should give me an award.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
And looking at your aesthetics, is well put together. It's actually bold and it's pretty and classy. So if you would say, rate yourself on a 1 to 10.
I will rate myself 100, of course. 100 out of 10.
I agree with you, because this. Trust me, when I saw you from afar, I'm like, oh my goodness, who is that beautiful, gorgeous lady? And your hair, your aesthetics, your lip, especially, it's quite popping, and it makes it stand out, and it makes me feel like this person understands fashion.
Yeah.
And I could see from afar. I didn't have to ask you what you do for a living.
Right.
I could see from what you're wearing that, oh, this is who this person is, and you represented well. So looking at GT Fashion Weekend, how do you feel about it?
I feel good. I feel really good, and the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I feel good. Don't mind me, this is not me. The cuts.
This is the fun part of her.
Okay, so for someone like you, would you say you have anything you expect from GT Fashion? What to this particular season?
I've not even gone inside to see what's happening, but obviously
because
I expect the
outside
best.
is bubbling and it's already
really,
100.
Yeah, so of course I expect the best.
The best is gonna be sad. So we're gonna say enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy the rest of your day at GT Fashion Weekend. Hello, Your Royal Majesty.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm the modeling king. I project fitness, culture, and royalty. I mean, as an African, I represent all the kings in Africa, and in fact, all over the world. You know.
Oh, so we have king of all kings in flesh. I agree with that. Okay, so what inspired your outfit?
Yeah, it's just the African masculinity. The goal was to project, every African young person or African man are warriors. So it's to project that warriorness, in the public, So, and then mixing it with the culture and then with the royalty and all, to just make the vibe more interesting. And that's why they call me the modeling king. So this is like the modeling king brand. Yeah.
Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so what do you do for a living?
What I do?
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, I'm a king, so I represent all the kings. And aside from that, I'm into the entertainment, fashion, models, and I do a couple of things on the side, like business,
In case you don't know, it smells rich. It's not just looking rich, it smells rich. So I'm confirming that for my audience.
I feel you. I feel you.
Okay, so Is this your first time in GT Fashion Weekend?
No, it's not the first time. I was here the last time and it was all crazy. So, I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't make it up here on time, but still, I just wanted to come to show them that the vibe is still actually there, you know.
And the vibe is very much accepted by we, the pretty ladies, on the red carpet. So thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Alright, welcome to iTag, the program where we take the biggest tech trends and simplify them in a way that is relatable and easy to understand. I'm your girl favorite Taro, and let's delve into it already.
In the heart of Ondo State and Nigeria, there is a place where innovation thrives and dreams take flight. Welcome to Information Technologies Hub and Synergia. At iTag, we're more than just a technology hub. We're nurturing a synergistic community that fosters the creation and support of information technology products and services. Here, people from all walks of life come together to gain digital skills and access top-notch infrastructure, turning their ideas into successful digital ventures. Entrepreneurs find a home at ITAC, where they can transform their ideas into successful digital ventures. With the support of our vibrant community, we strive to establish an ecosystem that nurtures creativity, collaboration, and entrepreneurship, allowing individuals to flourish and make a meaningful, long-lasting difference. At ITAC, we embrace the convergence of technology, creativity, and business, fueling innovation and driving digital transformation. Our commitment to excellence, innovation, and partnership supports organizations and individuals in realizing their vision of making a lasting impact on the digital landscape. Join us at Information Technology Hub and Synergy, where innovation knows no bounds and dreams become reality.
Alright, welcome back. The topic for today is cloud computing, and as you all know, everything is now digital. Your apps are no more stored in devices, your files, everything is now online, making it easier and accessible anywhere in the world. So right now, let's actually expatiate on what cloud computing is.
Cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources via the internet, with pay-as-you-go pricing. Instead of buying, owning, and maintaining physical data centers and servers, you can access technology services such as computing power, storage, and databases on an as-needed basis from a cloud provider like Amazon Web Services. Organizations of every type, size, and industry are using the cloud for a wide variety of use cases, such as data backup, disaster recovery, email, virtual desktops, software development and testing,
Puppets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner. perfect destination for curious minds.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that Shaggy the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to another episode of Health Check. Here we examine the issues that shapes our health, our choices, and our quality of life right here on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters, and we are glad to have you join us live on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. Well, if you're new here on Health Check, our goal is simple: to help you understand your bodies better, to make informed decisions, and take prevention very seriously before emergencies force us to. One of the things that we really emphasize here on this show is that early detection saves lives. Well, today's conversation is one that many people don't think about until it happens to someone close to them. We've discussed stroke before, and we've discussed what it is, how it happens. We had a neurophysiotherapist. If you missed that episode, you can go back to check on it. And today, we're going beyond the emergency phase. Now we're going to be asking questions like, what really happens after someone survives a stroke? How does life change? What does the body demand next? And what lessons should everybody learn from life after stroke? Probably happened to you or someone close to you. I'm not going to be doing this alone as usual, and joining us today is Emonina Abenabe Aquara, a health educator, an author, stroke and heart health advocate, and she also brings a lived understanding of stroke survival and recovery. Welcome to the show, Emonina. It's good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to Health Check.
Thank you.
All right, it's going to be an interesting conversation today. So we're going to be beginning from the perception. right? So many Nigerians, many of us, many of the audience watching, believe that once a stroke survivor can talk again, can walk again, or return home, the problem is over. So from your experience as a survivor and work, literally, how accurate is this belief?
Well, it's not true. So there are some signs, like invisible signs, that is going on in the body. For instance, amnesia, like short-term memory. So let me give you an example. 2 days ago, yes, it was 2 days ago, I met somebody that had met like 3 or 4 times before, and I couldn't recognize the person. I said, "Oh, hi." Right? And my friend said, "You have met this person now." I said, "When?" "I can't remember." A lot of times, but I couldn't just remember. Right? So it's one of the things that can happen to you. I actually had to apologize to the person and explain to the person. I actually had to explain to my friends too, because they were, sometimes they get confused, like, "But I said it yesterday now. Why are you forgetting?" They didn't understand what is going on in my brain and many other stroke survivors' brain. So it doesn't, that thing is false, right? Although it's, if you get 100% healed, that's fine. That's fine by me. But if you don't, you might, experience some things like that.
All right, I'm really interested because you are a survivor, and I must say that I can't imagine what it has been like. Truly, I really want to understand, how is life after this particular experience, and what do most people misunderstand about stroke recovery?
Okay. So I had a stroke 10 years ago, right? It has been tough, right? In fact, I lost my mom to chronic kidney disease 3 years after. Right? Yes. And, it has been a roller coaster. 1 minute I'm well, another minute I'm sick. 1 minute something really good is happening to me, another minute something bad is happening, right? So people think that when somebody has a stroke, what people expect is the person will be useless. I'm not useless, right?
Yes, please. Right.
And I survived it. Do people expect that you'll be useless, you'll be a beggar, you will be depressed, right? And I wasn't depressed because, I had a stroke. If at all, maybe it was something else, but not because I had a stroke, right? And I'm debunking that myth that, what's it called? Stroke survivors are always beggars. And when you come and meet a set of stroke survivors, you expect to see them, sitting down, looking helpless, right? No motivation, right? And I think that the reason why is because there's nobody encourages them. That's why I am here, I'm alive, right? To help, to talk to them that, hey, I had a stroke, but you don't see me begging, you don't see me sad. I go places, in fact, I hold events, right? This stroke did not stop me from living, so I live my life happily. Yes.
Wow. For someone who is a survivor and someone who has gone through a lot of things, I must say that you are very, very beautiful. and you are very, very vocal about this. And I really appreciate your strength. I really celebrate your strength for that. So when a person survives a stroke, what are the first invisible changes that often go unnoticed? You are someone that is very, knowledgeable about matters of the heart. So especially in the heart, the energy levels and emotional states, most especially. What are the first invisible changes that often go unnoticed? I'm saying this on behalf of the people that stroke did not necessarily happen to them, but people close to them,
But
so that they can be,
so they can learn.
Exactly.
Okay, like I said, amnesia, short-term memory, fatigue. So normal fatigue, when you sleep, it goes away. When we have fatigue, it doesn't go away. It will be, sometimes it will last for like 2 or 3 days, but nobody sees it. People will say, what's wrong with you? Come on, stand up. No, you're tired. You don't even you get overwhelmed quickly, right? And as I am here, if somebody is talking to me and expects me to talk and do what I'm doing, maybe for instance, I'm writing, right? Because normally I can write and talk to my friend, right? But that's at that moment my writing will be stopped. Like I can't really concentrate on it, so I cannot concentrate in for various things like I used to. So when these things happen, it's signs of post-stroke, right? So there are a lot of things, but what I can say is short-term memory, fatigue, what else? I really can't bring things together, but fatigue and short-term memory.
All right, so I think this is passing a message that if there is anyone around you that is a stroke survivor, you should pay more attention to them, because they might not necessarily remember everything as usual. And you should be more understanding when they tell you that they are tired. Right, so let's talk about the body itself. Let's talk about it internally, right? So after stroke, what actually changes inside the body that people cannot see? And how does the heart respond in the months and years after a stroke?
So this question is kind of like the other question. Stroke, especially when not found early, it takes a lot of time to heal. As I'm sitting down here, I still limp. I still struggle with my right hand. My right fingers, right? The brain, in fact, you know what a stroke means, right?
Yes.
When what's it called? There's a blockage in one of your blood vessels. Either it bursts or it's there. It just stops oxygen from flowing, right? And yes, and when that happens, a lot of cells die immediately. That minutes. That's why they say that when you have a stroke, you have 4.5 hours to get help, right? Yes, either you get disabled permanently or the person dies. Any other thing apart from the two, I thank God. If you have a stroke and you stayed in the hospital, no, they found you about the next day or 22 hours after, we are praying for you to get well completely, right? So that happens. So for me, I went to the hospital that day. I fell down and I went to the hospital. That hospital did not know Jack in Lagos. They didn't know what was wrong with me. They was just, they were looking. In fact, I didn't even see any nurse around my room. Right. And the next day, my cousins came, took me out of the hospital, 2 other hospitals, which they rejected me. I'm sure because, the fact that this person did not have proper medical attention the night before. Right. Then they took me to one popular hospital, which directed me, referred my family and I to the last hospital. Right. So mine it took, in fact, I almost died. That's the name of the first book that I wrote. I almost died, right? So it's very complicated. It's very, very complicated. Life after stroke. The everything around you, like the body inside you, it takes a lot of time to recover. This is 10 years. I still struggle with my right fingers. This is 10 years. Thank you.
So, from what you just described, I am finding it very difficult to really picture it exactly the way it is, because it's actually very terrifying. And I must say you're very strong. But I want to assume that this does not just affect the body, but it affects the mind as well. So what emotional changes are common after stroke that families don't always recognize?
The mind is like, if 1 minute you are standing and the next minute you are on the floor, and you find out that you can't just stand up and walk. You can't just be normal again, right? So what it can do to you, it can make you depressed. For somebody like me, I fought it, you know, because when I had a stroke, I was a vegetable. I didn't look like this, right? My face was swollen. My right body was shrinking so bad. You know, I couldn't speak. I couldn't remember anybody, you know, so I was just like a vegetable. And I was, you know, I fought depression, because there was no way that I was going to allow depression to come in, right? And you know, like everything was looking like it was too much, but I knew that I would come out of it. That knowledge saw me through. That's okay. I need to fight, and I need to fight more, and I will get out of it. I mean, I still limp, but I do like a lot of things. But because I know like a lot of stroke survivors, you know, because I'm now an advocate. I know a lot of stroke survivors, right? And they are so depressed. So depressed. And stroke is no longer an old person's illness. I know about I think he's now 16. He had a stroke when he was 14. Right now, as we talk, he's now depressed. It doesn't even touch his phone. Right? So it does a lot to your body, to your mind, because you can't understand how 1 minute you are well, you are talking to the next person, and the next minute you are down. You don't like, you know, when how to spot a stroke, right? Is when the person's face is drooping, the person can't raise the arm, or like speech is either slurry or can't talk at all, right? Before you call for help. So that moment, like 1 minute you could talk, another minute you can't. But it doesn't happen in like other stroke attacks, because my stroke is different from the next person's stroke. So maybe from the next person, they can talk right from the hospital. They like, there's no issue with the speech, and I'm always thankful for that, because some people, in fact, if you notice, I'm speaking slowly.
Yeah.
Right. Because the moment I speak fast, I would miss my thoughts. Yes. So it's a lot.
So,
it's a lot.
Talking about this emotional part as well, I want to believe, or I have gotten to understand, that there is a possibility of stroke experience repeating itself. And this could cause fear of recurrence, you know. It could affect the stress level and overall health of this particular person. So how can you, as a survivor, with your experience, encourage those that do not really take the mental side of recovery seriously enough and people that are really, really scared of a second time experience?
Okay, so there was a time that I was scared. I was really scared of having another stroke, right? And I saw that it was affecting me. It was affecting my everyday life. And I thought to myself that, hey, you are not having another stroke. You do everything properly. I've changed my diet. I always eat fruits and vegetables. I exercise. In fact, I can't now. I'm sitting down right now, and just give me 1 hour. I'm already walking because I'm not scared because I know that anything can happen. A blood clot can arrive, right? So I already know that when you do this and do that, you should not be scared about stroke. Since I told myself that, I stopped being scared. And besides, everyone on earth will die one day, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I tell myself. Everyone who must die one day. You can't. It's inevitable. So stop being scared. Just live your life. Take your drugs. If you have drugs to take, don't joke with it. Because when I hear of another stroke, it's either the person jokes with the drug. Don't joke with your drugs. If I'm talking to, if and there are stroke survivors here and he was hypertension that caused your stroke, please don't joke with the drugs. Without a medical advice, don't do it. And always stay away from junks. Stay away from soda. Stay away from cakes. I can't remember the last time that I had cake. Stay away from it. What caused my stroke was an infection in my heart. It's called endocarditis. Mine was different. Mine was not caused by hypertension or high cholesterol. No, mine was caused by that infection that came out because I wasn't doing my medical checkup like yearly. That's why the infection could stay and erupt in my body and it can send a blood clot.
All right, I think we're having a bit of a network glitch. Okay. All right, you're back. Please go on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So because I actually don't joke with my lifestyle, I don't have a fear of stroke. I'm always I'm always exercising.
Yeah, wow, that's some positive vibe right there. Wow. All right, so some of the possibilities of another occurrence is not taking your drugs seriously and taking junks and basically not taking the medical advice given to you. All right,
Yeah.
so instead of
Not
being
exercising.
scared, not exercising, very valid. So instead of being scared, just do what you need to do and be excited and be really optimistic about life, right? All right, so I want to go into something that is quite practical. So how was recovery for you? What was the recovery phase like? I know you're still going through that recovery process, but how was it really like at first? What was one reality of life that after stroke, after stroke, what's really surprised you the most about life? How did stroke change the way you listen to your body, your habits and assumptions and all of that? So what was recovery like, literally?
It was tough. Wow. Really tough. Just imagine a young girl. I was just 23. I just started my life in Lagos. Like I just started the Lagos girl's life. And this happened. Right? So it was really tough for about a year. Yeah, I think so. I couldn't really speak. Even when I could speak, it was like like it was just rubbish that was coming out of my mouth, right? And I saw that in this life, this life is very funny. Just that, like, it's very, very funny. There was a part of some people calling I and my mom witches. There was another part of me losing friends. There was another part of me not being able to do something, like do things. But I struggled and I fought. So stroke recovery is always tough, but it has everything to do with your mind. If you set your mind that you would at least, don't say that you would recover fully yet, right? But if you set your mind in this, like, I'm doing this so that I can do this. Like, I set my mind that I will recover so I can share my story. I can share my experience to a lot of people in this world. Right?
So it literally starts from the mind.
Yes, of course. Everything starts from the mind. Everything. They say I'm a strong woman. Well, I accept it.
Yes, you are.
Everything starts from the mind. But the stroke recovery is tough. I'm not going to lie. It's very tough. From not being able to walk, not being able to speak. My face was swollen. Let me tell you, I for months, right? I told my auntie to block every mirror in the house because I couldn't stand it. Because I'm vain, actually. So I couldn't stand seeing my face swollen and everything. So no, like, that's why I speak. That's why I'm a health educator. I'm telling you to live well, live healthy. Because this thing, I mean, you don't sleep early. You sleep for only 4 hours in a night. It's not impossible. You don't drink water. Like, for girls, 3 liters. For guys, 4 liters. You don't drink water. You don't do anything. And when a stroke happens, you say, "Oh, it's your village people." What village people?
That was very hilarious. All right.
Yes, it's like, "Oh, it's my village people that caused it." Oh no, what were you doing? For me, I already know that it was because because I know Miro, I've accepted that it was because I didn't take
proper care of yourself.
No, I was actually taking care of myself, but I missed one. That's regular medical checkup, at least once in a year.
Wow.
Yes, I already accepted. That's my flaw.
So how often should this regular checkup be?
I mean, once in a year. If you have money, like a lot of money, I mean, once every 3 months, you know.
Right.
Yes, or twice in a year if you have like a lot of money. But once in a year is really okay.
All right, so it's been a very interesting conversation so far, hearing from a survivor herself. So right about now, we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about the preventions, instead of you panicking, of course, and other things that should happen, even as a survivor or someone close to you as well. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still joined by in Nomina, and we've been talking about stroke, the afterlife of stroke, you know, the whole recovery process, how to cope with it, and even if you're not the person, if there's anyone close to you, how to really understand them and how to handle them, basically. So right about now, we're talking about the preventions, and I'm still going to be asking our guests some questions. So I'd like to go to the point of the risk factors, right? I've gotten to understand that there is a higher risk of a second stroke after the first one. And that is quite, you know, very disturbing. So why is the risk of a second stroke often higher after the first?
Well, so this thing happened, right? And you are still not listening to your body, right? So it's, I mean, you have already given the stroke an opportunity to come with a bang, right? So if before the stroke, you are best friends with soda and cakes, after the stroke, you increase it, and the stroke sees that your body is not so strong, so I can come again even tougher, right? It's because you don't take care of yourself. Just take care of yourself. The stroke survivors that are listening to me, take care of yourself. Make sure, even though you can't really walk, because I know that there are some stroke survivors that can't walk, because I mean what I'm saying does not even really apply to them, right? But maybe you should try to move your legs, you know. Yes, try to move your legs. Listen to your physiotherapist, whether you the one you get on physically or YouTube, right? Just try. Change your diet, even though it's hard. It's very hard to change diets in Nigeria.
Yeah,
I never knew, right? It's very hard, but maybe you can change your diet by adding ugu leaf to your food, or bitter leaf. Less oil. I barely use oil to fry. In fact, I don't even fry.
At this point, you no longer eat for pleasure, but eat for what is good for your body.
Yes. Yes. So if you do that, I mean, I think the only thing that can take your life might be accidents or old age.
All right. So I think there is a link. How closely linked are blood pressure, stress, and lifestyle choices in the recovery phase, or basically in the prevention phase?
Well, everything that you said, there are risks, right? If and more actually, if your blood pressure is acting funny and you don't check, it gets really high, and when it's high, it shuts down your body. The next thing is a stroke. It's not even stroke alone, right? You can even have diabetes out of it. There are so many illnesses that comes with that blood pressure. So that's why I'm even telling you, please check your blood pressure. Like every time, if possible, get the machine in your house. Check your blood pressure, because that's number one reason why stroke happens. The other stroke survivors that I talk to is blood pressure and stress. Stress spikes your blood pressure. Yes. When you are stressed, I don't have anything that makes me stressed though, ever again. I took lessons from the stroke that happened to me. So I'm barely ever stressed. if this thing I'm doing is too stressful, I delegate it to somebody really tough, and normal. Because I know, I know for a fact that I'm no longer normal. The things that I could do, I can't really do it anymore.
So it's basically about understanding your body and following it exactly the way it should be, right?
Yes.
All right, so I believe there is a link between stroke and the heart. And you're also someone that is very knowledgeable about affairs about the heart, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So what daily habits quietly push people towards cardiovascular problems? And at what point should people stop saying, I'm too young to check my numbers and all of that? Because being very conscious of your heart, of the state of your hearts, could also prevent stroke. So what habits could push people towards cardiovascular problems?
Well, for me, right, I was born with a cardiovascular disease. It's called congenital heart defects. I was born with it, although I wasn't diagnosed early. In fact, I just got to know like last year, early last year, right? But because I think that I do tests, they see it, but I don't think before that explanation, I don't think any doctor right had sat me down and told me this is what is going on with you. The only thing that they did is that, okay, be coming to the hospital every six months so that we can check your heart, right? So it was that infection in my heart that caused the stroke. The infection was growing through that hole.
Wow.
I didn't know, right? In fact, I didn't show any symptoms until my old age. Right. So, I mean, it was tough. I had heart disease from childbirth. And when I had the stroke, the what's it called? The blood clots damaged one valve in my heart. That means that on top of the CHD, and on top of the stroke, I have leaky heart valve. Do you understand? So it's now I'm even on drugs for it. So there's no age for you to say, okay, I'm too young for medical checkup. It was because it was not part of the norm. That's why they couldn't take me for medical checkup. They couldn't do like echogram. That's for the heart, right?
Yeah.
Because if they did, they would have found something. And, I would have been managing it since from small, But it was not a norm. So there's nothing like, oh, I'm too young. No, nobody is too young. Please get yourself to the hospital at least once in a year. Because the heart is very important. If the heart stops beating today, you are gone.
Yeah.
And if you are the type that has like a lot of things to offer to this world, I'm sorry, you are gone. And some people say that what you don't know will not kill you. Is what I didn't know. Is what I didn't know that almost killed me.
So ignorance is not an excuse.
At all.
All right, so I'm very, very particular about this one because this is actually the essence of why we're holding this particular conversation right now. So let's talk about the family, the caregivers, and social support. So stroke affects more than one person. It's not just the person suffering it, but even the people around them. And I really want to ask for your submission towards this. What role does family support play in recovery? And what are the things that families should do to better aid the fast recovery of the person suffering from stroke?
Okay. I mean, my mom died when she was taking care of me because she was always thinking that, oh, with my only eye survive this. Oh, I'm the only child of hers, right? And she was just thinking because years before I lost my dad, right? So she was thinking so much. And when she realized that, oh, okay, my daughter might come out of this, right? It was too late because she had already shut down her body. So, number one, take care of yourself. Because you need to be well to take care of another person. So please take care of yourself. Don't think so much. No, don't think. If you can help it, take care of yourself and be patient. Because there's nothing like, oh, fast, like, oh, fast recovery. Be patient.
Patient.
Be really patient.
About this whole patience thing, you know, it could be quite difficult knowing that this person is always like this. I'm not seeing any improvement. So how can we balance encouragement with patience?
To help yourself, right? When the person is down, right? You encourage yourself and encourage the person that, no, don't worry, we're there for you. You can do it, you know.
Yeah.
That's words of affirmation, right? It's doing two things. It's talking to the person with a stroke. The person knows that I have a family by my side. And with you, again, take care of yourself. Very important. As you are talking to the person, that word that you're telling the person, right? It's also helping you. I've seen caregivers. It has not, like, some caregivers, they're not nice. But yes, they're not nice, but that's the only option the family has. Maybe, for instance, maybe maybe is a man, and the family, they're abroad, is a granddad. The whole family, they're abroad, and they keep somebody to be taking care of the man, and the person is very mean to the person, like to the man. I've seen it. And you know, when they say, okay, because obviously this is Nigeria, they might say that, oh, it's because you did this. This is the punishment. The person had a stroke, for Christ's sake.
Yes.
They didn't do anything that you said. They say, well, you were wicked, or this is your punishment, or your forefathers' punishment. Because of that, yes, because of that, you abandon taking care of the person. Caregivers and families, you play an important role if you want to see the person happy. There was like a lot of times I fought my auntie and my mom. Don't do this. Yes, because I knew what I wanted. I knew that I wanted to speak again. And I would fight this battle. But I mean, after I warned them, when I could speak, after I warned them, I didn't hear, oh, we're bringing somebody that says that it would pour chicken blood. It happened to me. Pour chicken blood. But I know the man did not get through it because I shouted. Like, I couldn't speak, but I changed. My countenance changed. So please, I know that you have an important role in this person getting better. Maybe not 100%, but to a percentage. We need you.
Yeah.
We don't need you to not take care of yourself and get sick. Some caregivers, they die before the stroke survivors. My mom died my mom died 3 years after my stroke. Right? So that means that my mom died about 7 years ago. Because it's been 10 years now. A lot of people. I know one of my classmates in school, he died because he was taking care of the dad who had his stroke.
So basically, people taking care of the stroke patients themselves should take good care of their own selves.
Yes.
And be strong for two. Literally,
exactly.
Be strong for yourself and the other person, and it really takes patience, really. So we're wrapping up, and so on a final note, I just wanted to talk about the stigma around disabilities, because you mentioned that some stroke survivors end up being disabled, and there is actually a very big stigma around disabled people. So what are you going to say to people that have these particular set of people around them? How are you going to encourage them? And for even the survivors themselves, how are you going to encourage these ones to keep pushing further and to not believe that it is a death sentence?
The first thing I have to say is, now disability you get, you know, kill person.
I love that. I really do. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now, I was a victim to stigma, and what's it called? I can't really pronounce long words, right? Yes. So please understand. But
Yes.
I was a victim, right?
Yes.
The stigma was, in fact, it was high. The people that thought my mom was a witch, the people that thought I was a witch, you know, the people that, you know, when I was gymming, trying to get better, there were talks that maybe this girl did bad.
We should
And
do better, really.
Yes. And if I give in, I'm talking to the people with disability. If I'd give in, right, I don't think I would be here today talking. So, I mean, I'm now a leader in this, right?
Yes.
I was chosen to represent Nigeria in Mandela Washington Fellowship. I went to America because of this, because I did not accept, if anybody, I don't care who you are, even though you say it in my front that, oh, see your disabled body. I just look at you like, are you up to me? I don't understand.
Yes, that's some confidence right there.
Right. So I built this confidence. So I want you to build your confidence. And for the people that are the champions of stigma, right? Chill. Please chill. Do better.
Yes.
Because this thing called disability, it can happen to anybody in a twinkle of the eyes.
Yeah.
Like 1 minute. After all, there was 1 minute I was standing, I was getting ready for an event. The next minute I fell down and then I had a stroke. It can happen to anybody. I'm not swearing for you, but it can happen to you. So chill. Stop.
Right.
Slow down. You don't have to say a lot of bad words around us. Well, nobody can say bad words around me, but
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, it has been a very, very, very interesting conversation. And as we wrap up today's episode, one message stands out clearly, and it is that health is not something we manage only when crisis strikes. It is something we negotiate with daily through our habits, our stress levels, our choices, and our willingness to listen to our bodies, really. So life after stroke teaches us powerful lessons like we've heard today, not just for survivors, but for everyone watching. It reminds us that prevention is better than recovery, awareness is better than fear, and early action is better than regret. Well, this has been Health Check on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just discuss health, we encourage responsibility, balance, and informed living. Many thanks to Imo Nena Abenabe Aquara for being part of today's conversation, really. And to our viewers, your health is your greatest investment. Please protect it, check it, and prioritize it. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, sir, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us, and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from, or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill properly, get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debate wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room.
the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
They often say school na scam, especially when we see people making money through other means, while graduates are still struggling. But is education really a scam? While it may not bring daily alerts, education remains a lifetime asset. As veteran journalist Igbalani Omoniyi puts it, education is a lifetime asset. So, no matter how rich or connected you are, there are certain tables you cannot sit at or decisions you cannot influence if you are not informed. That's the power of learning. It sharpens your mind, shapes your voice, and strengthens your value. Good afternoon and welcome to another beautiful edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we unpack the stories, ideas, and policies shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. On today's program, we examine Nigeria's growing global influence as the Oxford English Dictionary adds several Nigerian origin words in its latest update. Later on the program, we will also look at the legal battle involving the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and former Minister Uche Nnaji. But first, let's begin with our first conversation of the day. The Oxford English Dictionary has added several Nigerian origin words in its latest update, highlighting Nigeria's growing global influence in language, culture, and cuisine. The December 2025 update features over 500 new words and revised entries from English varieties around the world, with Nigerian English prominently represented. Among the newly added Nigerian words are popular expressions like abeg and biko, food items such as amala and moi moi, everyday terms including yansh, mami market, and Ghana must go, including internet slang such as DM, brain fart, and chog. Earlier in January 2025, the Oxford English Dictionary expanded its lexicon with 20 Nigerian words and expressions, highlighting the growing influence of Nigerian English, pidgin, and street slang on global vocabulary. These additions included everyday terms such as jakpa, agbiru, and eba, a staple food made from cassava flour, as well as entries like 419, referring to internet fraud, and abi, a common conversational tag. The dictionary says the addition reflects the increasing global reach of Nigerian culture, language, and lifestyle. Now, joining me to unpack this conversation is Dr. Kingsley Ugwuanyi, who is a lecturer at King's College, London, a research fellow at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and a consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes. Good afternoon, Doctor, and thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. And it's not too late to say Happy New Year, Doctor.
Happy New Year to you as well. Same to you, as we say in Nigeria.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Doctor. All right, let's begin with this conversation. What is the significance of the Oxford English Dictionary adding Nigerian origin words in its latest update? And why is this development important for the recognition of Nigerian English and pidgin on a global level?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, it is significant. If I would just start by saying that the truth is that Oxford English Dictionary is one of the most prestigious English dictionaries in the world. Because of its age, because of its coverage, and because of its widespread use, it prides itself as the definitive record of English language. That might be contestable, anyway. But it's a very reputable dictionary. That's what I mean by that. And when a dictionary of such reputation includes Nigerian English words in it, it shows global recognition. It shows that Nigerian English is a prominent member in the Committee of Global Englishes. But beyond that, one other thing it shows is the attitude of Oxford English Dictionary, which recognizes that English is not one. All right, there is no one correct, only one variety of English that you regard as legitimate or correct, and the other varieties are wrong. No, every variety of English is legitimate.
Okay, let me ask a follow-up question on that. Are you saying, talking about variety of English, are you saying both British English and American English, they are all legitimate?
And Nigerian English.
And Nigerian English included.
Yeah. And Jamaican English and Indian English. Every variety of English has a history, and this is something that people miss a lot. There was a time in history when what we call USA today did not speak English at all. If we even decide to go a little further back into history, there was a time in history when English was not spoken in what is called England today. All right, English. So English itself originated as a West Germanic language, right? Even though it has gone several transformations, it is not English as we speak it today that invaded England many centuries ago. So, but what I'm trying to say with that is that it's about history, right? English travels, and languages generally travel. And when they do, they acquire new identities, they acquire new characteristics. And all of these new varieties are authentic, they are legitimate. So what is this? What this is telling us, if you look at the words in Oxford English, they are characterized as Nigerian English or West African English. That is where you find evidence that this word is also used in other West African countries. Yes, so in terms of significance, yes. And in terms of legitimacy, absolutely a big yes.
All right, Doctor. Talking about West African English, which you of course mentioned now, which you have said right now, as the consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes, what criteria does the Oxford English Dictionary use to decide which Nigerian words and West African words are added? Why now? And how does this update reflect the growing global influence on Nigerian culture, music, and cuisine?
Yeah, that's several questions put into one. All right, I'll try to do justice to that. One, the first thing you asked is what criteria does the OE, the Oxford English Dictionary, use in deciding which words to add? And there are several criteria, as you mentioned. The word criteria is plural already, isn't it? But one thing I would say is that one key criterion is use. They want to be sure that this word is in use, and this word is in use and has been used for a sustained period of time, and that this word is not just found in one small area of the country, but it's a word that is used widely, as widely as possible across the country. So the OED has an internal system or corpora that flags up new words, all right, that are not already contained in the dictionary. And when these new words are flagged up, the OED editors try to trace which countries are these words coming from, all right? When they do that, they go to corpus or different corpora to look at evidence, examples of how these words are used. And based on the context, based on usage, and based on also explanations from a wide range of sources, they try to come up with initial definitions of these words. And this is compiled by OED internal editors. So what they do after compiling this is that they now have, for each country, for Nigeria, Ghana, and several other varieties of English, they have consultants like myself. I consult for Nigerian English, right? What they do is that they now send me a list of the words they have found, and they would need my opinion, my expert opinion, in terms of their usage, in terms of their meaning, in terms of their whether there would be how the definitions given, whether it would cause any controversy, right? And I'll give one example with that. You know, when we were working with the word JAND which was published in the December 2024 edition. And by the way, OED now will be publishing a set of Nigerian English words every December.
Wow, beautiful initiative.
Yeah, going forward. So we were looking at the word JAND, which actually means to travel overseas in search of greener pasture, isn't it? And when we were trying to do that word, I now did tell them that even a more common, more current word is Japa.
Yes, right? Sir. Definitely, Doctor.
But it's not enough to say this. They need to see evidence. They need to see evidence that this word. So it's not something that Kingsley will just come up and say, we need to add this word. No, I don't have that power. And that's not how language works. OED is based on evidence or based on use. If, for example, if you told them, oh, let's add this word, they're not going to take it. They need to do their research. And by the way, every user of OED can suggest words. There's a form on their website where you can fill up and say, okay, this word is not in it. Can you add this word? All right. And I can send you this form if you want to include it as part of the interview somewhere in the comments. Or anybody can go there and add a word, add the meaning. It doesn't mean they are going to take it, but they are going to have it in the list of words they are going to consider. If they find sufficient evidence, they are definitely going to add it. I'm not sure if I've addressed all your question, but
yes, definitely, Doctor. I just wanted to ask, as a follow-up question to that, which of course mentioned now, do you think that this recognition will change how Nigerian English is perceived internationally, especially in academic and professional spaces?
Well, yes, I think so, but it is not going to be automatic. All right, it's not going to be automatic, right? Yeah, and it's going to change the perception also about how Nigerian English is perceived locally. Because when we talk about how people perceive Nigerian English, we tend to think more about how Nigerian English is perceived internationally, but we forget to say that to recognize that Nigerian English is not also always perceived positively, even locally in Nigeria. There's a local Nigerian adage that says, if you don't love yourself, nobody will love you. If you don't keep your house, nobody will keep your house for you. So charity begins from home. So we have to recognize that this is actually, in fact, the public discussion about Nigerian English started, I would say, in 2020, January 2020, which was the first time the OED added a long list. I would say it wasn't the first time Nigerian English word was added, because if you think of a word like, even Nigeria itself, a word like naira, a word like fufu or juju, they've been in the dictionary for many, many years, right?
Wow.
A few of them, right? But they started a project to cover not just Nigerian English, but many other varieties of English more broadly. That was in 2020. And that was when this public discourse about Nigerian English, what it means, whether it is legitimate, started. So when a dictionary of this reputation, like OED, adds Nigerian English words, it always sparks public discussion, like we're having now, isn't it? Without this addition, I'm not sure we would be having this conversation. So it sparks this public discussion about Nigerian English, and it raises awareness that there is something. Because one of the things people, and many Nigerians are very confused, that when they hear Nigerian English, they say it's pidgin, right? But it's not pidgin. It's not pidgin. Pidgin is different, all right? And if you look at the context, if you look at the examples in the OED, in the context where these words have been used, these words are not pidgin, right? They are English words, even though some of them might have been borrowed from pidgin. Because when people think of the word, for example, I beg, all right, look at the first sentence in the. I'm just looking at the OED in my computer now. The first sentence example of the word "I beg" is, "They won't arrest me. Oh. Why should they? Am I fighting anybody? I beg.
I beg. Not going anywhere." In fact, Doctor, I beg has gone to the music industry as well. There is a musician that whenever he sings, when he goes forward, goes back, he will just say, "I beg."
I think I know that. Yeah, so that's the thing. So this word actually started its life as pidgin, right? But it has now been borrowed. Nigerian English borrows from pidgin, borrows from Yoruba, borrows from Igbo, borrows from Hausa, borrows from all languages across Nigeria, including pidgin. But pidgin is structurally different.
Okay, Doctor. So walk us through the difference between Nigerian English, pidgin English, and other varieties of English in the lexical context. And then how does this contribute to cultural preservation?
All right, a straight, simple answer. Nigerian English originated from Portuguese, right? One of the earliest European merchants to visit Nigeria were not the British, they were the Portuguese. And Nigerian pidgin emerged out of the interaction between Portuguese as a language and other Nigerian languages, especially in the coastal regions, in what we call southwestern Nigeria or southern Nigeria. That's why pidgin is very popular in the south, is in the Niger Delta areas. So, but Nigerian English originated from English, all right? That's why you see several, for something like Abi, for example, and even Pekin is a Portuguese word, isn't it? It's not English, right? So, but if you look at the structure of the syntax, what we call syntax in linguistics of pidgin is completely different. Now, you can see in Niger Delta today, there are children, there are people whose first language is pidgin, All right. That's why we are saying that Pidgin has now creolized. It's now a Creole, right, in that area. So they can speak Pidgin. But then if they speak English, they will not be able to understand fully. I don't know if you watched, there's a recent video of, I'll give this example, a recent video of Pastor Paul Enenche going to preach somewhere in Nigeria. I don't know if it was Benin, I can't remember, but somewhere in Nigeria recently. And he was preaching in English, but his preaching was being interpreted in Nigerian Pidgin.
Wow.
All right. So that people, the wider community will be able to understand him. This is an example, one example to show that these are two completely different languages. It's not everybody who uses Pidgin actually can use English. And the other way around is also the case. So even though you have several words, I mean, when it comes to about individual words, there are several words to use in English. We say that Nigerian Pidgin is lexified by Pidgin. So that's the case. And when you talk about popularizing Nigerian culture, Nigerian music, especially popular culture like music and movies. And we know, for example, there's this argument that what popularized Nyash, right, or Yansh, as people pronounce, is Nigerian movies, all right, but also maybe recently Nigerian music as well, because we know several Nigerian musicians that use these words when they sing, and this is popular not just in Nigeria but across Africa. Wow. So we see also that one of the examples for Nyash is actually from Kenya, all right, in the OED. So this is telling you how also the cultural dominance of Nigeria, not just across Africa, but across the world. We know Nigerian musicians, you can think of Rema, you can name them Davido, you can think, I mean, there are many, right? They are breaking grounds, I mean, making history across the world. And their music is becoming increasingly popular. Right. And they sing in Pidgin, sing in Nigerian English, and these words are infused.
All right, Doctor. Talking about that, which is very, very pivotal, like you mentioned now, Nanja do the carry last. Thank you, sir. It will be a great way to end that conversation. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now. And when we return, we'll turn our attention to the Federal High Court in Abuja, which has fixed February 26 to hear a preliminary objection filed by the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in a suit brought by the former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, over alleged certificate forgery. When we come back, we will explore the implication, the challenges, and what this case means for education governance in Nigeria. Please stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We are very glad to have you join us again. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal growth and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed February 26 to hear a preliminary objection filed by the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, against the suit brought by former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji. Justice Awa Yiwa adjourned the case to allow proper service of the objection on the Minister of Education and the National Universities Commission, NUC, who were not represented in court. The objection was filed by UNN alongside its Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otuaya, the Registrar, a former acting Vice-Chancellor, and the Senate of the university. They are asking the court to strike out the suit, arguing that it is statute-barred, wrongly filed, and that the court lacks jurisdiction to hear the matter. Nnaji had approached the court following allegations of certificate forgery, is seeking court orders to stop UNN from tampering with its academic record and to compel the university to release its academic transcript. He also wants the Minister of Education and the NUC to use their supervisory powers to ensure compliance. Now, still with me to, of course, discuss this wonderful conversation is Dr. Kingsley Ugwuanyi, who is a lecturer at King's College, London, a research fellow at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and of course the consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes. Let me just go straight to the point, Doctor, because of our time. What does this case reveal about record-keeping practices and transparency in Nigerian universities? And how significant is the role of the Vice-Chancellor, the Registrar, and the Senate in matters involving academic transcript and student record?
Matthew, I'm happy you didn't ask me a question about the legal battle and the dimensions. I am not a lawyer, so we focus on the educational aspect of that issue. Now, just to before I started to take us a little back memory lane. Now, this is not the first time this is happening. The issue of certificate forgery is very, very common, especially among political leaders in Nigeria. We can think of the case of in 1999, for example, when Nigeria returned to democracy, we had two very big cases, the Salisu Buhari's case and the Van Enwerem case, certificate forgery, inconsistencies in record and all that. Then we also remember the case of Kemi Adosu, who was Buhari's Minister
of Finance. Yeah.
Left because of issues of that had to do with NYC certificates. We can think of Obiora Okonkwo in Anambra. We can think of Uchennaji, which is the most recent one on which we are talking about. Now, one thing that this shows, one of the things that these politicians, and it may not be them, now it became public knowledge because these are politicians, they are public officers, but it may not, it's definitely not only them. There will be several other cases, right? But what is happening is that these people are exploiting the weak record-keeping practice in Nigeria. Because this is very simple. It is very, very difficult. I live and work in the UK. It's very difficult for me to just sit up and say, okay, I attended the University of Southampton, for example. It's one email to Southampton University will just say it didn't happen. However, we have to give credit to the University of Nigeria, which is actually also a university I'm affiliated with.
I wanted to mention that, Doctor, which is actually the university you actually worked before moving to the United Kingdom.
Not just work. I'm still affiliated with the university, and that's where I had my first degree as well as my master's before I moved.
Doctors with a first-class distinction and with a very good grade.
That's by the way. So we have to give credit, and by that I mean for them to be able to come up. This is my league many years ago, to come up and say, okay, our records show that this guy Uchennaji, the information what they gave out is that this guy was admitted to the university many years ago, but he did not graduate. So there's record. At least they were able to find the record that he was admitted, but there was no record that he graduated, even though he's still insisting that he graduated, and he has gone to the court to ask that the university should not tamper with his. I don't know what that means. I do not know that universities go ahead to tamper with people's academic records. I doubt if that is the case. But what I found, the case that he actually approached the court before he resigned. I think I approached the court in September 2025, but he resigned in 2026. Resigned might suggest culpability, but it does not always mean culpability. The case is still in court. We're going to see what the court says about it, but the university has already come to say that this is what their records are. And speaking directly to your question about record keeping, about the role of vice chancellors and registrars and universities, all we can say is, if you keep record, let the record be straight. And now, surprisingly, I'm still very much in touch with Nigerian universities. So many of our records are still being kept manually and in big files, which is...
So is the opposite the case in the United Kingdom, sir?
Absolutely. Record keeping has to be digitized. We have to make use of digital facilities, digital tools that the technology has given us to digital. It makes it easier. It is easier for the thing. It is easier for it to last. It's easier to be transferred. For example, if you write to Northumbria University, where I did my PhD in Newcastle upon Tyne, to give you my academic record, you can get that in 24 hours because it just needs them to pull this off from the database and email to you, as simple as that.
Doctor, the opposite can be the case in Nigeria, because if you want to get your transcript, it's going to go through a lot of process. In fact, to do processing to universities abroad or something, to get your university transcript, it takes time and takes a rigorous process.
I know.
So let me just ask, Doctor, what lessons should educational institutions and policymakers draw from this case to avoid similar disputes in the future?
So now, if one of the things is just keep their records straight, because if people know that the records are there, right, it is difficult for anybody to come and claim, so I attended this university, because they know that if once you claim that, one email will be sent to the university and they will reply and say you didn't attend. For example, this issues of Uchennaji's case, former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, will be a big lesson to certificate forgers. They will know that even though it's been many years this happened, the University of Nigeria was able to go to their archives to pull up the information and say this guy did not graduate from our university. So if that was the case for every situation, right, they wouldn't do that. People would be careful of doing that. But again, beyond that, the history of certificate forgery in Nigeria is the history of big men, right? Like we say in Nigeria, nothing happens to them. In the end, it's
sometimes
found
it's being swept under the carpet.
Many of them, for example, the case of Enwerem, for example, nothing happened to him, right? Even though we know it was proven that there were inconsistencies in age, personal declarations, name, and all that, which is criminal record. If you forge anything about your name, it's criminal record. Sorry, criminal case rather. But nothing happened to him. I think it was only Salisu Buhari who was charged and who was actually imprisoned for 2 years. So
what should be the reformation that you want to see, Doctor?
First of all, digitize your record, keep your record straight, make it easy for people to access, make it easy for alumni to access their information or for anybody to access their information from the university, and also punish offenders. If you punish offenders, it will deter people from committing the same offense. One of the things that makes crime and last in Nigeria is that those caught are not punished. If people are caught and punished, intending offenders will be careful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kingsley Ugwuanyi, a lecturer at King's College London, a research fellow at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, the consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes. Thank you so much for joining us on Edu Dialogue.
Thank you so much, Matthew, and do have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good. Hi guys, my name is Abiodun, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV.
Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo more. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello guys, my name is Tosibi. Keep watching VOP TV. VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o, olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo. Mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is C Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory.
How glory. Iru you see ways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. View. Okay, okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Glad to have you join us again. The federal government has signed a renegotiated agreement with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, describing the move as a major step towards restoring stability, trust, and quality in Nigeria's tertiary education system. Presenting the agreement in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said President Bola Tinubu personally drove the process to ensure accessible, quality, and uninterrupted academic calendars across federal universities. Dr. Alausa explained that the agreement prioritizes dialogue over industrial disputes, addressing long-standing issues that have disrupted academic activities for decades. He announced a 40% upward review of the remuneration package for university academic staff, approved by the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, and scheduled to take effect from 1st January 2026. According to the minister, the salary review includes a consolidated academic tools allowance to support research, journal publications, conferences, internet access, and professional memberships. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has opened sales of application documents for the 2026 UTME and direct entry admissions for the 2026-2027 academic session. According to a statement by JAMB's registrar, Professor Ishiak Uloyede, applications are invited from qualified candidates. Generally, applicants must be at least 16 years old by 30th September 2026, but underage candidates may be considered under strict evaluation if they meet high academic standards. JAMB says UTME registration for all candidates, including foreigners, run from Monday 26 January to Saturday 28 February 2026, while EPIN sales run from 19th January to 26 February 2026. For direct entry candidates, application sales and EPIN vending start 2nd March and end 25th April 2026 at JAMB state and zonal offices. The University of Lagos has announced its readiness for its 56th convocation ceremony, scheduled to hold from January 14 to January 25, 2026. At a press briefing in Lagos, the Vice Chancellor of the university, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, disclosed that 16,506 graduating students will be conferred with degrees and diplomas. These include 10,585 first degree recipients, 5,782 postgraduate graduates, and 140 participants from the University of Lagos Business School.
The university has continued to strengthen collaborations, expand student exposure to competitions, internships, and global learning opportunities, and deliberately created environments that inspire innovation, critical thinking, and inquiry. We have retained our first position in Nigeria, co-shared with the University of Ibadan in the 2026 Times Higher Education ranking.
Meanwhile, other distinguished members of the university's management and faculty charged the graduates to uphold the values of excellence, integrity, and leadership, urging them to serve as worthy ambassadors of the University of Lagos wherever they go.
The University of Lagos, we already have an entrepreneurship center, and our students, as we had during DBT, that they're being supported even to develop, their own projects and also to develop their businesses. And some of their businesses are also being registered for them by the University of Lagos. So we want our students to not go out of the university and start seeking employment. We want them to go out of the University of Lagos and be employers of labor.
Anybody that is graduating from here has been skilled. What I will counsel them is don't be in a comfort zone. Knowledge moves, knowledge is evolving. So continue to reskill and upskill. Make sure that you work with professional bodies and regulatory bodies. That's how you know current trends, direction of things, and also continue to upskill and reskill in those areas.
As the institution intensifies preparation for the convocation ceremony, expectations remain high that the events will once again showcase the University of Lagos' commitment to producing globally competitive graduates. And that's a wrap for Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored Nigeria's growing global influence, highlighted by the Oxford English Dictionary's inclusion of several Nigerian origin words in its latest update. We've also discussed the ongoing legal battle involving the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and former Minister Uche Nnaji. From language and culture to education and governance, it's clear that conversations like this are essential for shaping informed, empowered individuals and a stronger education system. For more insights and in-depth conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events happening in your communities, we'd love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos via WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Oguswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversations shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education remains a lifetime asset. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Odumegwu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigeria's civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo in the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by Northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern Region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967. Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Côte d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdulsalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Market Today on Voice of the People Television, the program where we go into Nigerian market to examine the plight of traders and buyers. Today, I am at the Dalekon Market in Mushi area of Lagos State, where traders and buyers alike are preparing for the New Year celebration. And beyond the New Year, traders are voicing their stance on their expectations for the New Year and what they want the government to do. So let's go straight into the market.
You see, in this market, there is no price control because we are all wholesalers.
we buy from different vendors and we bring it here to sell it at our own opinion price. So there is no price control here. There's no price control, and the price that we sell it in December is the same way we sell it in this January here. Now, the price has not even go down or go up. It's still the same thing. So what I just see the government can do in this business, if the government can look into all business and try to fix. But now they've removed subsidy. Government cannot go into prices or maybe talk about the business or something like that. So if the government can put in the subsidy back, I think they can control the price. Without the subsidy, the price cannot be changed or controlled.
Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ níbi ọ̀rọ̀ ráìsì làwọn ń tà. A fẹ́ kí gbogbo nǹkan kó lẹ̀ kí ráìsì di 20,000. Àtọwọ́ kẹ́fìtì kan Nàìjíríà ní jíjẹ kó lẹ̀ sí oúnjẹ ní kókó tó jẹ́ wá ti tọ́nu ìṣẹ́bùṣe. Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ nìyẹn. Láàsì ata ráìsì 52,000. 53 year ní oṣù yìí sìn a ti ń ta 50,000 51,000 so kò tí sí difference kó di 20,000 òun la fẹ́.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ ni wípé àwa kọ́ la máa kọ́ ìjọba ní nǹkan tó máa ṣe. Ìjọba mọ nǹkan tá a need ọmọ bíi ta láàsì ṣe understand and nǹkan tó máa gbé wá fún wa lọ́jà òun la máa tà. So ní last year a ṣì ta 52 55 ó depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè. We have long grain and we have short grain. Now, enter 50,000, and enter 49.5. So it depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè lọ́wọ́ wa òun la máa ta fún. But àwa bẹ̀ ìjọba dẹ̀rọ wọn kọ́ ló máa bá wa fún wọn ṣe. Kọ́ bá wa gbé ọwọ́ oúnjẹ kó jẹ́ kó tún wálẹ̀ díẹ̀ so that a lè tẹ́ everybody lọ́rùn. Kò ní lè sẹ́ni kọ̀ọ̀kan tó máa wà nínú ìnira because kọ́ tó máa ń gbé wa tó bá tún di next month sínsìn tí price bá tún increase àwa náà máa tún increase ẹ̀. Ṣé ń try láti understand nǹkan tí mi ń sọ so but táwọn náà bá ti wo ṣe fún wa kó bá wa gbé wálẹ̀ kó òró wálẹ̀ spag indomie kí everything wà cheaper gbogbo oúnjẹ kó wà circulate ṣe understand ẹwà everything kò ní lè sí stress kankan kò ní ọ̀n lè gbé ọjà ọ̀pọ̀ wá fún wa ń sìn káwa máa tà lọ́wọ́n ọjà tá a bá rà lọ́wọ́n dandan ní ká tà lọ́wọ́n akọ̀bẹ̀ wọn arọ̀ wọn abẹ́ bàbá wa Tinubu Ọlọ́run á bá wa fún wọn ṣe kó tún túbọ̀ kó tún jọ lọ́wọ́ àtúbà lọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀mí wọn wọ́n á tún lọ sẹ́lẹ̀ kejì nínú ayọ̀ àtàlàáfíà lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ̀mí ìṣe Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ bá wa fi sí wọn nínú so kọjọ nítorí Ọlọ́run kọjọ nípa oúnjẹ kó bá wa wá àkọ́kọ́ ṣe sí kọjọ nítorí Ọlọ́run.
Kò síbi tẹ́ máa dé kí ìjọba jẹ́ kó oúnjẹ pọ̀ náà ni tó ń jẹ bá ti kó òun ìṣẹ́kù díẹ̀ o irú rice tata ní ọdún ní last year ní ká sọ pé last year ni irú price yẹn àtàrí kí ni nǹkan tá a fi tàrí pé ó wálẹ̀ kò wọ́n jara lọ oníkálukú rà wọ́n gbádùn ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kó túbọ̀ wálẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ látòrí rice ní gàrí ní indomie ní spaghetti ní kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó wálẹ̀ tó yọ àwọn èèyàn bá ti róúnjẹ jẹ àwọn tá a lọ rà á náà a lè ra ọ̀wọ́n ní ìsìnká máa tọ̀pọ̀ àwọn tá a bá rọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ yẹn náà làwọn náà máa tà á lè ká lé kókó à ń bí àwọn bàbá wa ní Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kán tún lọ sí oúnjẹ yẹn òun ni first tí kan kọ́kọ́ bá a mójútó tó ń jẹ́ bá ti wà owó á wà oníkálukú arínárí lò ọmọ skul gan gbogbo àbọ̀ sí rọrùn ẹ lè fọmọ 500 lọ sí skul ní ìsìkò lè yé o amara bisikíìtì fún wọn amara súwìtì fún wọn gbogbo nǹkan la máa dì tínú báàgì wọn inú tabarọ́jà tàtínú wá dùn òun náà la fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo yẹn kọ́lọ́n kó pẹ̀lú káwọn náà rí ti wá ṣe ń bẹ̀ ò nílùú Nàìjíríà yẹn náà ẹ̀rí ti yín náà ṣe o.
To click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
have you join us once again on Market Today on Voice of the People Television. And we are still at the Daleko Market in the Mushin area of Lagos. Now, let's turn our attention to the automobile market. We are speaking to automobile traders on their expectations for the government and what they want the government to do. So stay tuned.
I deal on motor spare parts, especially accessories and lubricants. In terms of our commodities, between now and by last month, it's almost the same thing. On our own, my own line precisely, which is motor spare parts. You know, it is normally we buy with exchange rate. Before the spare parts or anything, buying with exchange will come down. It must be as a result of exchange rates. When the exchange rate comes down, automatically the spare parts and other things that we import will normally come down. As also in foodstuff, because I almost closer to the Daleko market here, where they sell foodstuff, rice and gari and other beans. Mostly the price is system. Understand? Before things will get down a bit, like foodstuff, will be as from next month or next 2 months. March precisely. Well, government, they know what they're supposed to do. Good government. You understand? Though I don't like this present government anyway. I don't know the one it belongs to. I don't like this present government because they are not listening to the cries of people. I wish we have a good government, a good leader that will listen to the cries of people and the plea of the people and have mercy on us. They know what they're supposed to do. You understand? They said we are told the fuel is coming down. That's what we are told. But the price of transport is free. It's still high. But I believe if the government can look into it, automatically things will be better. Fresh fuel, our fuel, Nigerian fuel should more than 200 naira or 250 naira.
And like before, as from last 2-3 years ago, the part I used to sell about like 80 tana, 70 tana. But now, this year, I sell 120, 130. The original one. So now, like other customers say that it's too cost them to buy. So I said that it's not my fault. It's the importer that used to import it from abroad increase it for us. That is the reason why we are selling it at that price. So for me, for my own prayer, I pray government to lower our income so that the price will now come down, so that it will be easy then to buy.
And that's it on today's edition of Market Today on Voice of the People Television. We've heard from traders urging the government to cushion inflation and also ensure price regulation for food commodities in the country. For more updates and engaging conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, we would love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness reports, events coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp and via email at news@vop.ng. My name is Matthew Ogunswada. Join us again next week as we go into Nigeria's market for another interesting edition of Market Today. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Ile Agbadami.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Ile Agbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned.
So how are you feeling this episode?
And I'm feeling good.
I'm good, I'm excited, I'm happy.
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think, about 4 days. We had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right. I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to say, oh yeah, blah, blah. For the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, it's something is about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, vibes, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like leave this one. But a lot of new directors like this director, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, so that's why it's a great film. Very great film.
Were there no fun time on the scene?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right? We wanted to tell a story. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. He is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. And he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Ticket on Water, I played Bassey, and that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the Kick to Ticket on Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you
on the whole production or the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production, I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had difficulties locating there, because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikorodu, and I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? What not? But this is the life I chose. So whatever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set, and it was just like walking familiar waters. Yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died.
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because enough said. I beg.
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it, from the cast, the crew. When the director yells "cut," Gerald,
just leads
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director videos cut, just this, gotta double down a little bit,
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, can you explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, why you've not seen Thicker Than Water? Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it, and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended.
Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you will watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Carvard Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us. Yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film, and when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting, because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that, I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at the very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. But I remember getting it.
Yeah.
I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with this story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Yeah, move on.
Well, how was it like acting that particular scene? That particular Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad.
No. Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. Yeah, he wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my
but
God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. It was very open, because I was like, oh, I'm doing this way, and I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You know, no. But I was wondering myself, I'm like, putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are probing, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments. And like there was so many. And because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was super shy. Yeah.
Alright.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them. Personally, I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Thicker Than Water?
Thicker Than Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film. And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body now. Like, I blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials. And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Thicker Than Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi guys, some boy Chella.
Some boy Chella, you get the vibe. You Chella, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Okay, so Chella, we like to meet you. A lot of people are still yet to know. So let's meet you.
I'm Chella. I do music. I do sweet melody. Nothing is less than sweet melody.
If you don't know,
no.
All right. So tell us, who styled you? Because I've been asking this question a lot of times. Your dressing is top notch. I'd like to know who styled you.
Okay. His name is Osabigi. Osabigi on Instagram. Yeah, that's his name. He styles me, inspired by me. I inspire him and he styles me. That's it.
All right. So Chella, we are here at the Afrima, the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Yes, good vibes. Expectations, I expect the good ones. I also expect to get one home. It's not bad, but yeah, I thank God for being nominated, and Yeah.
So tell me, as an artist, what can you say about African music?
I mean, we're doing good, you know. We're going wide. People are loving it. Everybody, every part of the world, they're loving Nigeria, African sound for real, yeah. So, and you know, it's good, it's nice, and we feel good to like be able to reach out to them, to be able to like make them love our sound. And it's not even easy to make people love what they don't know, and to make them know it and also love it. So it's a nice thing, and Africans, our sound is sweet, and we know that. So it's natural, raw.
You get the vibe.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. This is my first time of collecting, you know. So I'm gonna say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G-Sticks is my producer, and all my teams. I love you guys so much.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, my dear.
How do you feel?
Feeling great, feeling good. 2026, you know?
You get it.
Well,
So you know that song? I feel good.
Da 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 da.
So good.
Pam pam.
So tell me, would like to know your name, who are you, please?
My name is Stoneboy, STONEBWOY from Ghana, representing Afro dancehall reggae music. You don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. All right. Please, by the way, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Please, who styled you? Tell us.
This is from Kenneth Tete, one of the very amazing designers and fashion designers. He makes these clothes. You feel me? We don't just put them together, and I co-put them together. Co-stylist. But the maker is Kenneth Tete from Ghana. Shout out to Kenneth. Yeah.
And yes, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. Another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. Shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Best African music is just like blessings, to still be here and doing it and contributing to this effect.
So as a musical artist, tell me, how do you see music in the whole? African music.
Music is a spiritual tool. It's a gift first and foremost. It's a gift first and foremost that comes from the Most High. You can't force to buy that gift. You have to be gifted with it. Others may learn, others may get influenced, but we can see the differences with those who are purported with a gift to share. Basically, you're just speaking the heart and mind and emotions of people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the duty of musicians. Then African music definitely carries African soul, African spirit, African power, African stories, African energy, African vibes, African sound, African melodies. The list goes on and on and on. So that's what it is. To the world we go, Africa.
So tell me, what is Stoneboy after Afrima? Because we'd like to know what's your next move.
Stoneboy after Afrima, it's going to be songs, it's going to be visuals, it's going to be appearances, it's going to be continuous representation of African music in its diversified aspect. And as long as I'm concerned, I represent for Afro beats, reggae, and dancehall. I still keep blending it, Afro dancehall. So we're going to give more and more and more of such and such. I'm just going to continue to contribute my quota to the whole, ecosystem of African music. So that's going to be it for Stoneboy.
All right, I would like to ask this last question, and it has to be, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
I'll be contributing to humanity same way, to the service of humanity, either ways.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
I'm so excited to see you. I can never turn back. You get the vibe? All right, so please, can we meet you?
It's Gaze Barber, Afro Gospel, Cultural Architects. Never forget the name.
Yes! So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Victory.
Victory is sure. So tell us, we've had a lot of music, gospel music especially. So how do you see this event has a lot, to pull out? So how do you see music generally? Is it evolving in the future? How do you see music right now?
I mean, music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
So I would like to ask this question: what really inspired? Because I listened to your songs and they are really thrilling. Like I know that these songs, we are old songs, we do bring back those days, we sing those days. So what really inspired you bringing those kind of songs into this generation?
It wasn't like. It's not like a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just I sang the song. A producer friend of mine was beside me. Heard it, was like, "Let's do this." I'm like, "Okay, cool, let's do it." We get into the studio, and God makes a miracle happen. Yeah.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
I did fine. I'm in Lagos. I enjoy.
So Lagos is giving you the vibes.
Lagos is the best. Foods, music, women. Nigeria is the best.
So tell me, you know the song? I feel good. So good.
Bam, bam.
Oh, that's the vibe.
James Brown.
Yes. So please tell me, can we meet you? We'd like to know your name.
My name is Suspect 95. I come from Ivory Coast. It's my first nomination tonight to Afrima, and I hope I win.
Oh, that's okay. That's the luck. He hopes he wins. And yes, so we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to link up with other artists from all this country, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. I enjoy, and I'm very proud to be there. I don't have any expectation. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win.
So tell me, how do you see Nigerian African music on the large?
Nigerian music is
African music.
African music is, for me, is the best kind of music because our culture is in our music. Our language, our dialects, our dances. For me, African music is the best music in the world.
Ooh, so you've been to Lagos right now. How has Lagos been treating you?
Again?
How has Lagos been treating you? Like, how do you feel around Lagos?
People in Lagos, people in Nigeria are very fine with Ivorians.
Ooh.
We are AFCON winners, so you treat us well. Yes.
So how do you see the African music in the future? How do you see African music in the future? How do you see it like revolving over and over again?
Upgrade. African music is the way the things go. African music in 28, 29, all over the world, we will be the bosses. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
You look amazing. Please tell me who styled you. Thank you. So tell me who styled you.
I'm dressed by Estes today.
Ooh, she did a really good one.
She did.
Okay, so please can we meet you?
I am Sabrina Love, all the way from Cameroon.
Ooh, so we have some Cameroon in here. So tell me, this is the Afrima, the 9th Afrima. So what are your expectations this evening for the award?
I'm expecting to have fun. I've been having fun so far. Since the first day I came here, I've been having fun.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting to have more fun, and also I love a lot of artists that have been nominated. So I'm expecting all of them to win.
Nice. So do you want any artists to actually perform this evening?
Of course.
Okay, tell me who.
I love to see Koffi Olomide perform today because I love Rumba and I love Dombolo. Yes, and I feel like a lot of great performers are nominated, so I just want to keep the surprise in my head and feel everything live.
Clock it. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hope there are drinks inside because I just don't want to watch music.
Oh wow, that's so interesting. So you're not here about the fun. You just want.
No, I use the music. I watch the.
I would love to sit near you because I love people like this. You know, we are always realistic.
We need drinks.
Please.
Thank you.
The heat in Nigeria is too much.
The economy is too much.
All right. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and what are your expectations? Though you're not nominated or anything, but how do you feel about it?
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video.
Yeah.
Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
So tell me, what kind of genre of song do you like listening to?
Eclectic. So I listen to all kinds and everything. I can listen to 28 Grams by Burna Boy. Then I switch to Lahore. From Lahore, I go way back to Lighter. Then I go to Olamide. I'm not new Olamide songs, old Olamide songs. I just jump around and then suddenly I just nuke everything and go back to
So
something.
tell me, the way you've narrated everything now, can you sing?
No, I can't sing, but I can rap.
Ooh, you get that. But don't rap yet, so just calm down.
No, I rap for money, not free.
Wow. I get it. So tell me, how do you see African music in general?
African music is a phenomenon. It's a culture now. It started, naysayers were saying, what are these Africans doing? Now they want to collaborate with us. I recently heard a song by Burna Boy and Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
I'm like, can you imagine that? And that song, what was that song? It's Empty Chairs. That's the name of the song. I was like,
Burna Boy's lyrics are so,
Empty chairs. He says his enemies that used to be on the internet and on the streets, his enemies are now going to his sold out shows looking for empty chairs.
Lines they cry. Oh my God! So actually, I know you're only here. You've already said you're not only here for the the songs,
for the drinks.
You're also here for the drinks.
Yes.
So do have a beautiful evening.
And if I see you, I'll throw a drink your way.
Oh my God! Thank you so. Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How you feeling?
I'm fine. I'm feeling good.
All right, you know the song. I feel good.
Yes, all the time. I take it to Fuji level.
Okay.
You started from America. Most landing in Africa.
All right, please, would like to meet you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Adewale Ayuba, a Fuji musician, born in Nigeria, loaded. Yes. Sir.
All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards evening, and it's the 9th, So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect this evening?
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we're talking about African music. Yes. How do you see African music in general?
I used to even calling it African music. It's already gone. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, if you see 10 producers, they want to, 9 out of them want to work for African singer.
That's true.
Because that is where that's the new door that God just opened now.
Yes.
For African music. I'm telling you. And we are gifted. When you are talking about good rhythm, nice, melodious song, it's from Africa. I won't lie to you. Even the African singer, the African American in America, they are the best. Am I lying? How come Africa is part of them?
Yes. So, I'd love to ask this question. A lot of people, the genre of songs we've heard, generally a lot. A lot of people love the Fuji. A lot of people love the kind of songs we do here. So, how do you see this in the future? How do you see music, African music? I know you've talked about African music and how do you see it evolving? Because there's a lot right now after Afrima. How do we see African music in the future?
You see, this is
this is like 10 years or how long? Afrima.
This is ninth.
This is ninth. Can you imagine? You can see that they are growing.
Yes.
And you know that even in all over the world, you can see that a lot of producers, a lot of DJs, they will be blasting African music like no before. Yeah. So it shows that the doors is already open. You understand? So, and I know that we just need to, we African singers, we have to be very careful. At least be original. You understand? You have to compose a song that will be there for life, not just like a candle that burns and come down. And that is my own. We should seize this opportunity to make it better.
Right. So if you're not doing, I would love to ask the question, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
That would be teaching. Teacher.
So why did you choose teaching?
Jesus Christ is a teacher now.
So you want to follow his ways. That's nice. All right. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Nigeria. I'm coming from Ivory Coast. So you know Nigeria, Ivory Coast is the same country.
So tell me, before going into what I want to ask you, how has Nigeria been treating you so good?
No, Nigeria is incredible. I like the place. I like the people. And Afrima is very excellent, meeting people, having some fun.
Okay. Yeah. So tell me, can we meet you please, your name?
My name is Milo, I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, I'm a gospel singer.
Ooh.
I sing for Jesus.
Oh yes, we rap in Jesus actually. We rap Jesus. All right, so we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards event. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Oh, I think it will be a great moment.
Oh.
Great moment for Africa. People coming from everywhere, so I'm happy to see everybody, and we will praise the Lord. I will sing Jesus tonight, so I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in the aspect? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music, and it's like we are going upper and upper and upper, and this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated, and we know that next year we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much, and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist, and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes. Years consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, you know, the tension. I want to just see, I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music? Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. We are coming. Because they did one, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
Vibes, yo.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good. So good.
I know that.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel.
Yeah. So who is Angel? We like to know who Angel is because all this smiles is not.
Okay, Angel is the stylist. The stylist for tonight, the host. Fowl's the bad guy. So yeah, stylist to the host.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my 3rd time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long-time client. You know, so yeah. So it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So, what are your expectations for this evening? Like, it's the 9th Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So, what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise right tonight because in the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello, what's happening?
How do you feel?
Ecstatic.
Ooh. You know the song, I Feel Good. So good. All right, so please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Embrayo, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. Yeah. What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. Whereas I don't know if everybody, if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have the victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. We're at a place where the world is not watching us right now, and it's the best time to be alive. Yeah. Being, a musician and a songwriter, creative in this space, coming from this part of the world. Yeah. So I'm just really happy, and I'm optimistic to what the future holds.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, and do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there and welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on Voice of the People Television, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we're dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Today, we're talking about the armed forces. A day, of course, honoring the fallen. A salute to Nigerians' armed forces. And of course, I will be touching every other news stories, but this would be our major area of conversation today. Join the conversation with experts inside the season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. TUC gives federal government a 7-day ultimatum to withdraw no work, no pay circular. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, has issued a 7-day ultimatum to the federal government Ministry of Health and Social Welfare to withdraw its no work, no pay circular and restore salaries of joint health sector union. Of course, TUC described the circular as reckless, authoritarian, and confrontational, warning that failure to comply would trigger mass industrial resistance. The union accused the ministry of negotiating with workers while imposing sanctions. Of course, this particular one is quite a very, serious one there, where if the government actually say no work, no pay, of course, the union will also say no pay, no work. But I would just want us to, try and see how to dialogue, and come up with something even better instead of all of this back and forth that we are always having in every sector. ASU is somewhere there. We have the TUC here, having issues. The labor are somewhere there. Why do we always have to do this? The Nigerian resident doctors are also there. Should anything even happen to get to the point where we have to go on strike, or we have to, threaten to go on strike? We have to understand that we need each other, in as much as the people need, the government also need us to do our job, okay? So basically, we just have to have a better way of always addressing the situation. And away from that particular one, we'll be talking about the most important conversation that is going around, as regards to Nigerian, sector when it comes to our financial aspect. Nigerian government imposes 7.5% VAT on electronic banking services. When I saw this particular one today, I just told myself, I said it is high time we understand that the government are not ready to back down. Neither are they ready to even stop this, situation of taxation. They are not even ready to, to take a break. Ever since the government said no turning back from the 1st of January, I just knew that there is nothing we could do about this particular one. The federal government of Nigeria has directed banks and fintechs to collect and remit a 7.5% value-added tax on certain electronic banking services, effective January 19, 2026. The VAT will apply to electronic banking charges, including mobile money transfers, USSD transaction fees, and card issuance fees. This is quite a very, very serious one. And of course, they actually exempted interest earned on deposits and savings. Of course, so for example, if a bank charges 100 naira, okay, to make transfer, and the VAT 7.5% will be applied to that particular service fee, and now it means that it's going to cost you 107.50. Welcome to Nigeria. The Nigerian Revenue Service has actually set a deadline for compliance, requiring all commercial banks, microfinance banks, and electronic money operators to implement the VAT collection and remittance process. The move is part of the government's effort to standardize VAT collection on digital financial services and expand revenue generation amid Nigeria's growing digital economy. And away from that particular one, ADC State's chairman opposed zoning of 2027 presidential tickets. The African Democratic Congress, ADC State chairman, have urged the party's National Working Committee to reject zoning for the 2027 presidential ticket, advocating for an open, transparent, and credible primary election. They believe zoning would weaken the party's chances in general election and undermine its emerging role as a coalition platform for opposition forces. The chairman emphasized that competence, credibility, and electability should guide the party's choice of presidential candidates rather than geopolitical consideration. And of course, still talking about the polls, Ekiti Electoral Commission pledges free, fair local government polls. Ekiti State Independent Electoral Commission has actually assured stakeholders that it's ready to conduct free and fair, transparent, credible election for the government elections in the states. And of course, the Commission's chairman, Justice Cornelius Akintayo, made this known at a stakeholders meeting in Ado-Ekiti, urging all parties to cooperate for each free exercise on December 12th. The Commission has put in place measures to strengthen public confidence in the electoral process and ensure a peaceful election. Yobe State clears 15.4 billion gratuity backlog for retirees. This particular one is a laudable one. the Yobe State governor, of course, has actually directed, its government to fully settle outstanding gratuity owed to state and local government retirees, amounting to over 15.4 billion. The Secretary to the State Government, Baba Wali, disclosed this during a press briefing marking 6 years of Governor Mai Mala Boni administration. The payment is part of the government's effort to improve workers' welfare and fiscal responsibility. And of course, talking about the ADC situation, Atiku doesn't have billions to bribe delegates, says Dele Momodu, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, and of course, who's a diehard fan of Atiku. Dele Momodu has dismissed concerns that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar would use money to influence the party's presidential primary. Momodu stated that Atiku, as a businessman, does not have the billions of dollars required to bribe delegates. He emphasized that campaign funding is for legitimate logistics and election day operation, not bribery. Momodu cited the 2024 U.S. Presidential election as an example where substantial campaign funds did not guarantee victory. And of course, away from that particular one, let's come to the insecurity situation in the country. Sokoto leaders decry threats by notorious bandit leader Bello Turji. Leaders of the Sokoto State Eastern Senatorial District are urging the government and security agencies to intervene in the ongoing crisis caused by notorious bandit leader Bello Turji. Over 20 settlements have been affected, with many residents fleeing their homes in search of safety after Turji's threats. The displaced residents are seeking refuge in neighboring communities, including some in Niger Republic. Of course, according to Muazu Shamaki, Secretary to the Sokoto Eastern Zone Development Association, the situation has led to untold hardship for the residents. Malam Bashir Gawaya Issa appealed for prompt government intervention to salvage the situation, noting that many communities have actually been completely deserted. And of course, the conversation actually alighted as regards to the federal government ASU. They've actually signed a pact to end strike in universities. The federal government, of course, Academic Staff Union of Universities, have signed an agreement to end the ongoing strike in Nigerian universities. And of course, the agreement includes a 40% upward review of academic staff emoluments, improved research funding, and a new professorial cadre allowance, which is quite a laudable one there. And of course, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, described that the pact as a historic turning point that would restore trust, dignity, and confidence in the nation's university system. The agreement is also set to include establishment of a National Research Council to provide funding for research and development. ASU President Prof. Chris Powana commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his commitment to resolving the long-standing crisis. However, he raised a concern about government encroachment on universities' autonomy and the need for systemic reforms. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOB TV Live, and of course on YouTube we are Voice of the People TV, and you can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOB TV. Yes, you can kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation precept upon precept, and afterwards we will talk about honoring the fallen, a salute to Nigerians armed forces. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel.
I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Today is quite a very significant day in Nigeria. January 15th, 2026. Nigerians are marking Armed Force Remembrance Day. Okay, a solemn occasion dedicated to honoring the sacrifices of military personnel who have served and continue to serve the nation. Today is a poignant reminder of the bravery and dedication of Nigerians armed forces. Of course, commemorating those who have laid down their lives in defense of this country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in a message, emphasized the importance of national unity and sacrifices made by the armed forces. He stated, "Let us ensure violence and, of course, divisive tendency for a peaceful and prosperous nation. Let us all become ambassadors of peace." The president also launched the Thank a Soldier digital platform, enabling Nigerians to send messages of appreciation to troops. The 2026 Armed Forces celebration, of course, and Remembrance Day kicked off on January 9th, which actually elapsed till today, to be precise, with various events, including special prayers, national symposium, and gala award nights. The theme, Valor, Sacrifice, and Unity. Honoring our heroes, highlighted professionalism and, of course, a sacrifice of the Nigerian Armed Forces. We're now being joined by Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and, of course, a senior political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
My pleasure.
Well, I don't have to actually mention what it took me to have to drag him here today, because today's conversation has to do with people like him who have been around for long. And not only that, he's also an ex-boy. So
my father was at the heart of the Civil War.
Yeah, so it will be better for you to actually react to all of this particular conversation today instead of me to just, bring someone else. So we also have joining us virtually, Comrade Eragbe Anslem, from the Labour Party. Hello, comrade. Good afternoon.
Oh, fellow Nigerians, my pleasure. Eragbe Anslem, National Youth Leader, Labour Party.
All right, you're welcome on board, Comrade Eragbe Anslem. All right, quickly, I would like to come back to the studio here. I'd like to ask, sir, do you have any of the news stories you'd like to react to? I've said so much. You can pick it up from that of Dele Momodu saying that Atiku does not have billions to bribe delegates. You can pick it up from, of course, the Yobe State, who actually cleared all of the backlogs for retirees of 15.4 billion naira. You can take it up from the situation of ADC chairmen coming together to oppose zoning, for their presidential tickets. We have so much that we've actually talked about. And of course, the bank situation of 7.5% VAT. You can also pick it up from there.
Now let me quickly react to these banks. A lot of people are misconstruing these 7.5% VAT deduction. You see, nobody's going to. Some people even went as far as saying the 5% will be a deduction from the amount you are sending to the recipient. For instance, if I have to send 1 million naira to you now, that means 75,000 naira will be deducted from my 1 million naira. But that's not the whole idea. You see, the whole idea is, usually before now, there is always a particular deduction on electronic transfer.
Yeah.
That deduction, for instance, if you are sending 100,000 naira to me, if the USSD deduction is about 300 naira for sending 100,000 naira to me, from the 300 naira deducted by the bank is what government would automatically take 7.5. So it's not from your own account.
But what we are getting as regards to their own example is saying that it will now be 307. For example, if it were to be 100, it will now be 107.50%.
No.
That's why so many people have been raising their, all of these concerns.
You see, the problem with interpreting policies is the fact that we rely on those who don't know, but give the posturing that they know. And then you rely on them. And then what we hear from beer parlors and all that. The true situation is what I'm telling you.
So, Mr. Dele, are you in support of this taxation situation?
The taxation is to the bank, not to you. Instead of the bank taking the whole of your 300 naira and declaring huge profit, government says it wants to take a slice of it. And that slice of it is deducted from what the bank deducted from your account, not from your own account directly. That's the whole idea.
So what you're telling us now, the whole idea of federal government, tax reforms and all of that, we are not all affected. Is that what you're saying?
I am talking about this particular one.
Okay.
I need to interpret this.
This particular one, before we move to the other points. Okay.
You understand?
Okay. So Nigerians, perhaps we just have to put our mind at rest for now. So in case you are debited and it is more than what Mr. Dele Fanimo is saying, I assure you, he would refund some of your money.
Well, and funny enough, there is this thing that Nigerians don't take advantage of.
Which is?
If you have every reason to believe that over a period of time, XYZ Bank had deducted what they shouldn't have deducted from your account, you have every right to petition the CBN, who will look into it. I've seen people being refunded millions of naira. But we sit back and just murmur.
Okay, so for me, I don't think I've ever petitioned CBN. I don't even have business with them to an extent. But I've actually written to my banks. When I use the word my banks, not just one or two, I've written to them on several occasions and I've gotten my refunds.
Exactly.
I've got my refunds.
Exactly.
So that I cannot come here and say otherwise.
Nigerians will just sit back without taking a step.
You know, sometimes the problem is not about complaining, especially when they tell you, put it into writing. You know, Nigerians just want to come to you and tell them, my money is missing, my money is missing, you understand?
But take a step
and they
to
tell
recover
them,
your money.
Right,
they won't do.
They don't want it. Especially when they even tell some of them to actually fill that form. But of course, let's leave that particular one. Do you have any other one you want to react to before we go straight to?
Well, another one that I will react to is the issue of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day.
Okay, so that's the major conversation for the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if it's going to be the major conversation, then maybe we should talk about the Yobe governor.
Okay.
You recall that it's the same Yobe governor that declared 45 billion asset declaration to Code of Conduct Bureau. For God's sake, what is there to celebrate in giving people their money?
But he has even made an attempt, sir. What about those that were there before him and that will still be there after him?
Then go after them as citizens.
When was the last time you ever heard that a particular government from the same party goes after his predecessor?
Do you know that of recent, 2 governors have come to say we have so much money now being given to us from the federation account?
Yeah. Of course.
If governors will say that, and no governor in the last 1.5 years or 2 had gone to seek external loan, and they are paying their workers as and when due, and some of them that are futuristic are constructing roads and are building infrastructures. Now, what excuse will a governor that is underperforming give to his people if they march against the government house and say, Oga, this is not your money, this is our money. How are you spending it? But we sit down here and begin to criticize federal government. What are the local governments doing? You see, there are 3 layers of government. If you cannot hold your local government chairman accountable, your state governor accountable, you know how much it will take you to travel from Lagos to Abuja, even by road.
But we're still talking about the local government autonomy that has not been fully
even
approved.
Without local government autonomy, there were 2 local governments, Etiosa, and 1 particular local government in Lagos.
Okay.
They rebuilt their health center, fully equipped with beddings and all you need. It was solar powered. Did they steal money to get that done? The question is, we are too docile. We don't ask questions. If a local government can build 2 health centers and upgrade it to a world-class hospital within the means of the local government, then what excuse will a state governor give for not building 1 hospital in 4 years?
But I just feel some of them are actually prioritizing something.
Prioritizing what?
You know, and that's the reason why presently in Abia State now they're having issues.
See, I tell you, the reports I get on Enugu State Governor, fantastic.
What about Abia State?
Abia State, fantastic.
But guess what? Oyo said, good. But Orji Zokalu said that the Abia State governor has not been
what did he do when he was governor for 8 years?
He said he has been using paint to paint roads that he actually built. Guess what? And at some point, we had to dig in.
If not for state pardon, Orji Zokalu was in the prison, was in Kuje prison for some months.
Okay, let us
properly convicted.
Let us actually leave that particular one for another day. Now, Ajuza Kalu, went as far as saying that they would remove Alex Otti in office, come 2027. But when we did our digging, we realized that Alex Otti only did what so many governors are yet to do: abolishing everything called pensions for former governors and former deputy governors. And till now, why are they still being paid pension? What is it for?
You see, Lagos State government started that thing.
Almost all governors in Nigeria, they live here, they become senators.
No, the Senate
some of them are ministers.
Senate is a rest house.
Yes.
Or past governors. That's the rest house.
So they are still in service either ways.
What about a military man that rose to become a general? He is collecting his salary for life.
He fought for the nation.
I know many generals that never fought.
He defended us while we were sleeping. But what did a governor?
The governor also has sleepless nights.
That we voted him to go and work for us?
Shaping policies.
Shaping?
Yes.
Staying in the best hotel.
No, you are trying to justify. You see,
so I think at some point, I'm not justifying anything, but when we talk about the military, to an extent, I believe you understand, because your father, for example, actually fought for this nation. How many times did you see him in a month? Talk less of in a year.
He has long been dead.
Nevertheless, but of course, while he was there, he served your nation. How many politicians can serve this nation with their lives? That's what we're saying.
You see, let me also tell you, if you are close to these governors, particularly the ones that are really working, they don't even have time for themselves.
Particularly for those that are working. I love the fact that you buttress that.
They don't even have time for themselves. In fact, that's why I question why they are stealing so much. Because they don't even have time to spend this money they are stealing.
No,
they just stash it away.
No, they just stash it. Then when they are done with their 8 years,
my brother,
then they go back to
my brother. If a governor serves meritoriously for 8 years, is spent after leaving office. There's no razzmatazz again.
I'm still waiting to see more governors like Raji Fashola, His Excellency Raji Fashola, who would actually leave office. That's what I'm saying. Who would actually finish office, dust up his wig, wear his regalia, his uniform, and go back. You understand? To the courts and deal with any litigation at all that his client has given to him. That's what we call a profession. Not anybody telling me, oh, what do you do for a living? Say I'm a politician. How? All right, let me go to Comrade Iragbe Anslem. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Comrade, we actually started very hot in the studio, so let me bring it to you. We're talking about the Armed Force Day. Of course, they've actually been there for us. I'm talking about Nigerian Armed Forces in total. And you would agree with me that if we would talk about safety in this nation, they've actually been at the forefront, making sure that the sovereignty of this nation and, of course, all our territories are protected and safe. So we'll be honoring them as well on the show, honoring the fallen, and, of course, a salute the Nigerian Armed Forces. But I'd like to take it off from here and to start up with you as regards to this one. What role do you think the Nigerian Armed Forces play in maintaining national security? Because we're having a very fragile, situation as regards to peace in the nation as we speak, and it got to a point where we can't even, handle the situation alone. And now we are even welcoming, the United States of America to help us do some strikes as regards to handling some, insecurities in the core north. And of course, I would like you to take all of this particular conversation simultaneously. How effective do you think the current government's strategy is in tackling the insecurity in the nation? Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Iragbe Anslem, as always, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party. I know there are many things you also don't know about me. My dad, though late now, served in the Nigerian Army, fought the Civil War. I was born in the barrack. I grew up in the barrack. So I have a very first-hand experience of how my dad left us severally. In 1990, my dad also arrived Liberia, and he was in Liberia for 3 years to 1993. I think his team, 311 Field Artillery Regiment at Ekpe Barracks, which was later dissolved after the April 1990 coup plot of Oka. So, and later I was moved to Katangura, the Nigerian Army weaponry there, from where he retired afterwards. So, I brought to say this to let you know that I was born and brought up in this system. So I saw my dad severally, a few times. I didn't see him many years because he had to defend both the integrity of Nigeria from 1967 to 1970 and other foreign missions. Now, I was speaking from this background. You see, some of us are highly pained to find out that some Nigerians have actually jeopardized their lives for the integrity, the peace and stability of this nation and other nations. But in the end, most of them have gone to their graves without reward. It's actually very painful. I have so many of my friends whom we grew up together. Their parents passed on, they died in the course of defending either Nigeria or some other places. And I know what they went through up to today. Now, if I have the privilege, let me tell you straight on, those who have had the rare privilege of serving this nation in any form in terms of security, be they police, be they army, DSS, any category, Navy, these persons should be highly recognized and rewarded. And also civil servants who gave all they had in terms of their intellect, their time, their ability to look after the growth of this nation. So basically, I think for any administration to actually appreciate what we are seeing, just like the insecurity in Nigeria. Let me say this on the air, maybe for the first time also. I was in the university, in Ahmadu Bello University, as far back as 1997, when I knew that a militia force was being groomed in Nigeria. I'm talking of 1997. So what you saw eventually as Boko Haram or otherwise in 2009 did not start in 2009. I can tell you in public today that I started, as much as I knew then, in my 100 level, that a force was being developed in Nigeria. And so many of my mates also left the university in that era to nowhere, to Sambisa and the rest of them. So at the time, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan shouted that the Boko Haram members were part of his government. He wasn't lying. Like I said again, you are aware, I'm a civil servant. As at the time Goodluck Ebele was shouting, I was in Naseni also, National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, where the president of Nigeria is the chairman of the governing board. So a lot has gone wrong with our country.
Comrade?
Yes.
All right, so comrade, I'd like to ask you, it's good now that you just made it clear that, of course, your father was also, a former military, personnel. So it's safe to ask you a few questions as regards to this. How can the government improve the welfare of military personnel and, of course, their families? And what are the implications of the recent mass recruitment of soldiers and police officers in Nigerian security landscape? I'd like you to take this in just 2 minutes because we're pressed for time. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. You see, first and foremost, we also must realize that the welfare of security personnel is always very key. And the security arrangement is a regimented system. They have a way of life. They have their own culture. There is discipline. There is order. There is regiment. So you see, until these things, the Nigeria security system must return to its fundamentals. You see, I'm talking like this because, like I said, I was born and brought up in this system. So I can tell you outrightly so many things offhand. So they have departed from the norms. For instance, if you look at the welfare, these days you find policemen, soldier men living in the midst of nowhere. Most of them, they don't even have barracks anymore. If you look at their kits, some of them, if you look at their legs, they no longer have boots. Virtually, there are no houses, no accommodation, salaries are not paid properly, children are not well taken care of, families suffer, my brother. So what we need to do is we need to, as a people, once again, sit back. You see, there are ways not to develop a people and a nation. That is the approach we have adopted in Nigeria.
Okay.
There are also ways not to grow economies. For instance, maybe time may not permit me to go into all of those details for today. You see, we really need to rejig virtually every sphere of our national life.
Okay.
Now, there has to be productivity ultimately, upon which infrastructure will be built. Now, even this taxation they are talking about, there are ways not to do it, and there are ways to do it. That may not be the discussion for today also.
Okay.
So basically, I will say to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, well, he's beginning to get his act together, probably maybe also because the U.S. government are interfering or intervening from that angle. But I also want to commend him also to say this is what Nigerians have asked for. A situation where the direction will be very clear. Are we truly fighting the insurgents or we are pampering them?
Okay.
For God's sake, we need to root out this element from our system. More so in terms of security recruitment. Everybody in Nigeria should be trained. A country of over 200 million people, you have a handful of bandits of no more than 100 or 50,000 people taking the entire nation hostage. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
All right, thank you so much.
Last time I gave my simple analysis about how the recruitment. I said, why should states, there are 37 states, including the FCT, why should we not have a minimum of 1 million people employed, 1 million per state, to be catered for by the state government?
Okay.
We are going to come into all of this and I subsequently. So these are ways. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should ideally increase the force.
All right.
Let the operation go intense, very intense.
All right.
Thank the Chief of Army Staff and the rest of them who are beginning to wake up to their responsibility.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Ragbi Anselm. So sorry, we're so pressed for time today, and that's the reason why we might not be able to take more. But this particular conversation will be adjourned because usually when it comes to armed forces, I take it quite personal. Because I also would have become an infantry today if I actually scaled through. If I actually scaled through and my name actually, finally was released at NDA in Kaduna to be precise, but God understands better the reason why I am a broadcast journalist today because Mr. Dele Fadimo. So I would have actually loved to fight for this nation, but here we are. So I usually take their conversation quite seriously. But let me come to the studio in just 2 minutes. I'd like you to just wrap up the conversation so we can, take a bow out of the studio. What are your thoughts on the recent allocation of 3.15 trillion for the Ministry of Defense in the 2026 budget? And of course, do you think the Nigerian military is adequately equipped to handle modern security threats?
You see, no nation can really adequately cater to the needs of its military the way it should have been taken care of. But efforts must be made to ensure that there is some level of commitment towards ensuring that the nation's armed forces are kept above the average in terms of funding, in terms of training and retraining, in terms of providing logistics and armaments. So for me, how much is this budget when you convert it to dollars? Do you know that a missile today, if you Google it, you'll find out a missile today hovers between $11 and $30 million. And you see some nations deploying as many as 200 missiles in a day during wartime. So what is the level of commitment of Nigerian government to the military when you look at such things? You understand? An unmanned sophisticated drone costs as much as $17 million. And when you convert $17 million, you are looking at about 30, maybe 29 billion. So when you take out all this, but to the extent that in this part of the world, we are not building nuclear weapons, we are not building biological weapons and all that. Now we are still content with armor tanks, fighter jets, drones, and the likes. But it's one thing to budget. It's another thing for the people that are saddled with responsibility of making sure that this money is adequately and judiciously utilized, make use of it for the betterment of this country. We have heard some of these soldiers in the theater of war lamenting the low level of their weaponry as against those ragtag insurgents. So we need to up our ante to ensure, and of course, the coming of the U.S. government to assist us in ensuring that we have an upper hand in this battle. I think it's a welcome development.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for joining the program. And of course, thank you so much, Comrade Daragbe Anselm, for being part of the program. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Coming up next is Locker Room. Of course, if you enjoy the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy their production, in as much as we're all quite sad because the Super Eagles actually bowed out of the Nations Cup. But that's how far I can actually talk about it. I don't want to be emotional when it comes to that particular match. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to GT Fashion Weekend, and we are live here at the Landmark Center. We'll be bringing you everything sweet and trending, and people looking gorgeous. And today is day one, and people are ready, coming out in their beautiful attire and looking so elegant. So stay tuned. Good evening, beautiful lady.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
As you can see, not the energy I expected. You are in GC Fashion Weekend. It's the avenue for you to express yourself.
I'm good, as you can see now. I'm so fine.
Obviously, you have. For me to call you,
Yeah.
I can tell you 100%. You're looking so pretty, natural.
Thank you.
And all inseparable together. Classic. So let's meet you.
Same here.
Can we meet you?
My name is Bidemi. I'm a fashion designer. I made this dress.
Come on, can you do a 360 for us? Whoa. Okay, so that's amazing. It actually looks off the rack. We never could have thought that it's made. And that's what GT is about. It's trying to make us understand that Nigerians are doing well.
Yeah,
not just Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large.
Yes.
So, how's it been so far?
Well, amazing. It's my choice, so I love what I do. I love it a lot, so it's been good.
Okay, so your day one at GT Fashion Weekend, how's the experience been like for you?
Actually, I don't know. I just got here, but it's been. I like what I'm saying.
Did you register for any of the masterclass?
No.
Okay, so are you looking forward to have a one-on-one in any of the masterclass today?
Yeah. I look forward to that.
Okay, so enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Ifnaya. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm also one of the radio hosts right here at the GTCO Fashion Weekend.
So how's it been so far? It's day one and everyone is coming out in their colors and attire.
Yeah, I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive on day one, I can't wait to see what day two has.
Okay, so looking at the fact that the way GT started, and this program has always been like, okay, come out, express yourself. People have been doing that before now. And what's that one thing, highlight, you're looking for this year?
I'm looking forward to the master classes because one thing I love about the GTCO brand is they ensure that they're giving you premium quality They are looking through the beauty fashion industry within Nigeria, and then Africa, and then globally. You know, the current masterclass, Melissa, I believe, all the way from Detroit. So I love that they're bringing quality to ensure that they're impacting knowledge as well.
Okay, thank you very much. To enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you look breathtaking. This is actually
Thank you.
well put together. So can we meet you?
Thank you.
Can we meet you?
Mature.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fashion stylist and a designer.
You represent what?
Thank you.
So how's the experience of GT Fashion Week for you?
I mean, this is GT Fashion Week. We always expect the best, and they always come with the best. You know, you can look around and I feel good about it though. I always feel good about fashion. So this one is not different.
Okay, so as a fashion stylist, what has it been so far? Looking at the aesthetics that people are putting together, excluding yourself, because it seems you came to win the whole Grammy Award here.
No, to me, I feel like there are no rules to fashion, and certain people have different things they represent. Okay, so I feel like fashion is a platform where you come and explore yourself. To me, it's more like art. You get it? So I see certain people, they dress simple, but I would say this is not cool because that person now has something that he's trying to show, he or she's trying to show. So looking at the whole environment, I think people just do their thing, and it really makes sense because we're not here to look alike.
Oh, definitely.
We're here to come with our own personalities. You feel me?
And you could tell that people's personalities are shining through what they're wearing.
Sure.
And yours is giving hold money vibe.
Something like that, yeah.
So like,
I like the boomers generation. So I love to transition to the old school and vintage kind of lifestyle, you know.
And it's actually very amazing.
I'm Faith, our fashion designer from Liberia.
Oh my God. So you came all the way from Liberia for this program?
No, actually not, but I have been witnessing GT Co Fashion Week for years back in Liberia, and this is my first GT Co Fashion Week. It feels like a dream because I've always wished to be on GT Co Fashion Week.
And you did well, amazingly.
Thank
Your
you.
aesthetics are superb.
Thank you.
So I assumed this is designed by you?
Yeah, this is designed by me.
Did you style yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so this is a representation of who you are?
Yeah, this is a representation of who I am, my brand, and where I come from. If you look at the back of my outfit, there's a Max description on the back of my outfit. Where I come from, we have different types of traps in Liberia. So most of my outfits, I want for people to know who I am, where I come from, and my identity. So almost all of my outfits, I usually have a Max description there, so that when people ask me, I'll be like, yeah, I'm from Liberia, and this is my culture.
Oh, that's really amazing.
Yeah.
And that's sweet to know that you put that together. So as a designer, what has your experience been so far looking at the aesthetics that people are pulling together here today?
Can you come again? I didn't.
Like the aesthetics people are pulling together today, like what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Everyone is identifying who they are.
Yeah.
Some are simply dressed, some are glamorously dressed, some are dressing retro, some are doing old vibe money and the likes. So what's your own take on what they're wearing?
So whether simple, classic, Gucci, or whatever people dressing, I feel like everybody have their own aesthetic. So it can be simple, it can be too high or not too high, but everybody looks good in their own way, and they are so beautiful. Yeah.
Okay. So looking at the fact that you have the semblance of gems, stones on you, are you saying that Liberia is full of riches and gems?
Yes.
She just confirmed to us that Liberia is full of riches and gems, and I'm going to go dig my hand fortune from there.
You should come to Liberia.
Is that an invite?
Yes, you are invited.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and the day 2 of GT Fashion Weekend.
Okay.
So have an amazing and a blast time.
My name is Taiwo Olatunji or Layomi. I'm a model and a 3D artist. And yeah, I just came here to have fun, look around, see fashionable people, like-minded people, and yeah, that's basically what I'm here.
That's good to know. What inspired your outfit?
My teachers. It's honestly like an office siren look, and I just like pinstripes. I really love the patterns. There isn't really much that inspired the jewelry. I just like this because it's really cool.
It's giving Halloween vibe.
Yeah, it's like a Halloween vibe. Yeah, so That's basically what inspired it. It's just nice and clean.
Very clean. I must agree with you. You know, looking at a lot of people wearing a lot of things today, I could see some having confused fusion in their outfits. But for you, I give you that clean check because this is well assembled and it's giving classic. So thank you very much for representing well. So where are you from?
Are you
Nigerian?
Yes, I am. Okay. I'm a Nigerian.
So is this your first experience with GT Fashion Week?
Yes, this is my first time here.
So how does it feel?
It feels great. I think what I like the most is that I'm seeing a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them. Okay, you people actually dress well in real life, like him. They're everywhere. So yeah, that's just nice.
Okay, so thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy probably your day too if you're still gonna be here at GT. And we might still catch up with you.
Yeah.
My name is John Ikechukwu Agoha.
I love that. The way you sound. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a gospel artist. That's what I do.
That's interesting.
Then I'm a fashion consultant.
Okay, that speaks on your outfit.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what's your experience been so like in GT Fashion Weekend?
It has been good, fun, seeing people, different class of people, categories, crazy people, normal people.
And how do people assemble together in one spot?
Yeah, in one spot. And GTB has been able to manage everyone, every Dick and Harry. It's all good.
I agree with that. Okay, so is this your first time?
This is my first time. I've never been here.
Okay, and you agree that this experience is amazing or not?
I think it's for the young ones. For the young ones.
Well,
yeah.
not bad, because
for the young ones.
by tomorrow I could tell you it's for the old money because tomorrow we will never see on the
Yeah.
Because this is my 5th year and I could tell for free. Day 1 is always, the youngsters always come out and they always come and flex. Day 2, the whole money is then come. And at that time, even though the young ones, they know they get space like this. So today is a day to shine.
Yeah.
So let them shine. Okay, so for someone like you that is a fashion consultant and you've seen a lot of people's aesthetics so far, what's your take on it?
I think fashion is taking over. Fashion is taking over. It's taking over fast. But I think the only problem I have is the casts. They are not being paid what they ought to be paid. Because models, how many models make a living from modeling? I was a model when I was in school. I was a pin-up modeling, model I mean. So I could tell you when I was in school, we made more money from modeling. Right now, it's just a lot of things is happening in the modeling industry. A lot of sexuality issues and all that is happening in the modeling industry. In our time, was not like that. I don't know if they have it, but in our time, was not like that. But I just feel that models should make money from out of what they're doing.
Okay, hopefully the models got to make more money out of what they make. I could tell you for free that this is a crazy industry, and now people don't only pay for you because you have the physique, you have to have something good to offer.
Yes.
So thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening at the GT Fashion.
My name is Anmol. I'm a content creator and I'm also a chef and a student.
A chef. So in case you want to eat, you got the right plug, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your take on the GT Fashion Weekend?
Honestly, I'm just coming now, but I'm expecting colorful outfits and creativity and beauty and essence too. So I mean, there's a lot to actually witness.
Okay, so are you, is this your first year or?
Oh, this is my second time here.
Okay, so if you're going to make a compare and contrast with this, the previous year and this year, what's your take?
Okay, I came on the Sunday, like the last day. So this is my first time of like coming for the first day actually. So I'm not expecting, I know the last days are always very crowded. So it's still it's beautiful. I love the aesthetics and all.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope that you get to enjoy the rest of it.
Sure.
So what inspires your outfit?
Basically, my shoe was the main thing, and I used the shoe to be inspired.
Oh, that's actually very amazing. So, did you have anyone who designed your aesthetics, or you did it yourself?
I did it myself. It's all me.
Whoa! This is massive, guys. It's not easy.
Okay.
Okay, so today is day 1 of GT Fashion Weekend, and you're here. How's the experience been so far?
I just came. I can't say much, but I have been. This is like my 4th year here, and it's always been so good. So I'm expecting better this year.
Okay. Sorry that I'm going back to this because looking at your aesthetics, it shows one thing. Which profession are you?
I'm a model. And I'm a general creative, to be honest.
You can see what I'm saying, right? You agree with me?
I'm a general creative.
Okay, so as a model, what's your take on GT Fashion Week?
I feel like it's the best thing since sliced bread for us models and creatives. I can't even lie, because you don't get to showcase your style that much in this country, and a place where you're allowed to do that. Anybody can be anything today, and the days where we have the GT Fashion Model Week, it's like one of the best things ever.
Okay, so kindly introduce yourself.
I am B, like the insect, and I do bite.
That's really amazing. Thank you for the wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
My name is Liz Fashion.
Oh, so what inspired your outfit?
I inspired it, and this is actually my brand that I'm wearing.
Liz Fashion World.
And it's the fact that you're representing the color of GT.
Right, like I literally just planned this outfit, but when I was about to leave the house, I said, oh, it's GT's color.
This deserves an award.
Right.
Honestly.
GT should give me an award.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
And looking at your aesthetics, it's well put together. It's actually bold and it's pretty and classy. So if you would say, rate yourself on a 1 to 10.
I will rate myself 100, of course. 100 out of 10.
I agree with you, because this trust me, when I saw you from afar, I'm like, oh my goodness, who is that beautiful, gorgeous lady? And your hair, your aesthetics, your lip especially is quite popping, and it makes it stand out, and it makes me feel like this person understands fashion.
Yeah.
And I could see from afar. I didn't have to ask you what you do for a living.
Right.
I could see from what you're wearing that, oh, this is who this person is, and you represented well. So looking at GT Fashion Weekend, how do you feel about it?
I feel good. I feel really good, and the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I feel good. Don't mind me, this is not me. The cuts.
This is the fun part of her.
Okay, so for someone like you, would you say you have anything you expect from GT Fashion? What this particular season?
I've not even gone inside to see what's happening, but obviously
because
I expect
the outside
the best.
is bubbling and it's already
really,
100.
Yeah, so of course I expect the best.
The best is gonna be sad. So we're gonna say enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy the rest of your day at GT Fashion Weekend. Hello, Your Royal Majesty.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm the modeling king. I project fitness, culture, and royalty. I mean, as an African, I represent all the kings in Africa, and in fact, all over the world. You know.
Oh, so we have king of all kings in flesh. I agree with that. Okay, so what inspired your outfit?
Yeah, it's just the African masculinity. The goal was to project, every African young person or African man are warriors. So it's to project that warriorness, in the public, So, and then mixing it with the culture and then with the royalty and all, to just make the vibe more interesting. And that's why they call me the modeling king. So this is like the modeling king brand. Yeah.
Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so what do you do for a living?
What I do?
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, I'm a king, so I represent all the kings. And aside from that, I'm into the entertainment, fashion, models, and I do a couple of things on the side, like business,
In case you don't know, it smells rich. It's not just looking rich, it smells rich. So I'm confirming that for my audience.
I feel you.
I
feel you.
So, is this your first time in GT Fashion Weekend?
No, it's not the first time. I was here the last time and it was all crazy. So, unfortunately I couldn't make it up here on time, but still, I just wanted to come to show them that the vibe is still actually there,
And the vibe is very much accepted by we, the pretty ladies, on the red carpet. So thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much.
Hello there, good evening, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Well, in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation
by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. On the show today, Obi Atiku Amechi in trouble as group approaches court to deregister ADC, that's the African Democratic Congress. Away from that, 2 more lawmakers pull out of Fubara's impeachment plot, and US to stop processing all visas to Nigerians. And I've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Koro. It's my pleasure to be here.
Big one. I appreciate your presence, sir. Now, let's get into it. The Federal High Court in Abuja is set to hear a suit seeking the deregistration of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other political parties over alleged constitutional and electoral infractions. The case filed by the National Forum of Former Legislators, NFFL, is scheduled for hearing on February 16, 2026, and targets ADC, Accord Party, Zenith Labour Party, Action Alliance, and Action People's Party, AAP. The NFFL argues that the affected parties have consistently failed to meet mandatory benchmarks required under the 1999 Constitution as amended, particularly provisions guiding party performance and compliance. While central to the suit is Section 2225, subsection A of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which empowers authorities to withdraw recognition from political parties that do not satisfy statutory and performance standards. According to the forum, the continued existence of non-performing political parties weakens democratic accountability, strains electoral administration, and confuses voters. The NFFL insists the action is not politically motivated, but aimed at enforcing constitutional compliance, sanitizing Nigeria's political space, and strengthening a disciplined, credible, and accountable multi-party democracy. Barrister Darlington, what's your reaction to this development? Application made to a court to deregister ADC and 4 other political parties. How do you react to this, sir?
It will not fly, especially in that of ADC. Because in the last dispensation, I think ADC had somebody. I don't know actually the particular person, I think from Abuja or so. Though the person later defected, but ADC made an inroad. Then apart from that, that is not the only criteria. That's not the only criteria for deregistering a political party. There are other criteria. So if you have met the other ones, and the only crime the only offense you committed is because you don't have somebody at the National Assembly or in a state as a governor and all that, that should not be the only reason. Look, this thing that the APC is doing, it will backfire.
No, but we are talking about the registering ADC.
I am coming. If APC had been treated the way they are treating other political opponents, they will not exist. Oh. They will not exist. ADC, is it former ADC or this present one? Because this present one is a new dispensation. People came in to make up this particular ADC now. So the old ADC is gone. You are talking of a new ADC, even though they are bearing.
Barrister, ADC is ADC. There's nothing like old or new ADC.
The members
in
now.
In the letters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, what you have there is the ADC.
Fine.
As a political party which they registered at some point.
Fine, but it is arguable in court that new members have come in to form the new ADC. That is just the simple truth. So if you want to use that criteria, it will not fly. And I will advise APC to be very, very circumspect in some of these things they are trying to do. They should be very, very wary, because if they succeed in being the only party that will feature in this election, that means they are in trouble.
Barrister, we'll come to the question of who you think might be responsible for all of this. Now, let's examine the provisions of the section and what that means for ADC and other parties.
For the registration,
yes, grant for the registration. INEC can register a party if it breaches registration requirements or fails to win at least 25% of votes in a state for presidential elections or in a local government for governorship elections or fails to win any ward seat in the council assembly elections. Now, INEC's authority, this section empowers INEC to ensure parties remain active and meet constitutional standards as confirmed by court rulings where INEC's registration powers were upheld. Now in the context, within the context, section 225A was introduced to strengthen electoral laws by ensuring political parties actively participate and perform rather than just existing. And it's a crucial part of the Constitution's framework for political parties. Now, Barrister, let's examine this. It says that fails to win at least 25% of votes in a state for presidential
election. That fails to register. That's the first one.
That fails to win at least 25% of votes
that
in
is
a state.
The first criteria.
No, that is the ground for the registration. It says INEC can register a party if it breaches registration requirements or fails to win at least 25% of votes in a state for presidential election. Now, in the last presidential elections, are you aware if ADC met, or this parties met that requirement, 25% of votes cast in
their man came third or something, Abi? Kachuku.
No, Kachuku pulled out, but they now pulled, they collapsed into the Labour Party. You know, but that was an informal alliance between them and the Labour Party. INEC wasn't informed. They said, look, let's collapse our structure to the Labour Party. So that was what happened. So that doesn't necessarily mean that ADC at that point had an alliance with the Labour Party.
So that criteria is not complete. INEC should have...
Are you the one setting the law?
No. I want to tell you, based on what we are seeing today, INEC should have included that if a party go into collabo with another party, and they now made an inroad to fulfill some of the conditions, will you equally register the party? The answer is no. Yes. By collaborating with the Labour Party, and then of course you saw the inroad Labour Party made. So are you going to see deregister them? You can't do that. At
no point did ADC become the Labour Party. That is the point.
But they work together.
But INEC doesn't know. It's an arrangement that was quite informal because at no point did they go to INEC and say, oh, we are collapsing our structure. There wasn't a merger. There wasn't an alliance known to INEC.
But the fact remains that it happened.
To who? To the knowledge of who? To the knowledge of you and I.
Look, if INEC refused to recognize it, that is their own cup of tea. But as it stands today, with the activities going on in ADC...
But we are not talking about activities. We are discussing this thing based on the points of the law. The law says you must have... There's a threshold, there's a benchmark. And if ADC didn't meet that benchmark, like AA and Accord Party and all of these other parties, people have gone to court to say, look, INEC, you need to deregister these people.
As far as I'm concerned, ADC is active. Very, very active. These other parties have not had their name or anything. And no, in fact, they don't have even anybody, of note in that party. All these other parties you mentioned. And so, you can't compare them with ADC. And there is no way you can deregister ADC at this point in time. It's not possible. Except you are calling for chaos.
Okay, except you are calling for chaos. What do you mean by that?
Yes, because they will not take it though. In fact, Nigerians will not take it. How come it is only APC that have made everything?
But they are not saying you should be registered Labour Party or PDP or even SDP because these people made the threshold and the benchmark. Nobody is talking about them. They are talking about parties that possibly they didn't meet the requirements.
No. Aside from what we have today, ADC is the most active opposition party.
Barrister, if they are the most active opposition party, how many people do they have in the National Assembly?
They will go into the election before you begin to adjudicate on what
they are judging. Their suit is based on what happened in 2023.
There is a new ADC now. The people that was there before are not the people that are there today. Yes, that's the difference. So you have to give them a chance.
But are you speaking on emotions? Are you speaking on the point of law? When you say that there is a new ADC, I don't understand.
New entrant into the party, yes.
So there's a new APC too? There's a new APC?
No, they didn't want to.
Because a lot of people are also joining the APC.
No, not to that. No, not to that extent. Remember when ADC collapsed their leadership, their structure?
They didn't collapse their structure.
No. They surrendered their leadership to David Mark.
Okay.
Is that not true?
Okay.
Nwosu left and then handed over to David Mark and others. It's on record.
Okay.
So and INEC is aware. INEC has been approving all they have been doing and all that. So why would they come now to deregister them? Is
Okay, so when Nentawe Iwada became the new party chairman of the national chairman of the APC became anew because there was a handover of power. Is that what you're saying?
No. In that of ADC, we don't have any two chairman or whatever. No. In that of PDP, I mean, in that of APC, they choose a new chairman.
Just like ADC.
And there have not been any division there. There has not been any division. I mean, we are here when Tinubu raised his hand as the new chairman of the party. And since then, we haven't had any other discordant notes. So why would you want to compare incomparable?
Barrister, if we are not talking about, if you are talking about the leadership, you are aware that there's also a suit, before a court, where Nafi Gombe says, I am the original chairman of the ADC, because by virtue of our constitution, if Ralph Nwosu stepped aside, I am the highest ranking member of the National Working Committee, so I should assume that office. But we are not discussing the leadership. We are talking about the benchmark for missing elections. Now, what will be the options, available for the trial of Peter Obi, Atiku, and Amechi, if and only if, if by chance they succeed, the court gives order, look, ADC, AA, AAC, AAP, and other parties didn't meet the registration threshold or the performance threshold, and they registered them. What will be the options available to these people?
Mr. Okoro, let me tell you a story.
Okay.
When Abdulsalami Abubakar was to, hand over to civilian administration after the June 12 debacle, what is it called? Afenifere, or what I call AD that time.
Okay.
They were not prepared. They are just smarting from June 12 struggle.
The
Nadeko struggle. And so they had nothing. I mean, nothing. Not even one office anywhere. And then Abdulsalam Abubakar threatened that, look, if you people did not, if you did not meet the criteria, that time it was, is it not? I know it was not INEC they call it. They call it another name. That is the name they call it that time.
NECO.
NECO. So if you did not meet the criteria, you will not participate too. Abraham Adesanya, who was their leader at that time, he threatened that, look, if they did not take part in this election, that the Yorubas will leave Nigeria. I'm telling you. And going from aftermath of June 12, the Yorubas were already angry with what happened, how Abiola died and everything. And so Abdulsalam Abubakar, he saw the handwriting on the wall and said, okay, 3 days to the closing date, he told INEC that they should register AD, whether they fulfill the criteria or not. That was what happened.
Okay.
So on what ground now will you the only active opposition political party, Mr. Okoro, please, will APC be comfortable with this kind of thing you are saying? It can never happen. They should go to court and strike that thing out. That's what I'm saying. It can never happen.
Okay, now, Barrister, you painted a picture now, which was a military rule. During the military rule, Abdulsalami Abubakar gave that order and it was obeyed. So, do you see the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu saying, don't register ADC or don't register this?
He cannot even try that. If they can do it in a military regime, then what of
Exactly my point. Abdulsalami Abubakar gave NECO the order. You have to register this political party, whether they fulfill the requirements or not. Now, my direct question is, do you think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can give orders to INEC to say, don't deregister this political party?
He have no choice.
Okay, he has no choice.
He has no choice.
Especially when he knows that people in the party seem to be, his albatross.
Yes.
Look, Atiku, El-Rufai, and other, the opposition, they are gathering.
Mr. Okoro, listen very well.
Okay.
Let me tell you why Tinubu will not even try it.
He will not try to do what?
He will not try to deregister this political party himself and his INEC chairman. Listen, they have been controlling all these institutions now. Is it not on record? It's a question of telling them what to do. Now listen, it has been it has been in the rumor mill that Tinubu want to create a one-party state.
Okay.
And that is why Wike is doing what he's doing with Labour Party, with PDP, you know, all the active opposition. And now this particular ADC managed to overcome all the hurdles. And they are active. Nigerians are now deferring to them. You know, they are preparing for election only for this thing to happen. And you are telling me that the ruling party will support it. On what ground? They dare not. I'm telling you, because the aftermath will not be palatable. It will not be palatable, seriously.
Barrister, you know, I like your optimism, and I hope that a lot of Nigerians, you know, share this optimism, because that was what we said about Nigeria, you know, descending to one-party state. At some point, we had one or two governors say, look, we are moving to the APC. And Nigerians say, oh, it's not possible. At last count, APC has about 30 governors. So is that far away from Nigeria being one-party state?
The other party...
So if that could happen, what gives you the impression that this administration, like you say, they are in control of the institutions of government? What gives you the impression that they cannot outrightly say, look, we need you to register this political party? And they might do it at such a time that it will be difficult for these people, talking about Obi, Atiku, Amechi, El-Rufai, to effectively get into another party, conduct primaries, and present a presidential candidate. What gives you that impression that this administration can't do it?
I tell you, because of the aftermath.
What's the aftermath?
The aftermath will be very embarrassing to Tinubu, who claims to be a Democrat.
No, you think he doesn't look like the president and his people? He cannot does it look like they care? Do you think they care?
He can no longer explain what they did with PDP and Labour Party.
Okay.
He cannot, because everybody saw what happened. And APC cannot deny involvement. He cannot deny involvement. Look, a Democrat, when he sees something going wrong, he will step in. And I want to give you a very good example again. When Obi was asked to go back to his seat in Anambra, Andoba, with the aid of Obasanjo, Obasanjo with the aid of, Andoba with the aid of Obasanjo, stayed put in Oka government house. He was there. He refused to leave. Because Obasanjo told him to stay there. It was when Yar'Adua came into office. The first thing he did was to tell Andoba to get out of that place.
Okay.
Based on the Supreme Court ruling. Again, did you hear me? Based on what the Supreme Court ruled, though, yet
which Obasanjo had flouted.
He refused to obey it. You see what power can do. So, and Umaru Diko is an APDP, is a PDP man like Obasanjo.
Umaru Yar'Adua.
Yes, Umaru Yar'Adua. He was a PDP president like Obasanjo. Meanwhile, Peter Obi is from Abga. So you can see what that you don't need to tell me you're a Democrat. Let me see it in your action.
But the president, does he pretend to be a Democrat? Do you see him as a Democrat?
Oh, somebody that told you he fought for Nadeko.
No, but it's not what they told us. Do you see him as a Democrat?
I don't. From the beginning.
Okay, so if you don't see him as a Democrat, why do you think that he will not go to the extent of the registering political parties?
Because that was what he sold to Nigeria. Look, that was what he sold to Nigeria.
Are you sure you're not mixing this thing
I'm not mixing it up. That was what he sold to Nigeria. But events now is telling us that he is. In fact, even those who were banking on him, they are regretting it.
But sir, if events are telling us that, look, the president is not a Democrat, as you have said, now what gives you the impression that the president will stop either INEC or the court from the registering ADC and other political parties? That's the point.
Because of the pushback from within and outside.
Okay, because of the pushback from within and outside.
In fact, it will be very, very disastrous.
That pushback, where will it come from?
Within and outside.
Outside, like
Donald Trump is watching us now.
You think he's watching?
He said what?
I think he's watching.
I think
he's still watching.
Do I think?
Anyway, Dr. Barrister, that's one of our topics of discussion. We'll get to that, at that point. So, but when you say from inside and outside, which inside are you talking about?
Inside, the other political parties will now gang up.
Okay.
There's no way they will take it. When you are trying to squeeze them out of the political space in Nigeria, they will not take it now, you know.
Which political parties are you talking about?
All the other political opposition parties.
All the other opposition parties that, all the opposition parties that have up until this moment not found a united voice, to tackle the government.
Listen very well. If an old woman said that she cannot run, That does not include when they go to carry her snuff box.
Okay.
So if you think the oppositions are asleep, you have hypnotized them. Not when you want to form a one-party state in Nigeria.
That is what we are seeing. What have they done? So they will only act when they have all been decimated.
I said, watch it. Nigeria cannot tolerate. Nigerians, in fact, Nigerians as a whole cannot tolerate it.
Okay.
They cannot. It can never happen.
Barrister, when you say that Nigerians cannot tolerate it, what is it that Nigerians have not tolerated in recent times?
When push comes to shove.
At what point?
They will react.
At what point?
Even Tinubu knows.
Okay.
When Obasanjo wanted third term, did he succeed?
Okay.
And when Abacha wanted to remain life president.
When Jonathan removed fuel subsidy, what did Nigerians do?
They went to Ojota.
When Tinubu removed fuel subsidy, what happened?
Now, you see, that's part of what I'm telling you.
Okay.
They tolerated all those things, thinking that the man meant well. Now that they have seen that the man came with deceit.
So now that they have known that he came with deceit, according to you, what have they done?
Every other thing Tinubu have done in office, have they succeeded?
Have they not succeeded?
Even this so-called tax law and all that.
Okay.
Don't you see the pushback? And now it is now suspended.
No, it's not suspended.
It is on pause.
The operational guidelines.
It is
they will
on
release
pause.
those guidelines soon.
But it is on pause as I talk to you now. Is that not true?
Okay.
So is that not because of the pushback? No, tell me, is that not because
it's not.
What
it's the guidelines. They said there were discrepancies in the guidelines. So that is what they are working on.
They want to give themselves a soft landing.
So apparently you believe that Nigerians have the ability to push back.
Yes.
And it will get to a point where they will say, no, we can't take any of this anymore.
Yes. In fact, I believe in the resistance of Nigerians. When their life is at stake, they will resist every government, no matter where it is coming from. Did you see how we fought Babangida? Abacha.
Barrister, now sometimes you tell me that I get them before not be property. You know, how we fought the military, how we fought this and that. Barrister, why are we fighting now? That is the question.
That is why I'm telling Tinubu, don't take Nigerians for granted. Though.
Okay, so you clearly understand that Nigerians are not fighting anymore.
So don't take them for granted, because if you overreach yourself, they will disown you. And you may not even stand what is coming. If you want to create a one-party state in Nigeria, the aftermath will be, in fact, it will be disastrous. It will be in fact, it will bury your political career, whether you like it or not. It cannot be possible. Never.
Okay, now, Barrister, let me ask you this question. Why is it difficult for people in the opposition party to talk about Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, Nasir El-Rufai, David Mark, Bolaji Abdullahi, and all these people within the opposition party, especially the ADC? You know, they're short for a political party for a long time. Why is it difficult for them to register a brand new political party that will be devoid of all these leadership crises, going to court here, going to court there, you know, so that to weed out all those impurities, you know, that are confounding them now? Why is it difficult for them to do that?
Because of structures and funding.
Structures are funding. Are they not funding the ADC?
Because of structures and funding, ADC already has structure. At least they made the road in the last dispensation, which you and I can attest to.
No, but you said ADC is new now.
Because the people join them now. That is the new thing. Not that they are.
So, but they inherited the old structure.
They joined
Barrister,
them.
Some people built this structure that you are talking about.
To now continue from the structure.
Barrister, some people built this structure you are talking about. Why can't they build it?
There is no time for all those things.
Barrister, 1 year
there's no
is not
time.
enough time to build these structures.
There is no time.
And they keep running from pillar to post, from LDP to ADC to AA to here and there.
They looked at all.
And anywhere they go, there are entry barriers for them.
They are looking for options. And they saw that option in ADC.
I know. My question is, why can't they register a brand new political party that will be devoid of all these problems, leadership problems?
Because you don't know what happened with the other party. You saw when they registered ADA. INEC raised this.
No, the process is still on. The process is still on. The process of registration of new parties is still on.
No. Listen. It's only 2 political parties that INEC recognize out of the 174 of them. Abi?
But even at that, the process is still on.
Look at what I'm telling you now. The process of registering a party now is so cumbersome that it will end up by October this year.
Okay.
So by October this year, what will you do then to contest the election in November? Because that's when I heard that they want to do this election. Look at it yourself. It's not possible, it's not feasible. No matter how you look at it, it's not feasible. That's just the truth. So they now have to choose the easier path. And that is using ADC, which the law allows. The law allows it. So this other thing you are saying now is like a minus.
Which one? What am I saying?
Like people going to court and raising all sorts of things. As long as the party is active and visible, you cannot deregister them at this point in time. You cannot.
Sir, the law didn't talk about being active or visible. The law gave a benchmark. You have to have certain number of this and this and that. So, and that is what, these are the points of law. That is what the court is going to look at, not whether they are active or not. Because you can still be active and not have members. You haven't won elections. That is what matters.
I told you that they had somebody before. Is that not true?
Barrister, it's not having somebody. It's about winning a certain percentage of votes in a state at the presidential level. And if it's at the state level in local government elections, these things are there. They are very clear in the letters of the Constitution and the electoral law.
If it were so, APC wouldn't have become alive.
Why?
Because they didn't meet most of these things before a PDP allowed them to come on board. They didn't.
Okay, PDP allowed them.
Yes, PDP allowed them. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. PDP, yeah, they in fact, PDP was even PDP created APC.
When was the first time APC ran an election?
That was in 2015.
So there were there elections in 2019?
No. Before they come alive. Before they came alive.
But it is just based on elections, the previous elections.
That's what I'm telling you now.
So there were no previous elections in 2011.
All those criteria, PDP had to bypass it for APC.
Barrister, they didn't bypass it. It is the law that did, because APC came on board in 2015. As at 2015, the only election that was conducted was the 2011 election. And as at that time, APC was not a registered political party.
You are not getting it.
No, you see that it's not getting it.
Listen, APC is a merger of 3 or 4 political parties.
And it doesn't matter.
But the process of that APC, it was not followed according to the law. But PDP allowed it. That's what I'm telling you.
Who told you it wasn't followed according to the law?
It was not. Go and check
your record. What facts do you have? No, give me the facts. Give us the facts.
It was not.
Barrister, give us the facts. What didn't they meet? What criteria did they not meet?
You need to surrender your former positions.
Okay.
As a political party.
Okay.
And then you now assume a new life of your own.
Okay.
With new structures, new leadership and everything.
Okay.
All these things were not in place.
Barrister, they were in place. They were in place. One of the conditions was that the CPC, the AD, and the APP, as are then, will have to conduct national conventions, for the delegates to agree and allow the party to collapse. I attended the National Convention of AD somewhere in Lagos Island. I was a journalist there. I'm still one. I attended the one for CPC in Kaduna, and I attended even the one of AMPP.
There are internal structures that they did not meet, Mr. Okoro.
Barrister, they did. Let's leave that. Barrister, let's get into our second point of discussion.
There are internal structures that APC did not meet, but being the person of Jonathan,
Barrister, Jonathan had nothing to do with it.
He had.
They met it based on the points of law.
They allowed them to exist. They allowed them to exist. APC knows it. They allowed them to exist.
Okay.
Time will not permit me to go into the nitty-gritty. APC knows the favor that PDP did to them.
Barrister, let's go to Rivers State. Let's go to Rivers State, where 2 more members of the Rivers State House of Assembly have withdrawn from the impeachment move against Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu, bringing the total number of lawmakers who have stepped back to 4. The latest to withdraw are Deputy Minority Leader Barile Nwako and Emilia Amadi, who said they were choosing peace and stability over continued political confrontation. Although they insisted that impeachment allegations were based on alleged constitutional breaches and a broken peace agreement supervised by President Bola Tinubu, the lawmakers said the appeals from stakeholders influenced their decision. They called for a political solution, urging the governor to respect the constitution and honor past agreements to resolve the ongoing reverse political crisis. Well, Barrister, you've heard it. What's your reaction?
My reaction is that, look, I know that it will end up like this. Mr. Okoro, since this thing started, have I approved of what they are doing with Wike? These are lawmakers that are loyal to Wike. I hope you remember. The
lawmakers are what?
The lawmakers that are loyal to Wike.
Oh, so you now agree that they are loyal to Wike?
He wasn't not the one teleguiding them. Okay. And I told you that this thing will backfire.
Beautiful.
Yes, it backfired. So it was not sustainable. Okay. Whether you support them or that one is bygone. It did not succeed. The first two that stepped down from this impeachment notice was Wike's arch supporters. The first two. Remember, when people that your henchmen left your group, what does that tell you? And since that thing happened, since over 3 days now, have you had Wike anywhere? This is a man who grants a press interview almost every day. I know that by the
he's gone back to work.
Oh, really?
He spent like 17-18 days in Rivers State. So he's gone back to work.
When he was doing all those things, was he not the minister of FCT?
He was on vacation. He was on vacation. After all, the president went on vacation.
Who told you? You do vacation in your state, Abi?
Where else?
And you are doing political.
He's a patriotic Rivers man, so he had to go home to do his vacation.
He was not on vacation.
I'm not speaking for him, but I'm just saying. Anyway.
If you like, speak for him.
No, I'm not.
Mr. Okoro, I won't even stop you if you want to speak for him.
No, Barrister, I don't speak for anybody. I'm just asking you questions.
But from what you are saying now, you look like you are speaking for him.
Barrister, he said, must he spend his vacation in his home state? I say yes. He's patriotic. He chose to. The president chose to spend his own in Europe. He decided to go to Rivers to spend his own.
What he was doing doesn't look like somebody on vacation.
Okay. Okay, what about working vacation?
It still does not add up.
Okay. So what adds up to you?
He was even in the assembly that day when they were issuing those impeachment notices. He was present in the assembly.
It's unconfirmed report.
I said he was there. Which was not confirmed.
It's not confirmed.
I said it was there. He was present, Mr. Okoro. Didn't you see the video?
Did you see him? I didn't see the video.
You may not see it now.
They are unconfirmed
reports. You choose what you want to see and what you want to hear.
So whenever it
has to do with Wike, you these followers who follow him blindly.
Barrister, I will not take that. I will not take that. I'm an anchor. My position here is to ask you questions.
How come you didn't see all the
Barrister, I didn't see unconfirmed reports.
Hold on. Why come you did not see all the infamy he committed in Rivers State?
Well, in my position here, I can't see any. When I go out, I might
can't see any.
I'm just asking you questions.
It has backfired.
Okay.
So I don't know what people are going to do now. In fact, I sympathize with you because all your gambit has failed.
When you say what do you mean?
All your gambit in Rivers State has failed because you people were applauding him, you were guarding him, you were supporting Wike, claiming that he's a godfather. He brought Fubara, he's this and that. And I was looking at you. We have argued this over and over here. Now that the thing has backfired, what happens?
What did we argue? What did we argue?
You are arguing that somebody brought Fubara. Without a week, Fubara would have a governor. Is that not what you have been arguing?
Okay.
And
so what's your own position?
My position is that I keep saying is that Wike has no right over Fubara.
Nobody said he has right. The point of discussion was, without Wike, would Fubara have been a governor?
It's a lie.
What is that?
One word or the other, it would have happened.
Okay, then who made it happen?
And I gave the example.
Barrister, leave one word or the other. Barrister, who made it happen?
I gave the example with Jonathan, who is from Bayelsa, the smallest of the states in Nigeria. How could he have become president with the place he's coming from? Okay. That's minority of the minority.
Okay.
Yes, by the providence of God, Jonathan became the president of this country. True of us. So if Wike had insisted, Fubara would have left the PDP and then joined another party. And then from there,
Fubara would have left PDP. At what point, Barrister, can we not get into this argument? At that point, let's not get into this argument. And at that time, I told you.
Why was Wike protecting him?
Barrister, I told you that your argument was very illogical, very flawed, and very sentimental. I still see that. And I still say that. Sometimes, Barrister, now one of the two new defectors, so to say, defectors come from Obiakpo local government, which is Wike's home local government. Does that speak to a loss of popularity from Wike?
What are you talking about?
I'm just asking.
Hey, God Almighty. Mr. Okoro, Obiakpo is not Rivers State. True or false? Obiakpo is not Rivers State.
But Obiakpo is in Rivers State.
It is not Rivers. Obiakpor cannot give you victory as the governor of Rivers State.
But that is what Wike says.
You can see you again. You can see.
I'm reporting him. I'm reporting what he said. I'm not saying.
What Wike said is irrelevant here.
According to you.
He was just making noise. He was just blowing hot air.
Okay.
Which has fizzled out now. Mr. Okoro, Wike has fizzled out. It is not a spent force. You know, when you shoot a missile, when it opens, when the cage open, it will drop all the things it will carry, and then by the time it fire, and land where it becomes a spent force. Wike has exhausted all his gimmicks. Okay. He has nothing to offer again. That's why he's keeping quiet.
So what's up next for him now? What's next for him?
Is that what?
What is next for him?
He has to remain quiet like every other governor that has passed through Rivers State.
Okay.
Every other governor that has passed through Rivers State.
And
he has to
do you think that the Wike that you know, do you think he will remain quiet?
What?
The Wike you know, do you think
let
he will
him
remain
dare.
quiet?
Let him dare to make noise again. Then you tell me whether Tinubu like to share the limelight with anybody. He has forgotten the 48 laws of power. The first one, the cardinal sin he committed was to try to outshine the master.
Okay, so he tried to outshine Tinubu.
Yes, that was.
In what way? In what way?
What he was doing, he wanted to play Godfather that he doesn't have the power to do. He wanted to do it. The other thing was making noise. Did you hear what he said? That nobody can become something without him. This and that. You heard him now. So, you want to play the same role somebody playing in Lagos State here? In a very crude manner.
What are the chances of Fubara securing a second?
He must.
Okay.
The people of Rivers State and APC, they are behind him. Fubara is a done deal. Who else is going to challenge him in Rivers? Who? Which other party in Rivers State? No, tell me now. Which other party? There is no other party. You know it, I know it. So what are you saying?
Okay, so we have a pattern in Rivers State now where Odili came in, installed, put in Amechi. Amechi betrayed him. Amechi brought in Wike to be his chief of staff. And at a point, they had problems. Wike managed to become the governor. And now he started having problems with Amechi. Like Amechi said, capital of betrayal, that Rivers is capital of betrayal. Now, Wike brought in Fubara, and Fubara has now overpowered him. So it's become a pattern in Rivers State. Do you expect, or do you see, can you look into the future and see, based on what is happening, do you think that Fubara, while living, if he eventually becomes second-term governor, while living, do you think he would like to install someone?
He is going to stabilize this bad pattern in Rivers State.
Okay.
He will because I don't see Fubara trying to play Godfather.
Okay.
I don't see him.
That was exactly what Wike said.
That was the Wike.
Obaseki was. That was what Wike said when Obaseki was fighting Oshomole. And Wike said, I wish I could get the video and play. Wike said, I know what he said. I know. But by their fruits we shall know them.
What fruits now? Wike, there is no truth in his mouth. Remember when he said that his father was the general manager of all the companies in Nigeria.
Okay, have you checked him out?
We said what?
Have you checked him out? And
when Senator Mbata called him and said, you this boy, are you not the one who used to come and wash my car in my house, and I used to pay your school fees? Okay. Did the Wike reply him and say, that you didn't hear that one?
I heard that. I know too that Wike has replied to Senator Mbata.
What did he say?
I know that he has replied.
Did he say that the man was lying?
But I know that he has replied.
Replied him in what form now? So when the truth is there, you don't need to argue it. Everybody knows.
Now you believe that Wike is someone who lies.
He talks. In fact, he has 7 mouths.
Okay.
Wike,
and that Fubara is not like that.
Wike, you can see it by their fruits. We shall know them.
By their fruits.
What causes the problem? Is it not when you want to install, when you want to play God, when you want to play Godfather? Is that not the problem of Rivers State? That will tell you that Rivers State people are always resisting Godfathers. When you say betrayal, is it for good or for bad? No. It is when you want to play God. That is the problem. So, in fact, I celebrate the people of Rivers State for resisting this evil.
Okay.
Yes, I respect them. I respect them. Yes, it shows that yes, they can resist it.
Okay, they can
unlike
resist
some people.
Okay, you praise the people of Rivers State for resisting it.
Yes.
So what will you praise Fubara for Fubara in the years that he was accountant general?
Because he was, oh my God, he was trying to be a good boy.
A good boy?
Yes, he was trying to be a good boy, but they took it for granted, yes.
He was trying to be a good boy by helping Wike to do what?
He was trying to be a good boy, but they took him for granted.
How?
That's why
Explain that. He was trying to be a good boy by under declaring the state's internal generated
No. Wike was the governor. He cannot have squabbles with Wike.
Okay.
He cannot. That's why I told you that. Yeah.
So he's a good person. He's a good person.
Fubara helped.
Wike is a good person. Fubara is a good person.
Fubara helped Wike more than Wike helped Fubara.
Barrister, what did Fubara help Wike to do?
Because he helped him to cover all the atrocities he did at that.
So Wike had atrocities. You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. Somebody had atrocities. He had an accomplice, and you are saying the accomplice is a good person.
When we get to court, we argue that.
When you get to court. Now, Barrister, let's get into our last. Barrister, let's get into our last topic of discussion.
Let Wike open the Pandora box.
The United States Department has announced an indefinite pause on visa processing for applicants from 75 countries, including Nigeria, Russia, Iran, Egypt, and Afghanistan. Well, and starting January 21, the move is aimed at tightening enforcement of the public charge rule to block applicants considered likely to rely primarily on public assistance in the United States. Under a new state directive, consular officers have been instructed to refuse visas while screening and vetting procedures are reassessed. Officers are to consider factors such as age, health, finances, English proficiency, and potential medical needs, with limited exceptions allowed only after applicants clear public charge concerns. While the public charge rule has existed for decades, its enforcement has fluctuated across the administrations. The latest action signals a return to stricter interpretation, reversing the narrower approach adopted under the Biden administration, which had limited the benefits considered in public charge determinations. Now, Barrister, America keeps tightening the news around Nigerian people. To what extent do we have all of this coming to Nigeria?
Donald Trump don't want destitute in his country. What is wrong with that? He said likely to depend on social welfare. Okay. Is that not what he said?
Okay.
So he doesn't want destitute. You stay in your country and then work it out. Is that a bad idea? I have told him already in the morning that he should ban everybody.
You told who? Donald Trump?
No, in the morning when I was doing this analysis.
Okay.
Yes, I told him that he should ban not just political leadership or some selected Nigerians. Everybody, including their children who are schooling there, because they are there because of our taxpayers' money that their parents are using to train them. Ordinarily, those civil servants can afford to pay school fees in America. But because of what they did with that Omar, is that not his name? The one that the children are schooling at the best, the most expensive school in Switzerland. Do you think that man is the only person? These other people are involved. So let him send all of them back here, Mr. Okoro. How can we continue to depend on America on just everything? School, health, money, aid, handout. Let him send everybody back here. Let all of us come and sweat it out here. That's what I'm saying. He do not even select some people. No, everybody. No Nigeria should step into America throughout the period of Donald Trump. What are they looking for here? How many Americans come here?
But Barrister, look at the countries we are nested with: Russia,
that is
Iran, Egypt, Afghanistan, and Yemen. All non-democratic states. Is that a statement?
That is the most embarrassing thing. That means you are not regarded.
Okay.
All these things that you are posing as a democratic state, you are not one of them. And look at the smaller, apart from Russia.
Okay.
Apart from Russia.
Sir, if you say it's an embarrassment, are you aware that the federal government is paying about $9 million, or is going to pay $9 million, to lobby group, to start cleaning Nigeria's image, to change Trump administration's perception of Nigeria? So if they are paying so much money, $750,000 a month, to this I group, and Nigeria is getting all of this, what is the value of that lobby? Does it look like it's working?
That will tell you that it's not working. Apart from the arms they sent the other day.
Even without the lobby group, Nigeria has been getting arms from US.
So it doesn't. I don't think Donald Trump is letting down. His eye is still on the ball. All this one, he's just making money for American lobbies. But I see what Nigeria is doing as bribe. The federal government of Nigeria is bribing America. And this bribe it has been ongoing. I remember when Chicago scandal broke, you saw what happened. The professor they forged her signature was, in fact, she threatened to go to court all of a sudden. Do you think she just relaxed? You know, do you think she just relaxed? So that is, in fact, with that kind of development, the woman would have made a lot of money. So what I'm saying is that Donald Trump should ban all Nigerian politicians from coming to spend our money in America.
Okay, so that would have been your concluding thought.
Yes, yes.
But I want to ask you, how much of this will help reshape the war on terror? How much of this tightening of the news, like visa ban, all of these actions, you know?
Mr. Okoro, when this matter get to a head, Nigerians will fight for themselves.
Okay.
These people that are looking for war, they will see it from Nigeria when push will come to shove. They will see it. By that time, the government will now sit up. No, it's not possible. You cannot Islamize everybody. All this thing that we have been talking and talking, government just pretend as if when it gets to a point, Nigerians will carry arms themselves and say, no, all of us are dying today.
All right.
Maybe by that time, government will sit up. How can you Islamize everybody in Nigeria?
Right.
Is it possible?
Barrister Darlington, we are out of time.
If they don't want to do anything, Nigeria will do something on their own.
Okay, Barrister, this is where we draw the curtains. It's important to state that the opinions expressed here are those of the analysts and not the official position of Voice of the People Television.
It is equally...
Barrister Darlington, I thank you very much for your appearance on Political Lens. I appreciate your appearance, and I hope that we can do this some other time. On behalf of the backroom staff, we're talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the ingest engineer, and the sound manager. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemduto. Join us again, 7 o'clock on top of the hour. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them. Some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us, and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from, or economic status, should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course, we had a lot of contributions
from the public. We will go back, look into the bill, properly get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother Shaggy, the man, back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Whatever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen. This is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From federal government ordering 7 soldiers and fallen heroes on Armed Forces Remembrance and Celebration Day, to Dele Momodu disclosing that President Tinubu can be toppled if INEC is monitored. Also, Kwankwaso set conditions for potential APC defection. And finally, federal government strikes out defamation suit against Senator Natasha Oduanga. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you details to the stories. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. As the country marked the Armed Forces Remembrance and Celebration Day, President Bola Tinubu and other government officials have honored Nigeria's fallen heroes and reaffirmed support for the armed forces. In his address, the Vice President honored the courage and patriotism of officers and soldiers who have served on various fronts defending Nigeria's territorial integrity. Speakers at the event also called for renewed national unity, improved welfare for troops, and stronger support for families of fallen heroes. Earlier this week, the Defense Headquarters had officially designated January 15 as Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day in recognition of both historical milestones and the enduring sacrifices of servicemen and women. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Richard Oshimole, who is the editor, Front Page, who is an editor, and of course, Assistant General Secretary, Guild of Public Affairs Analyst of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, Richard.
My pleasure, Nina. Thank you.
Yeah, and also we have joining us from our Benin studio, we have Comrade Roy Oriabo, who is a public affairs analyst and a member of the coalition of civil society organizations. Glad to have you join us, Roy.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hope I didn't murder your surname, please.
Of course, but I give God the glory.
I'm very sorry
the real pronunciation is Oribabo. Roy Oribabo.
Oribabo. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for correcting that. Oribabo. I would not mispronounce it next time. I have two Benin men in the show today. That's a very good one. Let me start with you, Roy. Let's look at this. The commemoration. We have our Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is held today. Would you actually say that this celebration, does it genuinely deepen national appreciation, or is it just merely ceremonial?
Over the years, it's a culture. On a yearly basis, we roll out drums to celebrate it, but they have not been, the government of the day over the years have not been total, they have not been sincere, they have not been committed toward the celebration. You see, some of those who are in the military, they are still crying that they have not been taken care of. They are still struggling. The issue of abandonment is still very pronounced. Therefore, the Nigerian government have not been sincere. They have not been very determined and total in regards to celebrating the heroes, celebrating those who have been protecting us, appreciating genuinely those who have fought for this country. We still see people are being abandoned, their wives being abandoned, their children being forsaken. That shows to me that there is no sincerity of purpose. It's just a mere yearly ritual. That on the 15th of January, we all just we'll come out with drums and just celebrate. After that, nothing happened. After the pronouncement, nothing happened. after this usual 15 of January, tomorrow you ask them what was the discussion, what was the submission, what was the presentation. Those imposition authority have since moved on. They will not implement anyone. If you take your mind by what has been happening for the past 10 years, 20 years, that was the same thing that happened today. If you take your time to read some of the speech presented by our leaders, that was not the only thing that was changed there is the date. It's just the date. Of 15 January was constant. It's not the 2026 that was just changed. Therefore, they have never been sincere. And I hope and pray they have to be sincere. That's the reason why the insecurity in this part of the world still remains very formidable. Because we have not demonstrated that love for our security personnel who have been there for us. Some pays the supreme price. We don't care about them. We don't care about their welfare. If you serve in the military in the U.S., when something happens to you, there is a fund that takes good care of your family and you. And people are in any foreign military serving in the U.S. Army. If anything happened to him, once they are bringing that, the airport is shut down totally. Whether you are a day old in the military or you have 20 years, they give you that maximum respect. In this part of the world, we don't do that. We don't honor them. We just rush and fix something on the 15th of January and we say we are celebrating. It's quite very unfortunate. I hope and pray that in the nearest future, those who are leading us, our leaders should know that they have to be sincere and determined so that those who are protecting us will have every reason to want to put in their best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me get to Richard. Richard, you know, we've heard, like Roy said, these ceremonies have come annually. But in your own opinion, how can such ceremonies be linked to real policy change and the welfare of our veterans and, of course, military effectiveness?
Yeah, thank you, Nina. Just like Roy pointed out there, you know, there are different angles to the celebration and remembrance of armed forces on this day. If I may call your attention to the real genesis of this date, January 15th. You know, it is political in that angle. So you want to ask yourself, those things that actually led to the January 15th event of 1966, have they been addressed? That's number one. So that is the political angle of it. We still carry on, the political class elite still carry on as if nothing happened. Then when you also look at the welfare of the personnel and the officer, you know, you want to ask yourself, how could you give arms and ammunition to people and to watch over you while you sleep, and then you leave them to lament on the social media? You have a couple of them on the social media complain about even the stipends they've been paid not getting to them on time, the allowances not getting to them on time. So and in the midst of all this, you wonder how we have survived this far, and the reason why the insecurity that bedeviled us for this long, how you're going to get to know that it's really not by accident. If personnel in this country with the right opportunity coming their way, I can assure you will prefer to work for insurgents than to the state. So, and these are issues of concern, you know, that we should sit and ask ourselves: the welfare, the political will. What we have on ground today, Nena, is like a civil war. And we've lost so much officers and men. So what we are saying here is that we need a political will. For instance, look at the case of General Uba, Brigadier General Uba recently, and you want to cry over the kind of equipments a whole general had to rely on his phone. So in such a way, he was intercepted and his location detected. So what we are saying here is that we need the political will to actually put in place a good environment, political environment, where we will have less security issues. Then number two, the welfare of the personnel. Eventually, when we have a threats coming from outside the country, they will be in best position to confront those threats. Presently, we do not have them, but I know we can get there.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my submission for now.
Oh, okay, okay. So I was actually going to ask, but I think you spoke a little bit about that, but you can still speak more on that. You know, in a climate of persistent insecurity like we've had it, and we're still having it, is remembrance actually enough to sustain the morale of these troops?
Yeah, it is to sustain the morale. But look at today, we have like a private in the army earning less than 150,000 naira. And we are talking about an economy that has a bag of rice at about maybe minimum of 50,000 naira. Did you get that, Nina? Yeah. So where does that take in or are? So this is the welfare angle I was talking about. The political will to make sure, look at what Airpeace introduced some years back. And I think that program had been cut off and discontinued. You understand? So what we are saying is that if Airpeace, Chief Oyema, the Airpeace chairman, could come up with such initiative, like each time any of our personnel has any reason to travel, to be airborne, they should have no reason to struggle. And he put in, I expected that initiative to have come from the government. You understand? So this is part of the issues I discussed about political will to create welfare so that if any temptation was coming from any angle, that, then our soldiers will not compromise the security architecture of this country.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Let's move to Roy. Roy, you know, with all of this, do you think that the Nigerian military is adequately equipped to actually handle security threats and the insecurity we have in the nation today?
You don't need to ask me that question again, because you and I know that they are not adequately being empowered and equipped. You know, as he said, very just now, you saw what happened to General Barr. Are you not wondering at this level, even in a court arrangement, you cannot just get their number one or their superior or their superior, as the case may be, to just be killed as if nothing happened. Look at, if you interrogate the entire process, you will agree with me that our militaries are not being equipped. There is nothing to show for it. Those who are in the battlefield on a daily basis, they are lamenting. They are crying. Demonstrating a high level of bitterness that they don't have what it takes to confront these bandits, the terrorists, and the kidnappers that have bedeviled us. We must, Nigerian leaders and those in position of authority must demonstrate that sincere commitment by proper funding. Our military need to be proper funding. We cannot negotiate it. As of today, we were told, even in Nigeria, the police, that some of our police personnel, they still use their personal money to buy their uniforms. They use their money to buy their shoes. They use their money to cater for what? It's as bad as that. How do you expect those kind of arrangements? How do you expect them to put in their best? Some of them are still on a rented apartment. When we were growing up in those days, if you are a member, if you belong to the armed forces, you hardly be within the streets. You're always within a confinement. You are within the barrack. And that's the reason why in those days they commit that respect. Because you don't see them all the time. Once they are out on the street, they show that respect, that dignity is there. But now you see them, they are hobnobbing and romancing with you, even in the swamp. They are trying to get their one room to a two-room apartment. Yet nobody cares about them. It takes the grace of God for a man who is holding a gun to be hungry. Take the grace of God, and it takes a level of decency for you to have a gun and you are going to bed on empty stomach. I must commend our personnel, despite the limitation, despite lack of fund, even the payments have not been regular. We have seen where some of them, they complain bitterly that payments are not be regular. Even the peanut we are talking about, 150, 120, as we are still talking now, that your salary cannot conveniently take you to a market. If you are a family of 4, how can 150, 120,000, how can they sustain you in a month? That is excluding your house rent. And you know, we're in Africa, we also have a extended family. If your mother is there, your father is there, your brother is there, also looking at you. They must ask you to also show that concern to them. And when you are limited with that kind of resources, 150,000, what can you do? For you to be able to recharge your phone, unless you are very, some men have 50,000 cannot recharge their phone. Even the data we are using to talk to you now, some persons 20,000 cannot take them for 2 weeks. The situation is as bad as that. Therefore, the Nigerian government must show that serious concern and capacity that, one, for we to fight insurgency, there must be proper funding. Our personnel need to be highly motivated by ways of funds. We must encourage them and give them reason that they are working for a system that recognizes their efforts. With the way Amala we are going now, the system does not recognize their effort. They are not proud that they belong to the military or to belong to the police force because they try to source for them. We were told in this country, the cost to run a police station. A DPO will have to go out and be looking for money to run a police station, telling the boys to go out and look for money. Do you know what it takes to buy fuel, to power a jet to run an average police station? It's happened. It's across the federation. In an arrangement like that, you are not going to be seeing people who want to put in their best. Rather, and that's the reason why, as of today, the Nigerian military, they are begging people to come and join the army because the respect is no longer there. What motivates people in that ministry is no longer there. They are moving from, they are doing serious effort now, trying to convince people to come and join. And very just now, we were also told one of the tragedies that have befallen in this country from the last President Buhari, that those who were members of those terrorist organizations, they told us that they have embraced repentance. They were now dropped into the system. Is that not the height of it? How will you reduce a system, a country like Nigeria to that level? That because somebody say on mere confession that I have to discontinue my romance and my identity with the terrorists. Now, terrorist organization, now you are talking there to come and join the military. How do you expect us to get results? Go back to what happened to General Uba. Look at the communication between General Uba, where people were now reading on the social media, on the pages of newspaper. What kind of society will work in that kind of regard? These are some of the issues. Therefore, we need that not just only political with sincerity of purpose. We must demonstrate to us, the leadership must demonstrate to us that of a truth, they are the leaders of this country and they want Nigeria to work. The way and manner we are doing now, as far as I'm concerned, on the 15th of January, it's just a mere jamboree. It's a mere ritual, yearly ritual that people just go and gather in one place and start laying risks. After that, the next day, nothing happened. The money they promised last year, go and do your research. What they promised last year they will do, as of today, they have not been able to do it. What they promised 5 years ago, as of today, they were not able. And what they also promised today, they will not do in another 10 years. That is the calamity we had, and that is what is befalling us, and that is the reality on ground today. Let us not pretend about it until we have that political way to say, let's call a spade, not the desert's rule. It's only then that Nigeria will progress. It's only then we can overcome and confront this insecurity that is confronting us. Thank you.
Okay, and while you were talking, you made mention of funding and how important funding is to our military and, of course, in fighting insecurity. But I want you to speak to, we know that during the budgetary allocation, this 2026 budget that the president had actually come to present, the Ministry of Defense, the allocation for Ministry of Defense is about 3.15 trillion naira. Would you actually see that as a step in the right direction?
That budget allocation can just be a mere political statement that will not go down to those who are in the battlefield. We have seen it in this country where the former security, I think a national security advisor, how monies were being shared to brothers and friends and get friends all over the country. The money that was meant for purpose, they will divert it. And diversion is very regular in this part of the world. They have been diverting money, and they continue to divert because there are no consequences for action. We can just see it on the paper, and the presentation was done. How do we follow it? How do we take it to the next level? How do we monitor it to know that those who are in the battlefield, they benefit from it? How come as today, our personnel are still lamenting that the 3 square meals is not guaranteed? They that are even in the battlefield, they are still lamenting. We are not talking, salaries are not being paid, the equipments are not there. Are you not bothered that once any general is leaving position now, they want to contest for governor? If you take
Okay, we seem to have... Go ahead, please.
You are a journalist. I want people to be doing investigative journalism. Still estate in this country. You find out that you read boys, the battlefield, they don't enjoy those things. Therefore, I cannot judge Nigeria based on the allocation that have been done, based on the budgetary allocation. And we only judge them based on what is obtainable by those our personnel who are in the battlefield. When they are happy and they know that the money gets to them, it is then we will now say, yes, we can celebrate. As at now, I see it as a mere budget presentation. I see it as a paperwork, and I see it as a political one without action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move, Richard, let me move to you. Okay, so I don't know if you actually heard some days ago, of course, during still about this Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day, during the forum to also celebrate this, the former chief of defense staff, it should be former chief of defense staff, Burutai, he was talking and he was saying that the army and the military men are not supposed to be handling internal security, that this is the job of the police, and that it looks like that the police has been educated and then the military is now the one doing internal security, which is not supposed to be. So what do you make of this statement? What do you think is the role of military in addressing internal security challenges in the country?
In my appearance there 2 weeks ago, Nena, you recollect I mentioned the same thing. It is the failure of intelligence and failure of internal security that has led us to begin to call the military to help us quell insurgency. In the first place, we should not have anything like insurgency at all. Because, for instance, when you have disgruntled citizenry, as I pointed out, when you have disgruntled citizenry, hungry citizenry, no security can be guaranteed at any point. So what we are saying right here is that now, I pointed out 2 weeks ago on this same program that when you have different checkpoints and roadblocks that are primarily manned to extort citizens, not to check for to security of the citizens, but to extort citizens. So that same citizens can never be of support in terms of intelligence to the security architecture. So what we are saying here is that in the first place, the Ministry of Interior, through immigration, through the customs, through the police, whatever, they have failed woefully, and the political class as well, taking into consideration the welfare of the citizens, they have done virtually nothing. So you now have a situation where citizens have come together more or less to connive and sabotage the security architecture of the system of the country. Now, so there is no one to trust than the military. We call them in and they have to do whatever they have to do. So the military are actually fighting citizens, because most of these insurgents, they are also Nigerian citizens, even though some foreigners find their ways to come into the system and subvert our security system as well. So, but what we are saying is that disgruntled citizenry, hungry citizenry, citizens that are deprived of welfare can never be of any support to security and the safety of any country.
Okay, thank you very much. But let me ask you, we've seen We've seen Nigeria, the military actually go out for peacekeeping roles. We've seen them, of course. We saw the one that happened in Benin recently, and so many persons were complaining that how would you allow our military go to Benin when we have so much at hand that have not been done? But I would want to ask you, what do you think are the benefits and drawbacks of our military engaging in peacekeeping missions?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay because when your neighbor has issues, you are most likely to have issues. Look, the population of Nigeria is more than that of the whole of West Africa put together. So when any country, our neighbors have any issues and we refuse to treat them, promptly, then it would spiral into it was already coming. The Niger Republic, the Burkina Faso, the Chad, the Mali. So it was getting closer, and when it got to Benin Republic, the distance between Lagos to Benin Republic is shorter than from Lagos to Jos, Plateau State. So it was already coming. So we had to do something. And as I said, it has never been the competent of Nigerians, whether in the military or in the medical sector. It has always been the political will to give them that capacity to do the right thing. And again, we shouldn't have gotten the military involved in the internal security of Nigeria. If intelligence architecture had been perfect and the welfare system to the citizens had been well taken care of.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to Roy. Let me move to you, Roy. Are you still with me?
I'm with you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what, in your own opinion, how can the military balance its constitutional duties with the need to respect human rights and, of course, the rule of law?
The military was not trained to respect human rights. They were trained to protect us against external aggression. They're not supposed to have dealing with human rights on a daily basis. And that's the reason why I told you that when we were growing up, you hardly see a military personnel on the streets. They were all restricted to the barracks. All their conduct and disposition, there's a bit that within the barracks. Anytime you see them on the streets, you will be bothered. It was after the coup, I think after the Civil War, that you now see the military, you cannot see them anywhere. Even when you go to beer parlor now, you see them, so holding their gun and drinking. It's as bad as that. They were never trained like that, but because of the failure of the system and corruption, and there are also low consequences for action. That is the reason why you now begin to see the military personnel anywhere, and you expect them to not to respect your rights as a human being. They were not trained for that. Therefore, we are even overusing the military. We cut them on where we are not supposed to cut them. We cut them. Communal issues now, they now call the military to come and intervene. At times now, people now call the military to come and help them to even go and draw money. When the husband and wife have issues now, people now call military, depending on how the relationship they are. It's as bad as that. Like that. What do you expect? What's supposed to be internal arrangement? People that were trained to do that internal job like the Nigerian police, we have seen jettisons there, and they have also even their responsibility. One, because the state does not take responsibility. Once the state don't take responsibility, what do you expect? Once the central can no longer hold, things will fall apart, and that is what we are seeing today. Therefore, we need a system, whether we like it or not. The system we need are those who have the political will, are those who believe that Nigeria should work, and those who believe that our institutions should be strong. We have a weak institutions. That's the reason why you can see a military man will be there protecting a property. A building construction is going on. You are seeing a military man there because institutions are gradually now being weak. You want to do a birthday party, you are seeing military, they are protecting the environment because our institutions are weak. These are jobs that are to be done by Boy Scouts, man of war. The military are not doing it. And you expect them to also respect human rights. It's not possible. You can't eat your cake and have it. That is where we find ourselves. Until we have a system that is working, where institutions are strong, not strong, maybe strong institutions, and that anything you do, there will be consequence for it. It's only then that Nigeria will work. As we are today, we are only just deceiving ourselves. With the structures of Nigeria today, Nigeria cannot work. I'm sorry to say. I'm not a prophet of doom, but Nigeria cannot work under this arrangement until we have to revisit it and reprogram ourselves. It's only then that we cannot say, yes, Nigeria would not be on the road to progression. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. An ex-presidential aspirant, Dele Momodu, says Nigeria's electoral landscape could change dramatically if election management reforms are closely monitored and implemented. Speaking on the 2027 general election, Dele Momodu said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I beg your pardon, can be toppled at the polls if the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is effectively monitored and held accountable. Momodu stressed the importance of transparent elections, active civil society engagement, and robust observation mechanisms to ensure credible outcomes. His comments come as political actors intensify discussions on electoral reforms and the integrity of Nigeria's voting processes ahead of 2027, a contest many see as crucial to defining the nation's democratic trajectory. Momodu's remarks add to growing calls for stronger election safeguards, from technology adoption to civil society oversight, to guarantee that citizens' vote count. Let me come to you first, Richard. Let me just ask you, for you, on your own opinion, what do you think about this statement Momodu saying about being for the election to be closely monitored, and if INEC's credibility is closely monitored? What do you make of this particular statement?
Yeah, I think it's a right call. It's a right call, and a noble one for that matter, because of even though we pretend to practice a democracy, we must also, in that pretense, make sure we have some little bit of shame in conducting that whatever that is attached to it, which is an election anyway. If you take out any credible election, then you have nothing like a democracy. So he had called for a noble action, and the disheartening part of the whole thing is that since 1999, there is no election that has ever been judged free and fair. And this is about 27 years now going forward. And that alone should call for concerns to everyone, that if you run a process for about 27 years, and that process is still being disputed, the process is still being queried, then it tells you that you are you are wasting your time. And that is why I've told people that what we have is a civilian government, a civilian process. There is nothing close to a democracy in what we have in this country, except you want me to deceive you, but I won't deceive myself. So, because democracy, the tenet is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, is it what we have on ground today? Is it by the people? How many, the number of the figure that registered for voting, successive elections, what has always been the figure that turned out for elections? You understand? So you will query that alone, the failure of the process. The other thing is the process itself on election day. You've seen videos, you've seen everything, where police personnel have monitored the tearing of ballot papers. Now, everywhere it's still on the internet. So that is brought me to the conclusion that, look, we have no democracy in the first place, but we can have one. We can have one else, because there is no alternative to it. And I actually pity the political actors because they will be the first losers if this process fails. They will be the first losers. So I will beg them that they should please hearken to the voice of reasoning and let the will of the people count. But it is also very difficult because today politics remains the most viable enterprise, and that is a big concern to me. There is no one that wants to leave the office because the economy is on its knees. So which business will you run now? For instance, every 30 days and you smile to the bank with about 20 million as a senator. Which business will you do that to get that? So you can see we have made the political system to be so much attractive that nobody wants to leave the space. And it has become, like Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president once said, it has become a do or die affair.
Okay, so do you think that, like you mentioned the high cost or the what they get, the paraphernalia that they surrounding the party, or no, they surrounding the office, as what these people get from, from being officers or from being legislators or from being governors, and you feel like that is what, according to you, that is what is actually making them want to still go into these offices. So do you think that if some of these things are curbed, some of these things are reduced, do you think that we would get to the point where we begin to have the rights, or we begin to say that we have democracy in our country?
Of course, Milena, of course. For instance, look at the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and I have seen him one-on-one doing that. He will often go to the office on bicycle. Could that happen here? You understand? Then the democracy, the process will work. Now, look at the convoy, of the ministers, of the president, of the vice president. Look at the security votes being given to the governors, and look at the state of insecurity. So what we are saying is that if you make, for instance, legislature the part-time, duty, it will free up a lot of things. It will allow people to do this for service. Presently, our democracy is not hinged on service delivery. It is not hinged on patriotism. It is majorly all about enrichment, self-enrichment, and the self-gratification, and what all you have about it. Governors that have siphoned 80 billion, they've already become a godfather somewhere in Kogi State. The governors of 99 class, many of them that were sentenced, they have been practically pardoned by this administration. Look, the senators there, and I will mention Senator Ojuzo Kalu, he still had a case at the Supreme Court, and the EFCC said, look, they were going to appeal. Till then, they haven't appealed. So what we are saying is that it has become a kind of organized crime. Politics in Nigeria and democracy has become an organized crime that has been put in place like a plutocracy to benefit a few and the cronies, not to serve the people. And if we continue this way, we will have to start all over again from ground zero. But I don't know when it's going to be, because it will never, Nigerians won't take it like this forever.
Well, I was going to ask you another question, but let me go to Roy. Let me hear his view about all of this. Roy,